Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning. It should be morning time. A lot of different places, right? Ooh, I tell you. I think I got so I had the name for our sentencing, or not our sentencing hearing. Oh gosh, I'm getting so confused. We have a hearing today with Brian Walsh. I'm probably gonna call him Matthew. Oh gosh, I don't know why I I don't know why he looked like a Matthew to me, but I'd have named this man Matthew. Hey Jennifer, good morning. Look, I didn't rename this man. Oh gosh, but we will go check out his hearing later today because we'll be covering his trial when he comes stands trial. Right? They just found him competent, but I thought that was very important. At least I am going to try. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to really try, y'all, to walk us down this line for this case that we going to be doing with the Lanz. Um, okay. So, okay. The first disclaimer is that what I would like to let everybody know is that um, I found this case to be very, very, very confusing. We will learn a lot of things that are in court, but I am going to definitely try to give you a overview, a case overview, right? And I do mean just a case overview. And we gonna all just kind of like hang in there and go into court. Okay. So, hey Brooklyn, hey boo, how you doing this morning? So y'all just walk down this line with me. Um, let me get our let me get up our clips. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting our because I do have a couple clips that I'm gonna show y'all to try to help me walk us through this. For those that haven't done don't know anything about the case. Okay. Okay, here we go. I got them on my phone. I need to send them to my computer. I think it sends it to my computer automatically, but I ain't really figured it out. But I was like, this got a lot of moving parts to it. In a lot of the cases that we've been watching lately, they have all these moving parts. And this one, of course, it got a whole bunch of moving parts too. So it's not just one of those simple cases. I mean, I think it's simple far as the justice that will be served at some point in time. I do think that, but I don't know what this another one where they had to check the mental health to make sure that he wasn't, make sure he was okay to even stand trial. But what? No, this is so silly. I wonder if it's gonna be in my YouTube history. Hey, good morning, Marilda. How are you? Okay. I got a big cup of coffee this morning too. I'll probably have to give me some more coffee. Oh, this thing is so crazy. Okay. Okay, let me get this other stuff out. Okay, so today I am going to go over. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, maybe this is where I got it from. Hey guys, I done figured it out. Okay, wait a minute. I better make sure I'm all the way together here. Um, a therapist, attention. The case that we doing right now is Matthew Lanz, right? We be doing so many cases. I done got damn gone confused. Oh, so that's why I named Brian Matthew. Cause I couldn't figure out where I got Matthew from. Okay. Oh, I done named all of Matthew. I couldn't figure out why I kept saying Matthew. And then I'm like looking at my notes and I'm like, this guy's name Matthew. Let me make sure his name really Matthew before I be going to here talk about Matthew. But Brian do look like a Matthew. Okay, cool. Oh gosh, y'all be okay. I'm sorry. Good morning. Hey, it's Monday. Monday madness. Okay. Okay, so Matthew Lanz is who we're going to be talking about. You're going to also hear me mention a lot about his brother Austin. And the reason why is because his brother Austin kind of plays I don't want to say a role in this, but explains a little bit about how we may have got to this point with Matthew. Okay. So when you hear me saying Austin, that is the brother, his older brother, and it may kind of explain this. So currently, right now, Matthew is facing 2 counts of malice redrumming. He also has a felony redrum. He also is being charged with a home invasion, also aggravated assault, also burglary, and also cruelty to children. So that's just giving us a idea of what type of charges that he's seeking. Now, will any of the charges or things be merged? You know, when we go through trial, sometimes when the defense, if there's not enough evidence, they do ask for certain charges to be merged together or dropped all the way completely, depending on what they prove. You know, so we'll see what charges actually go to the jury. So that's something just to keep in mind as we going along. So what he's accused for and what he's going to be standing trial for this week, starting today, is Matthew, unfortunately, unalived 2 people in his neighborhood. It's weird. I don't know if he will find out anything in regards to the officer, but I don't think the officer, I don't know if that 404B information is going to come in or not, because I didn't watch all the pre-hearings or what they kept in and out, but I'll try to look and see if I can find some information on that. So let's start with a timeline. So he's on trial for breaking into and unaliving a firefighter. Let me get his name, and his wife. And he left the baby, but I think that not I think. Well, I do think. I don't think that they were the intended targets. Yeah, I know. Walk down this line with me, because it's gonna be a line. I don't know if we can stay on the line, but walk down this line with me. So I don't think that they were the intended targets. And the reason why I don't think they're the intended targets is because let me get it. This case is such a mess. So the two people that were unalived in this is Justin and Amber Hicks. Um, but there was another family that was staying there prior to this. The couple that was living in the house before were Brent and Wells. So they were staying in the house before. And this is where the brother comes in, and that's Austin. So back between 2019 and 2021, Austin begins harassing the neighbors. The neighbors that he began harassing were Brent and Wells, right? Austin breaks in their home. He's leaving inappropriate pictures. He's like sending stuff in the mail, all of this stuff, like real creepy shit. Of course. So, right. So eventually they ended up moving, right? So they end up moving. Okay. But in April, April 24th, 2021, he broke in a house and he went to, I don't think they kept him in prison. I can't believe you guys are, I can't believe you awake, SD. So he went to court, right? And they let him go. Now, I don't know, guys, like how this works, but on August 3rd, 2021, after being let go for harassing the neighbors and all of this stuff, I don't know if he was out on bail, parole. I will check that to make sure. Austin actually stepped off a metro bus near the Pentagon, and without warning, he attacked a Pentagon police officer, George Gonzalez. Austin, who previously was breaking into this house in the neighborhood, sending inappropriate pictures and things like that, we're still talking about him at this point in time. So we still on him. We haven't even got to the person that we're actually dealing with today. So he got off the bus after, I don't know why he was up there. He ended up stabbing this officer, George, and then Austin, he committed suicide and unalived himself right there at the scene. So he ended up stabbing the officer, then he ended up shooting himself. So after this incident and all the incidents with the neighbors, his family later released a statement a few months after Austin's life had, came to an end, stating that he had a severe mental illness. Despite his time that he spent in the criminal justice system, he did not get the appropriate help that he had. An official diagnosis was never made for the brother. And that's when we're speaking about Austin, right? So the reason why Austin matters in this case, when we're looking at this, the home that Austin was terrorizing and broke into before he committed the act on the officer, getting off the metro bus. We're still talking about Austin, guys. Keep up. I know. I'm like, keep up, because it's the best. So, okay, so this house, it shares the same fence, the back fence, with the home that Justin and Amber Hicks later moved into and were redrummed in. So the narrative for Matthew's indictment, where we're here now, is they're saying that he lived next door to the Hicks home. Investigators make their neighborhood connection. That's where we're getting that connection from. And the Lanz family has a long-standing history of intruding and harassing a pattern on that property. Because Austin passed away August 2021, and the redrums of the Hicks, occurred in November of 2021. Some say that Matthew did this as an act, as an influence of what his brother was doing, Austin, prior, because it's in the same home. But the people were different because the original people had moved out. It's a debacle. I didn't help. I don't think I helped y'all. So Matthew, after he committed this redrum, he left the baby. So the baby was unharmed, but the baby was in the household with the parents who were unalive for an extended period of time. And that's where we're getting the cruelty to children in there. So the incident happened on November the 18th, 2021. I don't know if he was necessarily on the run or what the heck happened, but Matthew was later arrested in Sandy Springs after he stabbed an officer. I don't know what's up with these people with knives. We got a whole bunch of little stabbies around here, SD. So I don't know what that's all about. But so in October 2025, he had a competency hearing, and of course we're here at trial, right? So let me show y'all this clip that I have of the hearings for us to kind of look at, just to kind of give y'all a kind of a recap of everything so we can kind of know what we're looking at. But yeah, it's a whole confusing mess. We got two brothers, and it sounds like to me that one brother just went and started finishing off what the other brothers tried to do, and kind of did the same things that the brother did, like far as unaliving a police officer or trying to unalive a police officer and other stuff. But let me get this up. Yep, we got a whole bunch of little stabbies. Yeah, we'll do this way.
Of a double murder and stabbing a police officer in two different cities. 22-year-old Matthew Lanz appeared in Fulton County Court this morning, the judge giving him a more than $500,000 bond.
I'm going to give you a $25,000 bond on carrying out a knife during the commission of a felony. I'm going to give you $15,000 on the carrying a concealed weapon. I'm going to give you $50,000 on each burglary in the first degree.
Yes, ma'am.
Now that bond you just heard, it's for 35 crimes Lanz is accused of in Sandy Springs. But before any of that happened, police say Lanz killed a Cherokee County firefighter and his wife in their home. The bodies of Justin and Amber Hicks were found Thursday morning. Their 2-year-old son found inside the house unharmed. Lanz is charged with 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and other crimes. Now, there's another connection in this story. Matthew Lanz is the brother of a man named Austin Lanz. Now, the two lived in a house next door to the home of Justin and Amber. In April of this year, Austin was charged with trespass and burglary for entering Justin and Amber's home. But at the time, there was another couple living in the home. A neighbor told me last week after Justin and Amber's murders, there's been a history of harassment from Austin to the previous homeowners.
It was a thing with the neighbor behind the house was terrorizing them. So it's just a lot going around this house, and I feel so terrible that it got to this extent for this couple who just moved here, and they were so excited to be homeowners and start their lives together, little kid.
Now, the previous couple that lived there told the Washington Post Austin left notes and inappropriate photographs in their mailbox. Justin and Amber moved into the house a few months later. Austin was later killed by police in Washington, D.C. in August. Police say Austin stabbed and killed a Pentagon officer. Now his brother Matthew is accused of murdering the couple, and he's accused of breaking into homes and stabbing a Sandy Springs police officer 2 days after the murders. Police believe Matthew broke into several homes and attacked an officer when they responded to 911 calls. He was shot and taken to the hospital. Right now he's in Fulton County Jail, where he faces charges there and the murder charges in Cobb County. Justin and Amber will be buried on Tuesday.
So it is a mouthful, right? And so as y'all heard that they caught him when he was I don't even know why he was in this police officer's house. I don't know if he thought this was the police officer's house, but I'm gonna show y'all the body cam footage of the incident. So give me 1 second. Oh, let me share the screen. I don't even have it on the screen share. I ain't gonna show y'all the graphic parts of it because I don't know. Maybe y'all shouldn't see that part. Well, let's put this part on.
Hey, it's the police department. Come on down. What's your name? Hello?
New at 11, brand new body camera footage released of an intruder investigation that ended with a suspect shot and an officer stabbed. It happened in Sandy Springs in November.
You may remember the suspect, 22-year-old Matthew Lanz. He's accused of killing an innocent Acworth couple before the Sandy Springs break-in you just saw.
CBS 46's Patrick Quinn live in Sandy Springs tonight, walking us through the shocking new footage. Patrick, it shows just how this situation switched from calm to chaos.
That's right. Today, Sandy Springs police, they told us that as officers were approaching that house, they didn't know that the man inside was armed with a hunting knife, much less that he would be tied to a double murder just 2 days prior. As they walked up to that front door, they were actually greeted by a sweet black lab, but quickly, as you'll see, things escalated.
Hey, come on down, man. Come on down.
Sandy Springs officers tried to negotiate with the intruder, Matthew Lanz, coming down the stairs before he attacked them, stabbing one of them 6 times in the neck and back of the head. You can see the wounds in this picture. Captain Mike Lindstrom said the officer remarkably made a full recovery and is back on the force.
It's a reminder of the job that we do, the dangers that come with the job, and the dangers that lurk, for the lack of a better word, right around every call.
Officers struggled to get Lanz detained using a taser and pepper balls before an officer shot Lanz, who did survive. Captain Lindstrom said they didn't know at the time, but this intruder, Lanz, he would later be tied to the double murder of an Acworth couple, his neighbors, Timothy and Amber Hicks. Lindstrom credits the neighbors for calling police when they saw Lanz prowling in this Sandy Springs neighborhood.
They called when they saw something suspicious.
Okay, so now I understand that part just a little bit more, just so y'all know. So this house where where the officers came in, the neighbors called because he was around there prowling and everything. Now, this is 2 days after he had committed the redrum of the neighbors, Amber and Timothy, the Hicks family. So this is 2 days. So I guess he didn't have a place. I'm assuming that he didn't have a place to go. He must have broke into this home, and the neighbors called the police. So when the police came into the house in order to get him to get out of the house, he decided to stab the officer, and that's where the officer got stabbed. Okay, so that makes sense, because I thought that he had went into a home and ended up stabbing the officer, but this was them trying to get him in custody. So that makes sense now. Well, it makes sense, but a sadless sense on how another officer was involved. Because remember, his brother actually redrummed a officer at the Pentagon, right? Before he took his own life. Okay. So that's what we have in regards to that. And you definitely, if you missed any parts of it, definitely go back and check out the clips that I loaded, that I put on there. And I'll put the clips links in the description box for anybody that wants to go back and look at them. Let's see. It won't let me do this one. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't even remember ever hearing about this case. So the only information I have is the information that I'm kind of like bringing to y'all, and that's just what I was kind of like looking at over the weekend when I found out this case was coming up. Let me pull this up for us. Oh, maybe I should. I'm gonna share it. Wait a minute.
In a Cobb County Superior Courtroom on Monday as two psychiatrists testified about his mental state after a 10-month-long mental health evaluation at Georgia Regional Hospital.
Do you maintain your opinion that Mr. Lanz is in fact competent to stand trial?
That is my opinion.
Lance's attorney tried to convince the judge that his client is not fit to stand trial for a double murder that took the lives of Cherokee County firefighter Justin Hicks and his wife in their Acworth home nearly 4 years ago. In court, Lance's attorney questioned doctors who evaluated him about demonic lights he allegedly saw at the home.
He didn't acknowledge that there was any significance to the lights.
His responses are completely inconsistent with true delusions. The nurses became concerned that he was trying to copy behavior of people that were genuinely psychotic, especially after we informed him he had been found competent to stand trial.
A third psychiatrist who evaluated Lanz testified that he is not fit for trial. During the competency hearing, Lance's attorney argued that Dr. Justin Donaldson, one of the psychiatrists who evaluated Lanz, didn't spend enough time with him and failed to take notes to adequately assess his mental state.
So I guess this would be a good question for, I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm posing this question. Good morning, Dr. Rachel. I know that you said you are lurking. You're going to need your coffee, Laurie's daughter. Good morning. Hey, only fan. Anybody that I'd missed. I guess this is where I get confused at when we're looking at these trials and we're going through these competency hearings. Now, we just seen like a little clip of the mental competency debate, right? Between the psychiatrist. My question is that if a judge is not a psychiatrist or doesn't have any mental health background, how do they decide? Hey, crazier cat, how do they decide? You say you need a dry erase board? I know. How do they decide whether a person is competent or not? Because you got one psychiatrist that is right. Okay. But if you a judge, how do you know what these, so do judges have, okay, so the judges have to have knowledge on regards to what the evaluations mean. I guess that would be my question. So they have to have some kind of medical background. Okay, it's by the law. That literally is the definition of a judge. Well, I mean, I guess my thing is that when you have you have two psychiatrists up there arguing two different points. Like, I'm feeling like, okay, this is it just who you think that is more convincing and their report is more convincing? Yeah, I would like to see and we have to find, if y'all ever see one out there, I would like to see one of these kind of rulings and debates, because I will really like to see the whole entire thing. Not that I know anything medically, because I don't. Let's make that very clear. But I wouldn't mind being like completely nosy and watching the whole thing, come about. But I mean, like, okay, and I gotta remember, I gotta remember our rule of thumb and our rule. Let me make sure I have that up, because wait a minute, I think I kept it because I thought that we were running to this at some point in time. We use this for the Bianca Ellis case, and I guess this is going to be a good reminder for me when I'm talking about this, guys. Competency. Now, that means understanding the trial today. Okay. I'm glad I remembered this part, that we had this, because the competency ruling, now that I think about it and I go back to this and I'm asking all these questions about the judge and stuff. Yes, early is Monday. Okay, walk down this line with me. So that just means that we just need him to be able to understand the trial today and be able to talk to his lawyer. Okay. I forgot I made this for our Ellis case. This is probably going to be very important with a lot of our cases. So I'm glad that I still have this. Awesome. Okay, so that's just a friendly reminder for myself and anybody out here. So it's just, can you talk to your lawyer? So, okay. So it's not what actually happened at the crime. Like, I want to attribute it to something that actually happened at the crime. And I forgot that it's not about that. The crime is totally different. Is Lorena Bobbitt? That's the one that did the snip to the man parts. Yeah, and I guess that's what I forgot. So the judge can kind of tell from the evaluations if he can understand and talk to his lawyers. Maybe a new emoji. I don't know anything. Yeah, we may go need a I don't know anything during this trial. That's definitely a truth. So I also see that the they have started court. Let me make sure that we at the beginning of this. I wonder where the parents are. I wonder if he has any parents or anything. Okay, so I am going to take us into this courtroom. In the meantime, I know we are supposed to be doing the Brian Wash trial also. His is just a hearing, guys, just so everybody's aware. I'm trying to see if I want to open up. I haven't figured out if I don't know if I want to open. I do have a room set up for that one. I don't want to put it in this same room, if that makes sense. But I do want us to look at the hearing, considering that we're going to be covering the trial. They just found him competent. That's another one, right? Nobody wants to be competent to stand trial, but they're doing all these crimes. Everybody criming, but don't nobody want to be competent. Everybody is weird out here when it gets to that point. They don't understand nothing about nothing. I don't know how long his hearing is going to be this morning. It looks like it just started over there for Brian Wash. So just so y'all know. But anyways, we're going to go into day one of this one. I will open up the room for the other one just in case. I'm not sure if y'all were interested in seeing that hearing, but we will cover that trial. But I'll go ahead and open up the room for that one too while y'all in this one. So everybody can pick which one they want to watch, right? You say Maddie will know. Maddie will get it together, right? I wonder if they had a verdict in his trial. Did you see if they had a verdict, SD? Yeah, and I'll try to do some more research. I tried to put at least the clips together to kind of give y'all kind of a summary of everything, even though I was going to try to explain it to y'all, but I knew I'd be getting all the dang on names and stuff mixed up. No harm, no foul. I be trying. I be trying. Shit. I done renamed people this morning, so go for it. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into court and see what we have for day one. We have our judge right here. We are calling the case this morning of Matthew Lanz. Gosh, and I'm probably going to call him Brian at some point in time. Good grief. I almost slipped up and called him Brian just now. I got to be better. I got to do better. Too many crimes out here in these streets. But here we go, guys.
Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I'm the presiding judge for this jury trial calendar for Monday, November 17th at 9 a.m. Position 1, Matthew Scott Lanz. Good morning. Good morning, Judge. Okay, I just need to call. I have a couple things on the calendar, so just want to make sure you all are ready. Yes, we're ready. Okay, thank you. Position 2, Jamarcus Blackman. Okay. Is Mr. Blackman or Mr. Willingham present?
I don't know Mr. Blackman present. If not, so you're going to talk on.
He's here. Can you stand for me, please, Mr. Blackman? Is Mr. Willingham still representing you? You talk just I'll let you use your outside voice. Just talk a little louder for me so I can hear you. No, I just need to know if Mr. Willingham's your attorney or not. Who's your attorney now? Mr. Patterson, is he on his way? Okay, have a seat for me, okay? Thank you, sir. And position 3, Christopher Gayton, was completed by plea.
Yes.
All right, so we'll just wait and see until Mr. Patterson gets here. But I do believe that state and defense are ready to proceed with Mr. Lanz. So if you all, let's check in at a break. And you can talk to Mr. Patterson when he gets here. And we'll see where we are. Thank you. All right. Right. We are ready to proceed forward on the state of Georgia versus Matthews. Communicated to Mr. Lanz for consideration.
Your Honor, given the posture of the case, we never got into any substantive plea discussions. Of course, if that was something he was interested in, we would have those conversations, but he would be required to plead to the entirety of the indictment.
Okay, thank you. And periodically, we will have sidebars and bench conferences that we need to have conversations outside of the presence of those in the courtroom. Attorney Berry, do you waive Mr. Lanz's presence at those sidebars and bench conferences, and then with the stipulation that you will communicate to Mr. Lanz what is discussed during those bench conferences? Okay, thank you. All right, for those who are present in the courtroom, I do want to remind you, one, that there should be no audio and video recordings or pictures taken during the course of these proceedings, unless, of course, you have received consideration and permission from the court, such as the media, to use audio or video recordings or pictures. For those who are on Zoom, I do want to remind you that this still is a court proceeding, and the rules of the court also must be followed for those who are on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy to those who are viewing, and so you are to also be reminded there should be no audio or video recordings, nor should any pictures be taken during the course of these proceedings. Also want to remind those, unless you are an officer of the court, a staff member of the court, law enforcement, or again, media who has permission, all phones should be turned off, not on vibrate, off. And the reason I ask that is we want to ensure that there are no interruptions during the course of these proceedings, and the court, as well as the attorneys, are able to hear everything that is being communicated. If you need to take a phone call, if you need to text, I do understand that life does not stop because we are in this courtroom. I do ask that you please step out, take whatever phone calls or text messages that you need to do, and then you can come back in. Also want to remind everybody that while I recognize that this is in a very emotional time and this proceedings can cause some emotions to be felt, I do ask that you try to contain them as best as you can while in court. If you get over emotional, that is okay, but I do ask that you please step outside until you're able to compose yourselves and be mindful that there is court going on in other courtrooms on this floor. And so once that is done, you can always, of course, come back in. We're more than happy to have you come back in and rejoin us in the courtroom. All right. Yeah, no, we're ready to proceed. There are a few things that you all said that you need to enter on the record, but we do need to have the indictment and have Mr. Lanz enter his plea before we begin and join issue.
correct. And we do have some stipulations. I think the court wants to read those into the record.
We will. I just want to make sure everything is signed and issue is joined, and we'll proceed with the stipulations in just a moment. We are here today to try the case entitled The State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, the defendant having freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his right to a jury trial and having been advised by his attorney of the rights that he is giving up and the possible consequences, has requested a bench trial in which the court will decide the case and determine the verdict of guilty or not guilty. The defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, has been indicted by the grand jury of Cobb County in an indictment that is composed of the following counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, malice murder. Count 3, felony murder. Count 4, felony murder. Count 5, felony murder. Count 6, felony murder. Count 7, home invasion. Count 8, aggravated assault. Count 9, aggravated assault. Count 10, possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Count 11, possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Count 12, cruelty to children in the second degree. Count 13, tampering with evidence. To this indictment and the counts that I've just read, the defendant has pled not guilty and denies each and every allegation therein. This is what forms the issue that is to be tried. And again, there are stipulations that you all would like to put on the record and any other procedural concerns or issues that the court needs to be made aware of.
Sure, if we can approach on one matter.
Yes.
That would be great. Thank you.
are present in the courtroom, because I will be invoking the rule of sequestration, and so all witnesses should remain outside of the courtroom except when you are personally called to testify. And additionally, all witnesses should not discuss the case with any other witnesses or parties until the evidence is concluded or the witnesses individually have, all of them have been excused from further appearance. You are permitted, however, to discuss your testimony with the attorney in this case. And counsel, I will remind both the state and the defense that you are to instruct your witnesses of the requirements of the rule of sequestration in this case.
Your Honor, we are asking for an exception for the lead detective in this case, Detective Zachary Stanton, who's seated at council table.
Great. Any objection? Okay. Detective Stanton, you are able to remain in the courtroom. Right. In stipulations?
So, Your Honor, we do have written stipulations here. They are labeled stipulations 1 through 9. Both myself and Mr. Berry have signed the stipulation.
Okay.
There are some state's exhibit numbers that are blank right now because we have not pre-numbered all of the evidence in this case. So we can go ahead and provide this to Your Honor. We don't need to read any of them into the record at this time. And we will update those missing numbers as we progress.
Okay. Thank you. Attorney Berry, you have an opportunity. This is the okay. Okay.
What we'll do is once we've got the exec number, I'll make a
Okay. That's good. Thank you. Great. State ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed? Okay. State, we're now ready for the opening statements. You may proceed.
September 5th, 2021. A momentous day in this young couple's life. They did something on this day that most young relationships can't do these days. Justin and Amber Hicks bought their dream home. And on this day, they moved into that home. At 5059 Robina Drive here in Cobb County. They bought this home just days after their son Jacob's birthday. But 73 days later, 73 short days in their achievement of this home, on November the 18th, 2021, a family's worst nightmare came true.
I want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times if we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. According to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
The morning of November 18th shattered this family. November 18th, not only was this family shattered, but so was the back window of that house. And that is what they found. But we got to go back just a couple hours. November the 17th, 2021. On this day, it was a day just like every single other day for Justin, Amber, and Jacob. They had come home that night like any other day. Justin and Amber got Jacob ready for bed, got him fed, cleaned up the house, and put him down for the night. In this home that they are finally moved into and enjoying, Jacob and Amber are cuddling up on the couch. Jacob is upstairs sleeping in his bed. Amber watching the baby monitor to her side. They sat on this couch to watch TV, enjoy the night. But what the Hicks didn't know is that on this night, there was someone lurking on the outside of their home. They had just recently put up this Christmas tree. This Christmas tree was right next to the living room, connected. What they didn't know was that there was someone outside looking at this Christmas tree. And around 10 p.m. that night, this family's worst nightmare came true. Around 10 p.m., the back window of their home was broken into. The Hicks were unaware. They were defenseless. They were executed. All while Jacob was asleep upstairs. This is the state of Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. Now, you've read out the charges right before I started opening, but I do find that it's important to go through those charges as we put up evidence through this case during this week so that you know what to look for. Now, count one in the indictment is malice murder. This is did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, by shooting Timothy Hicks with a firearm. Now, just for the court, Timothy Hicks is the legal name of Justin Hicks. It's Timothy Justin Hicks. He just went by Justin, but that is his legal name. Count two, malice murder, did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, by shooting Amber Hicks with a firearm. Count three, felony murder, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, home invasion, as set forth in count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Count 4, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, home invasion, as set forth in the count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Now, this is count 7, which those two prior counts are predicated upon, which is this home invasion, did unlawfully without authority and with the intent to commit forcible felonies therein, to wit, murder and aggravated assault, while in possession of a firearm, to wit, a handgun, a deadly weapon, enter the dwelling house of another, to wit, the Hicks residence located at 5059 Verbena Drive, Northwest, Acworth, Georgia, while it was occupied by Timothy Hicks, Amber Hicks, and Jacob Hicks, persons with authority to be present therein. Now, jumping back to count 5, this is another felony murder count. While in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault, as set forth in count 8 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then count 8, in which that is predicated upon, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Timothy Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a handgun. Count 6, felony murder, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault, as set forth in count 9 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then the predicated count of count 9, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Amber Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a handgun. Count 10, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Timothy Hicks. Count 11, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Amber Hicks. Count 12, cruelty to children in the 2nd degree, did with criminal negligence cause Jacob Hicks, a child under the age of 18 years old, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by leaving Jacob Hicks's parents deceased in the home with said child, resulting in the 2-year-old child being alone and unsupervised for approximately 12 hours, during which Jacob Hicks was unable to feed himself, change his diaper, or get the attention of his parents, causing him excessive physical and mental pain. Count 13, tampering with evidence. Did knowingly conceal physical evidence, to wit shell casings, said evidence involving the prosecution of the offenses of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault with the intent to prevent the apprehension of and obstruct the prosecution of said accused. To wit, said accused did remove shell casings from the murder scene so as to avoid apprehension and otherwise obstruct the prosecution of himself. Now that's the counts in this indictment that we are moving forward through this trial, and those are the elements that the court is defined. But I do find that it would be helpful that we kind of put in front of the court a roadmap of who we're going to hear from, what we're going to hear about, and so forth. So I'd like to introduce you to the parties. This is the Hicks. This is Justin, Amber, and Jacob. To the left, we have Justin Hicks. As I previously stated, Justin's full legal name is Timothy Justin Hicks, but he went by Justin. Throughout this trial, we'll be referring to him as Justin. He was 31 years old at the time of his death. He was married to Amber Hicks. He had one son, Jacob Hicks, and he was a Cherokee County firefighter. Then here on the right, we have Amber Hicks. She was 31 years old at the time of her death. She was married to Justin Hicks. She had one son, Jacob, and she was an audiology assistant. And then we have Jacob Hicks. He was 2 years old at the time of his murder. He's 6 now. He was home at the time of the murder. He was alone within several hours as their deceased bodies were within that home. And you're going to hear evidence that Jacob tried to cuddle with his parents as they lay deceased on that couch. You will hear and see evidence that Jacob tried to play with his parents with toys, as you will see toys on Jacob, or Justin. During that time, you will hear that Jacob had no ability to get the attention of anyone. He had no ability to get food or water or change his diaper. As I previously stated, the Hicks moved into 5059 Rabina Drive on September 5th, 2021. For the court, I have a visual map, which the location of these homes is very important. Now, the Hicks residence is located here on Menandra Way and Verbena Drive, the corner there circled in yellow. Now the defendant, Matthew Lanz. He was 22 years old at the time of this murder. He's now 26. Throughout this trial, you will hear about his family, and you will hear interviews of several of his family members. His father is Scott Lanz. His mother is Teresa Lanz. You will hear about his older brother, Austin, and you will also hear that he is deceased. You will also hear that he has 2 additional sisters. The defendant grew up at this home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard, where he lived with his parents and all of his siblings. Now, back to the map where we've already indicated where the Hicks residence is. Here on this map, you can see the defendant's residence is right behind the Hicks residence. It's important for the court to know that the backs of these houses are actually facing each other. So if you would walk out the back door of the Hicks residence, you would be looking at the back door of the defendant's residence. You're also going to hear that the defendant was a University of Georgia student. He had an apartment up there. It was located at 435 North Church Street, apartment 4, Athens, Georgia. You are also going to hear that the defendant drives a 2008 black Lexus GS 350. Now, having that little understanding as to these parties, I'm going to go through the timeline as to the events that you are going to hear about. So we're going to go to November 17th, 2021. You're going to see numerous surveillance videos throughout this trial of surrounding residents. Here at 7:09, you will see surveillance video of the last known footage of Justin, Amber, and Jacob. This is the last known footage of Amber and Justin being alive, and that's at 7:09 p.m. You're going to hear that the defendant gave an interview in this case, and you will hear that the defendant admits to driving from his Athens apartment to his 600 Delphinium home, the Lanz family home, that night. And just for a quick reminder, that is right behind the Hickses residence. Now, you're going to see some additional surveillance video footage of surrounding residents of the Lanz and Hicks residence. You are going to see that at 9:20 p.m. on November the 17th, 2021, the defendant drives his black Lexus towards the direction of his home. And that is towards his home. And you are going to hear during the defendant's interview that he admits to parking at his house at the 600 Delphinium residence, where he parks in the driveway, and then he admits to going into the backyard, kind of walking around and smoking a cigarette. You will hear that the defendant admits that he never enters inside his home. He only stays outside of the 600 Delphinium house. Now, to just preface some of these surveillance videos, they are incredibly difficult to see because of how dark they are. However, you will hear from Detective Smith in this case, who is going to walk through these videos and show you where to look as to where you can see the defendant walking from to and from his residence to the Hicks residence. So between 9:31 and 9:32, it can be seen the defendant walking around the rear and side of the Hicks residence. Now at 9:32, you will see the defendant walk back towards his residence. And like I said, as this plays, it is difficult to see, but as the evidence is presented to the court, we will point you to where to look. Now, between the times of 9:43 p.m. and 9:44 p.m., you will actually see the defendant again walking the property line. Now at 9:55, you will actually see in this video, as soon as I press play, you will see that a light turns on. At 9:55, you will see the exterior mounted motion sensor light connected to the Hicks residence at 9:55 p.m. Now this light is located right where that window is that I previously told the court about. Now, about 15 minutes later, you will see surveillance footage of the defendant actually leaving the residence away from the Hicks residence. You will hear that the defendant then drove from his 600 Delphinium house back to his apartment in Athens. It's about an hour 45 to 2 hour drive. You will hear that the defendant admits to driving back from his family home to his apartment in Athens. You are going to hear that the defendant's phone was seized when he was taken into custody. A Celebrite extraction was done of his phone, and it will show that between the times of 10:16 p.m. on November the 17th to 12:43 a.m. of November the 18th, so leading into the next morning, his phone was placed into airplane mode. So while the evidence is going to show on his way back to Athens, his phone was in airplane mode. Which leads us to November the 18th, 2021. On that morning, 9:34 a.m., that is when police received a 911 call for a welfare check, trying to get in contact with Justin and Amber. You will hear on that 911 call of a broken window on the back side of the house. And it's there that's when this investigation began. You are going to see body camera and photos of this home. And when officers arrive, this is what they find. They find this broken glass of the back window of the home. Inside, you can hear a dog and you can hear Jacob kind of making some noise on the inside. Now, there is no response with Justin and Amber. You will watch the body camera footage as Officer Brown makes his way, as he's the first officer inside the home, he makes his way into the home where that Christmas tree is. As he looks inside, he sees little Jacob peering around the corner, hiding. Officer Brown will testify that his priority was him, Jacob. He picks up Jacob and gets him out of there. You will hear that Jacob was covered in blood, he was wet, and he had a dirty diaper. It's here in the living room, officers find both Justin and Amber deceased here in the living room. You can see that Christmas tree just right behind them. Crime scene was able to find and locate 3 9mm casings and 2 projectiles. You will hear about more projectiles, and as you hear from the medical examiner, but on scene, that is what's found. You're going to hear that there was 5 gunshot wounds to Justin and Amber, where those gunshot wounds were the cause and manner of death for both Justin and Amber. Shortly thereafter, the 911 call and the investigation began. As investigations take hold, officers and cars are all around this location of the Verbena house, the Hicks household. Around 12 p.m., Teresa Lanz, the defendant's mother, finds out about this murder. Teresa Lanz then goes from the 600 Delphinium house up to the defendant's apartment up in Athens. You will hear that Teresa Lanz arrives to the defendant's apartment around 2:30 p.m. on November the 18th, 2021. You will hear that she found the defendant sleeping at 2:30 in the afternoon and would pound on the door and try to get his attention. When the defendant would then come to his mother at the front door, he was in possession of a firearm. You are going to hear from Scott Lanz in an interview that shortly after Teresa Lanz got to the apartment up in Athens, he would then arrive. He also found the defendant having a firearm. You're going to hear that Teresa and Scott took that firearm from the defendant and a .40 caliber magazine. They would then leave the defendant at his apartment and drive back to the 600 Delphinium house. You are going to hear that the defendant admits that his parents came to his apartment in Athens and that they took his gun from him. Shortly after that, on November the 18th, later that night, officers are actually executing a search warrant of the Lanz household. That is where Teresa and Scott are at the house, and you will hear that Scott tells police, "I took a gun from the defendant and I placed it inside of the house. It's located in a sports coat pocket upstairs in a closet." Officers would then search the house where they would find a Zev OZ 9mm pistol in the upstairs closet in a sport coat jacket. You are going to hear about a DNA examination of that Zev OZ 9mm pistol. You're going to hear from forensic biologist Ted Bill with the ATF that he conducted a DNA comparison of swabs of the pistol to that of the defendant. You are going to hear that the DNA profile of the swabs of the pistol are consistent to that of the defendant. You are also going to hear that there was a firearm examination done of this firearm. And you are going to hear from firearm tool mark examiner Vanna Kelly with the ATF, where she was sent the 3 casings that were found on scene, and then conducted test fires of the Zev OZ 9mm that was sent to her, and compared those 3 casings to the test fires that came from that Zev OZ 9mm. You are going to hear that the casings that are found on the scene were fired by this Zev OZ 9mm pistol. Now, jumping back to the timeline, November 19th, 2021. You are going to hear around 9 a.m., 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Sandy Springs, Georgia. You are going to hear about a 911 call of a burglary in progress. You are going to hear that Sandy Springs police officers arrive to that residence and they find the defendant inside the home, upstairs in this home. You are going to hear that the officers enter that home and command the defendant to come down from the upstairs. You are going to watch the body camera footage of this interaction with the defendant. After several minutes of commanding him to come down, the defendant would make his way down this staircase, dressed fully in camouflage, several layers with mask and a fishing hat. You will then watch as the defendant, as soon as he hits that bottom step, attacks one of the officers there. You will see and watch that the defendant then stabs the Sandy Springs sergeant in the back of the neck multiple times. It is at this point that officers then shoot the defendant twice. They shoot him in the neck, in the right upper chest. You will watch the defendant be taken out of that home and into the front yard where he was subdued, he was tended to, taken to the hospital, and then into custody. Now, I want to talk about the 3 main pieces of evidence that you're going to hear about, and really they're just categories of evidence. Those 3 pieces of evidence are digital evidence, statements, and forensic evidence. What I mean by digital evidence, it's really the evidence that puts the timeline together. The surrounding surveillance videos of homes surrounding the Hicks and the Lanz residence that show the defendant's arrival, the departure, and then in addition to the defendant's phone extraction being placed in the airplane mode. You're also going to hear about Justin and Amber's phone extraction, which showed their last known activity. Now, statements. The defendant's statements to law enforcement, Scott Lanz's statements to law enforcement, and Teresa Lanz's statements to law enforcement. And last, the forensic evidence. This is the defendant's gun. You're going to hear that he is the rightful owner of that gun. He had bought that gun. You're going to hear that the defendant's DNA is on that gun. And the casings that are recovered on scene were fired from that gun. Now, some expectations as we move through this week. There's no video of the murder itself. There was no video on the living room of where this murder occurred. But with the surveillance videos and the circumstantial evidence, we were able to provide that timeline to the court. There are 2 missing casings from the crime scene, because you will hear from Dr. Ashrath that they were shot. There were 5 shots, but there are 2 missing casings. As I previously stated, the surveillance video in the front of the Hicks household is incredibly difficult to see because of the dark nature. However, Detective Smith will show and point where to look at the appropriate times. There is no perfect timeline. There never is. But we will present a timeline for the court to make the findings that we need to make. The defendant's statements during these interviews are odd at times, and you will not hear a specific motive in this case. Now, as the court knows, my duty is that the burden is on us. It's always on us. The burden of proof is always on the state to prove every criminal case as to each essential element of the crime charge beyond reasonable doubt, and that never shifts. Now, your duty this week is to listen to the evidence and ascertain the truth. What I mean by that is that I ask the court to look at the 5 C's. That's the corroboration of the evidence, consistencies and inconsistencies in the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses as they take the witness stand, and the conduct of the parties. And last, just common sense. At the end of the evidence, we will ask that you return a verdict that speaks the truth. There is only one truth in this case, and that truth is that the defendant is guilty to all counts of this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ada Horowitz. Attorney Barrett, would you like to make your opening statement at this point?
It's very short.
Okay, you may proceed.
The object of all legal investigation, obviously, is to seek the truth. This is a very emotional case, very difficult case, as the court pointed out earlier. As the court already knows from your experience, the state has the duty and responsibility of proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And of course, what they say in opening is just what they allege the evidence to be. We'll have an opportunity to test that evidence and talk about it. Matthew believes that he is been set up by either FBI, CIA, or some government agency. I think you'll hear some information about that through his statements. The court will have the ability to listen to those and evaluate those. We believe that, and certainly are confident that the court, after you hear all the evidence in the case, will be able to make an enlightened and fair judgment as to the guilt of Matthew. We'll have an opportunity to come back before the court and talk about what the state's case has proven or not proven. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. State, may call your first witness.
State calls Timothy Hicks. right chair, sir. Just remain standing until it's
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat for me, please. And once you're seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Timothy Johnson Hicks, and Timothy Johsson, Hicks, Hicks, and I go by Tim.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed, ADA.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, we have shown all exhibits to defense counsel. Tim, before you took the stand, did I show you this photograph, State's Exhibit 1?
You did.
All right, and who's in that photograph?
That's Justin, Amber, and Jacob.
Is that fair and accurate in-life photograph of Justin and Amber Hicks?
It is.
At this time, I would tender State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. State 1 is admitted.
May I publish this?
Yes.
All right, Tim, looking here at State's Exhibit 1, you said that it was Justin and Amber. Who is Justin Hicks?
Justin Hicks is my son.
What was his legal name?
Timothy Justin Hicks.
So not exactly a junior, but
Not
close.
junior, close.
And did Timothy Justin Hicks go by Justin?
He did.
How old was he at the time of his death?
At the time of his death, he was 31.
What did he do for a living?
He was a firefighter for Cherokee County, firefighter paramedic.
How long was he with Cherokee County Fire Department?
Before his death, about 6 years.
Did he wear any glasses or corrective lenses or anything?
He did. He wore glasses.
Did he wear them regularly or just at night?
Somewhat regular, but I think mostly for driving and reading and watching TV, things like that.
Who is Amber Hicks?
Amber's my daughter-in-law. She would be Justin's wife.
Did she go by Amber?
She did.
How old was she?
Amber was also 31.
What did she do for a living?
She was an audiology assistant at the time of her death.
Wonderful. How long were they married? Do you remember when they got married?
I believe the year they got married was 2017.
Okay. Do you remember the date?
April, maybe April 12th.
Does April 22nd sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, April 22nd of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm doing math correctly, were they married for about 4 years at the time of their deaths?
They were.
And then here in the photo, we also have this little boy. What is his name?
The little boy is Jacob Raymond Hicks.
When is his birthday?
September 4th of 2019.
Also, prior to taking the stand, did I show you State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that photo?
I did.
And who's that a photo of today?
Can I see it again? I know that I
That's
saw
okay.
it. And
That's okay. State's 3.
that's Jacob.
Is this a more recent photograph?
It's not that old.
And is that a fair and accurate photo of Jacob today, one of the surviving victims in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 3 in evidence.
Any objection? State's 3 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So how old is Jacob today?
Today, Jacob's 6.
Where does he primarily live?
He lives with my wife and I, Charlene.
And your wife, is that Justin's dad?
No, Justin's mom.
I mean, mom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
okay.
Yes. Okay. I want to talk to you about 5059 Verbena Drive. Do you recognize that address?
I do.
And prior to testifying, did you see a photo of that residence?
I have.
Okay. Was that State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that photograph? Had you seen it before?
Yes, ma'am.
How had you seen it before?
I saw it by Justin and Amber, and I believe it one time or another it was probably a Facebook post, and my wife and I both, I think, were text a copy of it.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of their residence at 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection? States 2 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Is this the photo we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall?
Oh, she can show you the.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
And do you recall the significance of this photo or when it was taken?
If I remember correctly, the photo was taken shortly after they moved in.
Was this kind of that obligatory first new home photograph?
Yeah, kind of.
Now that address, 5059 Verbena Drive, what is the city that it's located in?
Acworth.
Is that in Cobb County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who kind of initiated the purchase of this home?
Well, Justin and Amber both saw the home and were looking together, and when they saw this particular home, I believe Amber kind of fell in love with it, and that's kind of the house that she wanted. And so that's the one they aggressively pursued.
Were they excited when they were able to purchase this home?
A whole lot.
Was this a big deal for them?
Yeah.
Now, once they moved into this residence in September of 2021, did they decorate and furnish the house?
Yeah, they decorated and furnished it.
Did they keep it pretty clean?
Clean's not the word for it. I mean, Justin's a neat freak.
Okay. Immaculate, maybe.
Oh yeah, he didn't have a speck of dust or crumb or he's pretty. I'm not saying Amber wasn't, but I know Justin was.
Did they typically, clean up and tidy up before they went to bed at night or relax?
Yeah, typically dishes were done, things were put away. In fact, they even, best I can remember, they prepared for the next day. They had, like Justin would have his uniforms pressed or whatever and ready to go.
Diaper bag packed,
Diaper bag packed, and
What about safety measures? Did they have their house baby proofed for Jacob?
They did. Jacob's room, actually, Justin had turned the bedroom door into a two-way door, maybe like a barn door, where you could open the top or the bottom, and they'd open the top so they could see in, but Jacob couldn't get out without them knowing it. And they had a baby monitor. They had gates on the upper and lower end of the staircase. And if I remember right, they had a gate or two actually on the main level blocking something. And those gates were locking gates. I forget the kind of lock, but it was more or less a child-proof lock.
And do you know whether those child-proof locks were engaged typically when Justin and Amber were still awake at night, but Jacob had already gone to sleep?
If Jacob had gone to sleep and they were sitting up for a little while, the gates were most likely unlocked.
Okay. But they would secure them before
They
bed?
would secure them when they went to bed.
What about locks on, baby locks on doors to the exterior?
They had some of those. They also had some of those little hinge things you put on cabinet doors and things like that. plugs in the sockets and outlets, and
Really made a lot of efforts to keep that house baby proof.
you know,
Did they have a security system?
they did. I believe it was one called Ring. Was it Ring? That's what sounds, or what I remember. I think it was a Ring. One of them at the door, cameras, and you can see it on your cell phone, kind of thing.
And do you know whether they had subscriptions where data stored for things like the footage?
I think they did. I think they had I don't know who the alarm company was, but I believe they did have some sort of, they had some sort of system where it was recorded.
I want to direct your attention to November 17th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Unfortunately, I do.
Do you remember what Justin was doing on November 17th of 2021?
On that particular day, he was off of work. My wife and I were babysitters for Jacob while they worked. And anytime Justin was off, he kept Jacob himself. So I knew that he was off because Jacob was with him. And not sure what all they did that day. Hang on, let me gather my thoughts back.
Well, let me ask you this. So Justin and Jacob were home that day.
On the 17th, yeah, I'm trying to get the date between 17 and 18, right?
I know. It's okay. What kind of car did Justin drive?
Justin drove a black F-150 pickup truck.
And did Amber have her own car as well?
She did. She had a Chevrolet Equinox.
And do you know on November 17th of 2021, were both of their vehicles home?
No, that particular day would have only been Justin's truck because they had gone the night before. Or that, yeah. They dropped it off at a mechanic and needed some sort of repairs, and so they had dropped it off and met up at some point and would have all been in Justin's truck.
Did anything for the time that you had contact with them on November 17th of 2021, did anything seem off to you?
Everything seemed fairly normal.
And now I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yeah, that's where my memories mostly, that's where I'm drawn to trying to answer questions about the 17th.
Why is it that your memory is drawn there? What happened on November 18th of 2021?
My wife and I were in bed asleep. It's early in the morning. And my phone rang, and it was Amber's work, her boss from work. And she had asked if we knew where Amber was. And I told her, no, we don't know what's going on. She said she hasn't reported for work. And I'm like, okay. And it's kind of like spiritual radar went off inside me, and I knew something was wrong. I'm personally a pattern person. And I just keep up with patterns. And I knew that she should be at work. Justin would be off with Jacob. And so I immediately woke my wife up, and I told her, I said, if you're going with me, get in the van, let's go. And we drove to their house in Verbena. And we parked in the driveway, and I noticed first the garage, because that's where, when you pull in, the garage was, which we're facing. Off to the left was the sidewalk that led to the front door. And I ended up going to the front door, and I was banging on it very hard. And I gradually got harder and harder because I wasn't getting any response. And finally I was banging on it so hard it was actually bowing a little bit. And I didn't hear the dog bark. I didn't hear Jacob. I didn't hear anybody. And so I have prior law enforcement experience, so I did go over there armed. And I kind of jumped into law enforcement mode and I started searching the perimeter of the house. I left the front door and I went around to the left side of the house and was walking, edging the wall all the way around, you know, quick peeks and looking. And in the backyard, they have this little breezeway kind of thing, it's like a patio. And when I got to the corner of the house there, where that separates, I did a quick peek, and I saw that the blinds and curtains were flapping in the wind, and there's glass everywhere on the patio. I knew then there'd been some sort of forced entry. I approached the window. My intent was to go in. I approached the window, pushed the blinds back, and I looked in. The first thing I saw was a bunch of glass inside that room. That door and window enters would have been Jacob's playroom. And as I looked in there, I noticed there's lots of glass all on the floor. I peeked a little further and looked to the left. The left would have been their living room or den, or however you want to call it, their TV room, the couch and all of there. And as I peeked in, I saw them. I saw that they weren't okay. And when I saw that, I'd already kind of got into cop mode, and I backed out because I was the only one there, other than my wife and daughter, and they wasn't going to help me clear the house. That wasn't even going to happen. So I backed out the window, and I took a low ready position. And my daughter called 911 and had my wife take the van out of the driveway, parking on the street, and I had both of them get on the opposite side of the van for cover. I didn't know if anyone was still in the house or not.
I want to stop you right there, so I want to slow down just a little.
Okay.
Had you ever gotten a call from Amber's work before?
Never have. I have, but not on things like that. It was generally, I own a woodworking business, and they called a couple of times and want to help with some projects they're working on, but nothing out of the ordinary, like nothing that's a life-changing pattern, you know. It was all other things.
So to your knowledge, had she ever just not shown up to work?
Amber never do that. If she wasn't going, she'd call.
Prior, I know you said you just got that feeling and wanted to get in the car immediately. Did you try to call Amber?
We did. We tried to call both their phones. I had my wife, I think maybe my wife and my daughter calling them as we were driving, or as I was driving.
And were you ever able to get any response from anyone?
No response on either phone, and that just intensified the whole unction. Something's not right.
Did you try texting as well?
Maybe. I don't remember for sure, but probably.
When you say that you all jumped in the car, so who was driving?
I was driving the van, and
who was in the front with you?
my wife would have been in the front seat and my daughter in the back.
And who's your daughter?
Ashley Hicks.
And so Ashley and Justin are brother and sister?
They are.
Who's older?
Justin would be older. And then I have a son, Michael. He would be next, and then Ashley's the baby.
So you mentioned that you have prior law enforcement experience. Where was that?
Cherokee County.
How many years?
Just right about 15 years.
And so when you originally arrived there, where did you park your vehicle or the van?
When I first pulled in, I pulled straight in the driveway beside Justin's truck.
And so your car was basically right next to him at the parking spot?
Right next to the truck in the driveway. The truck would have been to my left as I pulled in.
And when you said that you went to the front door and you were kind of pounding on the door, were your wife and Ashley next to you, or did they stay in the van?
They got out. They wasn't quite up to the door yet. They never really moved too much out of the driveway until I got to the back. And then Charlene just kind of peeked around the corner. And that's when I told her, I said, get back. Move the van up to the street. And actually, you call 911. And then both of you get on the opposite side of the van and stay down, hunker down and stay there.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to tender States Exhibits 4, 5, and 6. States Exhibit 4 is the business record certificate from Cobb County 911 Communications. States Exhibit 5 is the 911 audio recording of Ashley Hicks, and States Exhibit 6 is the CAD report. Both the audio and CAD report are covered by the business record certificate in States 4.
Any objection to 4, 5, and 6? States 4, 5, and 6 are admitted.
And Your Honor, can we go ahead and publish States Exhibit 5?
Yes.
What's the location of your emergency?
Hi, I'm here to report a break-in.
What's the address?
That is the address. 1 second, ma'am. What's the address? $50-59 Verbena.
359 Verbena?
5059 Verbena.
And what is your name?
We need someone here immediately.
What is your name?
Ashley Hicks.
Your
My
telephone
brother
number?
and his wife and a 2-year-old son are missing.
What's your telephone number?
678 523 7974.
All right, and tell me exactly what's going on.
What, ma'am?
Tell me exactly what has happened.
So, my sister-in-law's work called saying that she hasn't called in today and it's out of character for her. So we stopped by their house and investigated the area trying to see if they made a tip. And one of the windows in the back is broken.
There's a window in the back that's broken.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you guys gone inside the house?
No.
Okay.
My father is, my father's a retired cop, and he does have a gun with him for
But
defense.
you guys are waiting outside for the officers, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We are standing at the edge of the street.
All right, give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 second to type in what you said, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You said it was a back glass of the door or just a window?
The window, ma'am. We don't know if anyone's still in the house. The father's kept us all outside and away from the house.
All right, now I've got it in for dispatch. So you guys have not went inside the residence. And where did you say you were standing?
We're standing by the driveway.
Are there?
Kind of on the road. I am wearing a purple hoodie. My dad is wearing a gray sweatshirt. And my mother is wearing a black hoodie. Again, we are unsure if there's anybody still in the house. We currently haven't heard anything. But we haven't checked, so we're unsure.
Okay. Now, as far as the family, are their cars gone or Like normally, would you see a car in a driveway and it's not there, or it is there?
There are typically 2 cars. My brother, his wife, and their son went to drop off his wife's car. So far, only the truck is here. And no one has heard from them so far in about 11 to 12 hours.
What's your brother's name?
Justin Hicks, Timothy Justin Hicks.
What's his wife's name?
Amber Hicks.
And how many children do they have?
Just one. He is a 2-year-old named Jacob Raymond Hicks.
Okay. Now, as far as anything else with you guys looking at the house, I'm not asking you to go back down there. Do you see anything else that looks like it's been disturbed or that it doesn't look right?
Not that I could see. I went around the house with my father, and all we noticed was a broken window.
And that you know of, that window was not broken before?
No, ma'am. My father said for the police need to get here now, or he's going to go in.
They're on the way. I would suggest that you stay there and wait for them.
He said EMT needs to get here too.
The what?
EMT needs to get here too.
Who's injured?
In case. He said just in case. We don't know if anyone's still inside or not.
Okay.
We're now across the other side of the street in a neighbor's driveway. We're trying to stay away from the house.
And you guys have tried calling them on their phones and they're not answering? Is that correct? Ashley?
We'll now publish part 2 of that same call.
Hello?
Hey, we got disconnected.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times before going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. According to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
Okay.
Do you know how long police will get here?
They're responding emergency. You guys just stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you said they're responding emergency.
I've got 4 officers that are on the way, so you guys just wait there and let them check the home, okay?
Yes, ma'am. She said 4 officers are on the way.
get there. That way you can let me know if you see anything or if anything changes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They're coming emergency. They're running lights and sirens, and the sergeant is also en route. You guys just stay where you are, okay? I'll let you know when I show their close.
Yes, ma'am. She said they're responding emergency. The sheriff is also inbound.
No, the sergeant.
He has listed ETA.
They're responding lights and sirens. Just hold on.
She said they're responding lights and sirens. He's asking if you could radio them what their ETA is. He's a retired cop from Cherokee.
One second, I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. Nothing yet. Ma'am, are you still there?
I'm still here.
One just pulled up. Cobb County Police.
All right, and you can let me go. They're there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tim, was anyone found alive inside that residence?
Jacob was eventually.
What about any pets?
They had a dog named Bruno and a cat named Cat. Yeah, cat's name was Cat. Bruno, the officers eventually brought Bruno and Jacob out of the house. I'd like, if you don't mind, I want to say that during that 911 call, I haven't told my wife or daughter anything about what I saw. I left it alone, and I guess my wife was kind of having unctions as well, and that's what you hear in the background, her screaming out.
Is that why you went ahead and asked for EMT?
Yeah.
Okay, when your daughter said just in case.
When I saw them inside the house, based on my experience, I knew that they were gone and there was no bringing them back from what I saw. But yeah, I asked anyway.
And at that point, had you laid eyes on Jacob? Did you know whether he was
I did
alive?
not see Jacob at all. I was very concerned about it. Honestly, my first thought was that he'd also been killed.
When you finally laid eyes on Jacob, was he crying?
He was not saying anything or crying. The officer that brought him out was a black officer. I think his name was Winston. I think. And he brought him out, and Jacob was basically catatonic. He had a blank stare on his face. He wasn't crying. He wasn't saying a word. He just hung in Officer Winston's arm like a sack of potatoes. And Officer Winston brought him over to my wife and I at the van. And normally when Jacob would see Nana, he'd just bubble up. He did nothing. He didn't acknowledge anything.
Had you ever seen him like this before?
Never have.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing pajamas, a long sleeve shirt and pajama pants bottom, and his pajamas had been covered in blood, and it was dried.
The blood was dry.
It was dried on his clothes, and it bled through to his skin.
Do you remember whether his pajamas were otherwise dry or wet?
He had on a diaper. I don't know how many times he'd gone in it, but it was heavy. I mean, he was wet for sure. I don't remember if he had number 2 or not, but he was wet more than once.
A heavy diaper is the way you
A
described
heavy
it.
diaper.
Did he have anything in his hands?
Yeah. He was clutching Justin's glasses. And he wouldn't let go of them. We pried them from his hand. And I believe, I don't remember for sure if it was me or who, but we ended up giving them to the detectives, the glasses.
Are those glasses that that Justin would use to watch TV?
Yeah.
Now, developmentally, was Jacob a fairly normal 2-year-old?
Absolutely.
Was he attached to his parents?
Yes.
Did he often try to get their attention?
Yeah. Yeah, if he wanted something, he didn't have a problem trying to get somebody's attention to get it or whatever. Still don't. But
If his parents were on a call or busy or preoccupied, would he get frustrated if he couldn't get their attention?
yeah, he would keep pursuing.
Kind of like any 2-year-old.
Like any 2-year-old.
Do you know what time he woke up back around that time? Typically,
Typically, he would wake up probably between 6 and 6:30 in the morning. The habit, I mean, he woke up pretty, he kept steady with the pattern even when Justin was off and kept him. But the pattern is when Charlene and I would watch him, he would get up about 6:30, and Justin and Amber would get ready for work, and Amber would drop him off at our house to babysit for the day, and he was up by then, stayed up usually.
and so typically when he woke up between 6 and 6:30 in the morning, would he have a diaper change?
Oh yeah, he would have his diaper changed.
Was he potty trained at all when he was?
Not then, no.
Now, was he able to change himself or put on his own clothes or anything?
Not then.
And so Justin and Amber would wake him up, change diaper, put clothes on.
Right.
What about feeding himself? Who typically prepared his breakfast?
Amber and Justin would occasionally, if Justin was off from work, and then usually he had breakfast when he got to our house.
Is that still pretty early?
Excuse me?
Is that still pretty early in the morning?
Yeah, by then there'd be 8 o'clock maybe.
Now, was he able to get anything out of the refrigerator or go into the pantry himself and make his own breakfast back when he was 2?
No, not then.
Able to get himself any water or anything like that?
No.
Now, by 10 o'clock in the morning, had he typically eaten by then?
Yeah, usually by then he'd had his food and probably a couple of cups of juice or something from a sippy cup.
Snacks?
Probably snacks, yeah.
Now, on that day, do you remember once he came out of the home, did he eat at all?
The best I know that he had not eaten since dinner time the night before.
Did you have him checked out by EMS?
the EMS was on the scene, and I remember it was a female EMT or paramedic. I'm not sure what her title was, but she was a medic. I knew that. And she stayed kind of close to us. And at one point, Jacob still hadn't come around. It took a few hours for him to even realize he was still in the world. And when he, the EMT lady, she was a little concerned and said, if he don't come around soon, we probably need to transfer him to the hospital. But before that took place, he did come around. It was almost like he'd woke up from a bad dream. He just like woke up and, Nana, you know.
After he had been with Nana for a long time.
She's holding him, yeah, but before that he didn't even move. He just laid there.
Now, did that behavior continue for some days after? Or?
Not that particular behavior, but a little quieter than the average 2-year-old maybe.
And y'all had watched him regularly, so
since he was 2 months old.
Okay, so quieter than you had seen him previously.
Yeah, he was kind of a little bit docile for several days after.
Did he have any cuts or anything on his feet or his hands?
I didn't notice any cuts or anything on him.
So you had mentioned that there was kind of blood on his PJs that had kind of soaked through even to his skin. Was any of that blood, best you could tell, from Jacob himself?
That blood came from the crime scene.
Now, obviously you spoke to officers on scene. Could you think of anyone in this world who would have wanted to hurt Justin and Amber?
I cannot think of one person that would be considered their enemy. I mean, both of them just easygoing, likable kind of people. Kind of when they walked in a room, kind of lit it up, and without being flamboyant, made their presence was known. It was just someone pleasant to be around. Often if you felt a little uneasy, they had this unspoken way of bringing about a certain amount of calm. And Justin, he takes after me. He's a jokester, so he's always joking about something and cutting up about something. And he and I would razz each other back and forth about something. We like to fish together quite a bit, and he's always competitive when we go. It's just the two of us, but you would think it was a Bassmaster Classic between us. It often was, but yeah.
Thank you so much. The defense may have some questions.
Might be appropriate time for a break. We've been going for about an hour and a half and giving Mr. You don't have any questions? Okay.
May he be released from the subpoena?
Yes, is there any objection to Mr. Hicks being excused and released from the subpoena?
No.
Okay, Mr. Hicks, you can step down and you can remain in the courtroom if you'd like.
All
right. Let's come back at about 10:45. We'll get started and state you can call your next witness. We'll stand in recess.
Wow. So that was definitely some testimony for us, right? I was not I was not expecting that. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Like I was not expecting that. I was not aware that the dad had found them. So yeah, not sure about that. Whoa. That was very heartbreaking to hear this morning. In regards to him getting that feeling, like when her job was calling, he knows that that's not something that was normal or typical or of how she would do. And he got a feeling after calling to go to the house, right? Well, thank you, thank you, Jason. I tell you, like, oh my. So that right there is just like, whoa. Hey, SD. And I'm like getting all irritated with the 911 operator. And that's why I was like, Donna, where's she at? Where's she at? Because I know she's our operator that knows something about something, right? And I'm like irritated over here, like, okay, why is she asking all these questions? Like I'll be on the phone, like they probably don't ever want to talk to me because I'm probably gonna be way hysterical. But I know that you have to be kind of I guess the operator has to be calm because, of course, they don't want to be as hysterical as the caller or make things more exciting, right? But good grief, I would have been so hyped up, like, oh man, when I would have hung up on her and when the call disconnected, when she would have called back, she probably wouldn't have got me. Like, I would have been just so over it. Like, no way we about to ask all these questions. No. Look, I done told you, my dad done came up here. We haven't heard from my sister and brother. This is the address. I don't know what's going on. Glass is broken. No, we have not went in the house. Send everybody. Everybody. That would have been me. So the operator probably would have been mad at me. And when the phone would have disconnected, that would have been the last time she would have heard from me. I wouldn't have answered probably. So she handled herself very, very, very well, at least on the other end of things. And thank goodness, I guess, the dad, he testified to kind of protecting and shielding his wife and his daughter, not going into more information about what he had actually saw. He testified that he didn't really tell them everything that he saw. He just kind of, hey, B-Nerds, welcome. Yeah, he definitely was. And he put the mama and the daughter and he told them, y'all go out there on the street. Y'all go over there by the van. Yeah, dad was for real about it because he didn't know. And I'm assuming the baby wasn't making any noises or anything at that point in time because he didn't even hear the baby. You say, Pretty Brown, you say your fiance the same way. Like, I would have been so hysterical. I would have been mad. Like, she wouldn't have been able to ask me all those questions. And I guess that's why I'm like, I know they want the information, but I would have been so hysterical, not even because I know anything, because the daughter, she really didn't know anything. But no, we're not about to sit up here and go through a question and answer session. Like, that is not what we're going to do, ma'am. Like I just said, get here. Yeah, they cars in the driveway. Well, when the last time, how many times did y'all call? Like, well, I don't know how many times we called. I'm telling you that they didn't answer the phone. The rhyme and the reason I don't know about. Hey, Frank, good morning. Yeah, I'm gonna unpause the other trial, the other hearing in just a second. I can't talk in both rooms, so I'll do it in a second. Since we on break over here. But yeah, they probably would have heard my 911 call. Hopefully it doesn't never happen where y'all have to hear a 911 call from SweetP on a trial. But if y'all hear my 911 call, y'all gonna be like, I don't even know why they came out there because she's so ratchet, she's so mean. Don't nobody will come out there and help her because I'll probably be hot to mess. So just so y'all kind of understand, I'm kind of like peeling back some layers, and I know some people are wondering, well, why did he do this? So, hey, Northwest, so it's to my understanding when we are looking at this case, and that's why I tried to explain to y'all a little bit, is it sounds like what they're trying to say is this family had just moved there 73 days prior to this incident. So remember, they had only been there for 73 days. There was a prior family that was staying there, and that was the Wells family. It's to my understanding that Matthew's brother, Austin, was stalking and bothering the people in his same home prior to this incident. So I am starting to think that for some reason, Matthew either wanted to finish off what his brother Austin started, or he wanted to get revenge for what his brother Austin started, or he was just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and that's what the family's dynamics is, and that's why he went over there, because this is something that they have been doing. Because remember, 2 days later, Matthew was in somebody else's house. And during that incident in somebody else's house, he ended up, when the officers arrived, he ended up stabbing an officer. You said you think that the B-Nerds, yeah, right? Dang, that's messed up. Right? I would want, or the company or something. But will you ever be able to sell a house or do anything with something like that? You would never think that even if you disclose that information, just like Northwest said, Austin was he had already committed suicide before they bought the house. So like, why? I don't know if they really, because they probably thought the threat was gone. Like, who would have knew that his cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs brother was out there on the same type of time? Yeah, but like, who would have knew? So no, I don't know if they would have disclosed that, because who would have even thought that? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's plenty of houses that people buy or go in, and people have passed away or have been redrummed in them. So I'm pretty sure it's plenty of houses and we don't know, right? Probably sitting in the house right now that we don't know, some shit went down. Unless your house brand new, built from the ground up. And then maybe it's the soil up under it that got some people. I have no clue. But it's a lot of things that are not typically disclosed. But that is like, what are the chances? Like, really? Oh, that's a good thing, B-Nerds. Yeah, I've never like really researched the address to see if anything happened in it before I went in that home. Like, the most I'll do is ride past the neighborhood and see how many kids out there. I will try to search and see if there's any SA offenders in the area. But other than that, that's like the most I'll do.
Now, when you arrived at that location, what
That's what I do gotta do. Now for the Walsh hearing, I don't know. I know some people may have been over there watching that hearing. I'm not sure how long that hearing is gonna be today, but I'll keep it kind of planned and I'll just pause it only when we're on breaks and I need to talk to everybody. So unfortunately, and I'll condense it and make it actually a very a no fluff version of that hearing also. You said you think you need Maddie to answer our questions today? You got to summons Maddie. Maddie. Oh, he's so handsome. I know that's right, pretty brown. I know that's right. look, some of us don't have that luxury. Look. Like we be so glad that we could get something. Look, be so glad we could get something. We don't care. Thank you for having me. Oh, you said 2 redrums and a kidnapping and somebody stalking, but you gonna give me the place? Cool. How much is the down payment? How much is the down payment? I can pay first and last month if you need. What's up? Look, we gotta do what we gotta do. That is definitely a truth. Look, you'll lock your door, get a good top-notch security system, whatever I gotta do, but thanks for the place. He said, OnlyFans said, I'm a sucker for a good deal. Yeah, I think we all are. All right, they are back in court, so I'm gonna put us back in. That way I can put the other courtroom back into their session also. All right, guys.
Just want to remind everyone, if you are on Zoom, motor vehicles should not be operated in any way if you are on camera. So just need to remind everybody of that. But it's a motor vehicle. Now, I can't stop you, but you all see it, so y'all can make a decision. What y'all want to do. I just don't want anybody getting hurt while you're watching the proceedings and And I also need to remind everyone who's on Zoom that their devices should be muted. You might want, if somebody does know it, might want to just tell them to go off camera, so you can listen but be off camera. Yeah.
Sorry, Your Honor, I had to run downstairs.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
They didn't know it was up here.
Oh, okay. All right, we are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-00922. All parties are present. Any agreement? You may call your next witness.
At this time, State calls Officer Matt Brown.
Thank you. I apologize, Attorney ADA Warwick.
Good morning. You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I swear to God.
Thank you. Have a seat for me, and once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
All right, it's Matthew A. Brown, MATTHEWABROWN.
Okay, you may proceed, and for the record, there is no familiar relationship between the court and the witness. Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Brown, how are you employed?
I'm employed with Cobb County Police, sir.
And how long have you been employed with the Cobb County Police Department?
Since 2004.
Now, in what capacities have you worked for the Cobb County Police Department since 2004?
I worked the road for about 10 years. I was transferred to Special Operations DUI Task Force in 2014. I spent 5.5 years there, and then in 2020, I think January 2020, I went to the STEP unit, which investigates all serious injury and fatal crashes in Cobb County. The STEP unit? STEP.
And if you'll bring the microphone just a little bit closer, thank you. Now, since 2004, have you been post-certified?
Yes, there was a short gap where I left the department for 10 months to complete a degree and came right back.
Now, so since getting that degree, have you been post-certified?
I have, yes, sir.
And then what does it mean to be post-certified?
You've been through the minimum requirements that the state of Georgia has put aside to be trained as an officer.
Now, I want to jump to November the 18th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was.
In what capacity?
We were actually answering calls for Precinct 1. They had some training as an entire precinct, so we were covering the road for them, answering calls.
Now, when you say responding for calls, what does that mean?
Someone calls 911, they'll dispatch us out to it. So we weren't doing our step duties. We were answering calls for service.
Now, at some point, were you dispatched to 5059 Verbena Drive in Acworth?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Cobb County?
It is.
What were you being dispatched to?
Kind of a welfare check, missing persons, possible missing persons. I think it was also, there was some forced entry, so possible burglary, so it was kind of a serious call.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been included in the evidence. Exhibit 6. What kind of document is this?
That is the CAD report from 911.
No, what is a CAD report?
It records the first time the 911 call was put in, and then everything from that point on, address, time, who was dispatched, when they arrived, anything we say in the radio to dispatch, they'll add it to the call.
So does it document as soon as that call comes in, the 911 call comes in?
Yes, sir.
In this document, what time was this 911 call created?
showing 9:34 and 43 seconds.
Is that AM or PM?
AM.
And so for this incident here, is that the time that the first 911 call came in?
Pretty close to it.
And so once this phone call came in, around what time did you arrive?
I think it was close to 9:45, a couple minutes before that, maybe 9:43.
Now, when you arrived to that location, what observations did you have?
There were a couple people already at the residence, family members of Mr. and Mrs. Hicks.
Now, where did you come in contact with them?
I believe as I was getting out of my car, I believe they met me in the road, right near their driveway.
Now, did you kind of get a rundown from them of what they had observed?
Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with that information?
Realized we needed to check the perimeter. They said there was a busted window in the back of the residence, so that's where we went to.
All right. And so did you actually make your way around the house at that point?
We did cut through the side of the yard and right to the back door.
Now, when you got to the back door, what did you observe?
A window to the right of the back door. There were two back doors, one on each side of the house. On the right side of the house, there's a window to the right that was busted out.
Did you notice any glass?
A little bit of glass on the concrete. Most of the glass was inside it was like a sunroom on the floor.
Now, when you were outside of that window, could you really see into the house?
Initially, no, because there was a set of blinds blocking everything. They were pulled down. We moved those. You still couldn't see inside them.
Could you hear anything from the interior of the house?
A dog barking loudly.
Could you hear a child?
Not at first. When we moved the blinds, I could hear a child's voice, a small child's voice.
So once you're in front of this window, what did you do next?
We knew we needed to get inside. We checked the doors, and they were both locked. So I decided to crack out the remaining pointy shards of the window so I could make entry.
And were you able to make an entry?
I did. Yes, sir.
So once you were inside the home, kind of walk me through what you observed.
There's glass all over the floor. I looked up and I saw probably like a 2-year-old child peek around a corner. Seemed to be pretty scared. As I walked further into the living room, I saw Mr. and Mrs. Hicks deceased. I believe Mrs. Hicks was on the couch and Mr. Hicks was on the floor, kind of sitting up. He had a toy on his leg. First thing I wanted to do was go check on the child.
Now, when you said that you wanted to check on the child, kind of walk me through that.
Well, he looked very young. It being about almost 10 o'clock in the morning, I figured he'd been by himself for a while. I wanted to check on him. When I spoke to him, I could tell he was soaking wet and he had blood all over his pajamas. Diaper appeared pretty full. I mean, like he has not been changed since the night before.
So once you came in contact with this child, what did you do next?
When I saw the child, I actually went and forgot to unlock the door for my partners to get in. So I went back and unlocked the door, and I went and got the child. He was in a front office room, right on a desk, and I think he's holding a set of reading glasses. Checked on him as soon as I found out he was okay. I picked him up and carried him through the front door. I had to unlock the front door and went around and gave him to his relatives.
Now, after giving the child to his relatives, what did you do next?
Went back around to the window and met with Justin's father, and I believe it was Amber's father as well.
And, just generally, what kind of conversation were you having with the fathers?
I believe they suspected that it was going to be bad news, and I had to give them the bad news that Justin and Amber were deceased, but their grandson was okay, and I had turned them over to other relatives before talking to them.
Now, once you kind of had this conversation, what did you do next in your investigation?
At that point, we needed to clear the rest of the house, make sure that if there was a burglar inside, he was not still inside.
And, kind of for the judge, what does it mean to clear a house?
We go room for room. We're checking anywhere that a person could be hiding to make sure there's no one hiding inside.
And did you search the upstairs bedrooms and the sort of this home?
Yes, we did.
And for the court, can you describe kind of the state of the upstairs?
Very clean. Everything seemed to be in order. Nothing was displaced. Found items of value, handguns and rifles still in the closet, not touched.
Now, were you equipped with a body camera that morning?
I was.
And was it operating that day?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Prior to testimony, did we meet?
We have, yes.
And were we able to go over your body camera from that evening or that morning?
Yes, sir.
And was that body camera a fair and accurate copy of the recording from your body camera that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Any objection? State 7 is admitted.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
And for the record, we are starting this body camera at 17 minutes and 30 seconds.
Good morning. How are you? Cherokee. How are you? This is my son's daughter-in-law's house. Okay. I'm a dad. And this is my son's wife's dad. Amber, who's the daughter, their work called us this morning and she had reported for work. Okay. And out here in the window in the back busted completely out. Okay. Can't get them to come to the door. Alright. At this point, they go in.
Yep, well, we'll go check it out. What's your son's name?
Justin.
Justin and Amber? He's a firefighter. Okay. Alright. We'll walk back there. Yep. What kind of dog? Has he been barking yet? Have you heard him barking? Yeah, just stand by with us. We'll get the dog. Neighbor the other day? No, I did not. All right. You got a pit mix, they said?
You go in, they'll let kitchen lights on. That's the kitchen, dining room, living room,
okay.
Baby playroom, upstairs.
All right, I'm gonna see, will this lead into the house too?
Yeah, but there's 2 doors, you gotta go through that.
All right.
Other than that, yep, you are.
Cobb County Police! Hey Bruno, what's up, Bruno? Already broken it. Come on. Here, Jacob.
Call police!
Jacob. Hello? Hey. Hey, keep him out. Hey, baby, how are you? Okay, come here. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, how are you? Okay, come here. Come here. Come here. Stay right there. Stay right there. I'm gonna play with this kid real quick.
Take the kid out or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure there's. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, where they at? Where's Granddad? Where's Granddad? Okay, go get Granddad for me.
What's wrong?
Who are you?
I'm his mother. The son lives here.
Okay. I need to speak to your husband.
He's in the back.
Okay, just hang out here for me. Guys. We got Jacob with female up here. Yeah. And they're both in there. No. They're both in there. What? They okay? No. They're not. Looks like they're both. No. Well, I don't know the. They're upstairs. They're downstairs right on the couch.
You got your seat? Go back.
We got a hold for now. Sergeant's on his way.
What's it look like that happened shot? What?
I don't know. I looked at them.
They're both laying on the sofa right there in front of the TV.
They're both gone.
No.
Where was the baby?
He's running around. Yeah. And I don't know what time it happened. There was a dog pee on the floor. So. Yeah, we got.
Ask a favor of you. Just wait out here. Let us finish what we got going on and come back and answer questions. Okay. We can't let anybody in front of the house. We can't let anybody.
I walked off. I'm retired lieutenant of Cherokee. Detective for years. I know to go through and do nothing. Can you get y'all the way back there? I didn't know we were just on the downstairs wall because it's all that stuff. Y'all clear any of the names over here? I saw you got the kid out now. Yeah, that's it. All of it? We'll check. I think he said he got the right side too.
I got this left door. You got that one?
You got to hold on to your way now. I'm going to
Clear. Coming out. We're checking this fall.
For the record, I'm stopping State's Exhibit 7 at 26. Now, officer, prior to your entry to the window in the back, were all the doors locked?
The back 2 doors were locked, and when we went out the front, that one was locked. I don't know about any other doors.
And really, for your entry to this house, was it that window?
I'm sorry?
For the entry for yourself, was it the window that had already been busted out?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I want to talk about the little boy, Jacob.
Yes.
We kind of see you in the video kind of grab him in that media room, but then stick out a hand. Can you go over that action?
I guess I just wanted to be less traumatizing to him and just kind of put out a hand like I would do, with my kids when they were that small.
Let me ask you it this way. You described Jacob as being wet.
Yes.
And on his clothing, could you see blood on him?
Yes, pajamas were wet, and he had blood stains all over his on the front of his clothing.
Now, was the dampness to his clothing just on his bottoms, or was it on the tops as well?
It was pretty much everywhere.
Now, I want to show you some photos. Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize them?
They're taken from my body camera footage.
The body camera footage we just watched?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection? States 8 and 9 are admitted.
May I call the judge?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 8. Now, where is this screenshot taken?
That's in the living room, so the window is going to be kind of behind me to the left, and the front door is straight ahead. Bathroom is on the right, and Jacob's in like a little office area at the front of the house.
Now, into the right of Exhibit 8, kind of right here, is this Jacob standing right here?
It is.
Is this really one of the first times seeing Jacob once in the house?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 9. Who is this that we see here?
That's Jacob.
And what is Jacob holding?
A set of reading glasses, or eyeglasses.
Now, it might be hard to see, but I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Now, we kind of see some smudging on the front of the pajamas here. Is that what you remember to be blood?
Yes.
And at this point, were you worried about getting blood on your hands?
Yes.
And is that why you kind of waited to the last second to pick him up and take him to his family?
Combination of the blood and being wet.
Now, once you gave Jacob back to the family and you cleared the house, did you have any additional involvement really in the case?
Not at this point, no, sir. We stood by for crimes against persons. Detectives to arrive.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with questions.
Good morning, Officer Brent.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Just a few questions that I need to ask you. Were you the first officer on the scene that appeared with your body cam?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you walked around to the back of the door, you noticed that the window was broken.
Correct.
Okay, and the shade was down.
Yes.
Were all the other shades down on the windows?
I don't remember. I remember that one. That's about the only one I remember.
Okay. And we saw on the body cam where you took your baton and knocked some more of the glass out.
Yes, sir.
So that you could get through. Was there a good bit of glass still in the window?
I would say majority of it was already broken. It was just some shards around the edges that I broke.
Would it have been difficult for somebody, say, your size to get in that window with the glass configuration the way it was without breaking out some more of it?
I don't think it would be very difficult in my configuration with the uniform on. I think just regular clothes, you would be able to get in there.
Okay. But if you had a coat on or something like that, would it have been more difficult?
I don't know. It would be difficult in my uniform with the vest, and you're kind of top heavy. It's just kind of awkward.
Okay. Was there any of the glass that you saw that appeared to have any blood on it at all?
I didn't. I wasn't looking for that.
Didn't look for that?
No, sir.
And from what you can tell, when you break a window, the glass usually goes into the room.
Yes.
So this would appear as though it was broken from the outside in rather than from the inside out.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say?
Yes.
You told us that the dog Bruno, when he first came to the window, was barking pretty loudly. We could hear the dog barking the entire time you were there.
Yes, sir.
And did it appear as though the dog was upset because somebody was in the house that you didn't know?
Initially, yes, sir. As soon as I kind of spoke to the dog, he calmed down.
Okay. And I think you indicated that the front door was locked and the back door was locked, but you're not real sure about all the other doors in the house.
That's correct. I didn't check any other doors. Those are the three that I had experience with.
Okay. And we saw that the TV was on.
Yes.
You came in the room. I also noticed going up the stairs was the TV clicker. Do you remember seeing that?
I remember seeing something on the stairs. I don't remember what it was, but there was something on the stairs.
Okay. Do you remember how many stairs up that clicker would have been?
Probably halfway up.
Okay. Did you see any other TV clickers down around the couch area?
No, but I wasn't looking for stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't.
That was in the detective that.
They probably did a fine tooth comb of the scene.
Where was the child's bedroom, if you remember?
If I'm not mistaken, it's up the stairs to the right.
And I didn't see any shell casings in your video. You were not looking for those either.
I didn't see any. My focus was on the kid when I first got in there. I didn't look for any shell casings.
When you came to the back door where the window was broken, did you see any item that would have broken the window, like a rock or a stick or anything that may have been used to break that window out?
I don't recall anything, no, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
And released from subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Mark Gaskew.
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and so help you God.
I swear.
Please have a seat for me. Once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Mark Gasque, that's M-A-R-K-G-A-S-Q-U-E. I work for the Cobb County Police Department.
Wonderful. How long have you been a sergeant for Cobb County Police?
10 years.
And how many years total have you been with Cobb County Police?
19.
Are you post-certified?
I am.
I want to jump right into November 18th of 2021. Where were you assigned at that point in time as a sergeant?
I was a sergeant in our major crimes homicide division.
And what are the job responsibilities of a sergeant with major crimes?
You triage the calls that come in. Obviously, you handle and delegate the case assignments, and then obviously you monitor the investigation as it goes through.
Are you still a detective as a sergeant with major crimes?
I am, yes, ma'am.
So you do detective work as well as supervising?
I do.
Okay. And as part of the supervision responsibilities you have, does that include crime scene technicians?
Yes, when I was in homicide, the crime scene technicians fall underneath the sergeants of the unit.
Were you working back on November 18th of 2021?
I was.
All right, and at that point in time, do you recall what your hours were just in terms of days versus evenings?
I worked the day shift.
Now, was that a weekday?
It was.
So were you actually in the office on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did you get a call regarding 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yeah, I believe it was just before 10 a.m. that morning.
Is that here in Cobb County?
It is.
All right, what did you do upon receiving notification of a call coming from 5059 Verbena Drive?
So when you receive a call like that, and obviously this one was involving 2 deaths, so it's a little bit larger of a response, you begin delegating. First, you assign who's going to be your primary detective, who's going to be his secondary, which crime scene technicians are going to go, who's typing search warrants. You just start laying out a plan.
How many detectives worked under you approximately back in 2021?
On day shift, I believe we were between 10 and 12 of us.
And typically, are really all 10 to 12 of you working on the case at the same time?
Yes.
In this particular case, who was assigned to the lead agent?
Detective Standard.
Did you actually respond to the scene that day?
I did.
All right, and prior to taking the stand today, did you and I have the opportunity to go through crime scene photos?
Yes, we did.
And was that taken by someone you supervised as the crime scene technician?
Correct. I was the crime scene supervisor that day.
Very good. And so prior to testifying, did you look at States Exhibits 10 through 305?
Yes.
Okay, and all of those have previously been shown to defense counsel. Are all of those photos true and accurate photographs of the scene as you observed it on November 18th of 2021?
They are.
Statements to tender States Exhibit 10 through 305.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 10 through 305 are admitted.
Very good. And may I begin publishing?
Yes.
All right, we won't go through every single one of these, but there's your little here.
Yeah, some of these are duplicious,
Okay, thank you.
similar.
All right, and so noted for the record.
All right, so starting here with States Exhibit 10, what is being documented in States 10?
This is the mailbox. It's to show the physical address of the home.
States Exhibit 12 here. What is this walkway we're looking at in States 12?
This is the sidewalk leading from the driveway we were just looking at around to the front door of the home.
Now we can see here, kind of in the Pine Straw area, ADT security. Was there an ADT security system?
Yes, there was, and it was actively monitored, an active account.
And was that like a video surveillance system or just an alarm system?
Just an alarm system.
States Exhibit 13, what are we looking at here?
This is the front door of the home.
States Exhibit 15, what am I pointing out in States Exhibit 15 on the door frame?
That's a Nest doorbell camera.
Now, were you able to determine whether there was any active storage or footage from that front doorbell camera?
We were, and there was not. It was a live only viewing subscription, so no stored data.
State's Exhibit 17. What am I pointing at in State's Exhibit 17?
That's a newspaper beside the mailbox.
I'm looking at State's 19 here. Did it have the date of that newspaper?
Correct. Thursday, November 18th, so the morning we were out there.
So obviously not been picked up.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 20. What type of truck do we see in the driveway?
That's a Ford F-150.
Is it customary to take kind of 360-degree angle of vehicles that are in or within premises?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 22, is that one of those photographs?
Correct, of the same truck.
State's 23.
And that would be the other side of the truck.
Then State's 24.
And the rear of the truck.
All right. Was there any damage that you noted to this vehicle?
No.
State's Exhibit 25 here. What are we looking at in State's 25?
So this would be the garage doors directly behind that truck, and then a side door to the home just past that flag.
State's Exhibit 27.
Yep, and we're continuing down that sidewalk just past the garage doors to that side door.
The side door, is that what I'm pointing at on the
Correct.
right-hand side?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 28 here. Is this a kind of straight-on view of that side door?
Correct, as if we're continuing down the sidewalk.
Up in this corner near that side door, is there another sort of camera?
Yes, I believe that was another Nest camera, and then also live view only, so no paid subscription.
Now, State's Exhibit 29 here. Do you recall whether this door was locked or unlocked?
It was locked, yes.
In State's Exhibit 30, what was to the left side of that door?
A delivered package.
State's Exhibit 32, what side of the house are we on now?
I believe you'd be on the south side of the house, so this is continuing past the door we were at, so the side of the driveway.
And what do we see up in the corner of the house?
That's a motion floodlight.
State's Exhibit 33.
That's continuing around the side of the home we were just looking at, so now we're in the backyard.
State's Exhibit 34.
Again, continuing around toward the back door of the home and the patio.
State's Exhibit 35.
And that would be the back patio, so we're looking straight at the rear of the home.
State's Exhibit 36.
That's a sunroom, or I believe it was the playroom for Jacob, and where their Christmas tree was inside that room.
Now, is it customary to kind of continue taking photos all the way around the house?
It is, yes, ma'am.
So State's Exhibit 37, are we making our way further around the house?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 39, is this continuing to walk the perimeter of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 41, where is this vantage point?
So now we would be on the north side of the home, looking toward the front of the home there.
Now we're going to focus on that kind of rear patio area. Was there any other damage on the exterior of this home, with the exception that of the window we're about to focus on?
No.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 42 here, did this door go into the residence?
It went into a sunroom area.
Was that locked?
It was locked, yes.
Looking at State's 43, was there another door kind of directly across from the sunroom door?
Yes, going into the child's playroom area.
And was that door locked?
Yes, it was locked.
And was there any damage that you all observed to either of those doors, like pry marks or anything, to indicate there had been attempted entry even at those doors?
No, there was not.
Looking now at State's Exhibit 44, where was kind of the focus of you all's investigation?
Okay, yeah, the one point of entry that we could find was the broken window right there to the right of that rear door.
Now, at the time that the crime scene that you're supervising and going through the scene, as well as documenting the scene with your crime scene technician, have law enforcement already made entry?
Yes, they have. I believe they cleared the home multiple times.
And so, with some of the glass that's broken out actually from law enforcement?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 47, what's being documented in State's Exhibit 47?
It's a little closer up, obviously, of the window and of that Adirondack chair that's sitting there and some of the glass shards on the ground.
State's Exhibit 48.
More of the shattered glass from the window.
State's Exhibit 49.
And then continuing just to zoom in on the glass.
Looking at State's Exhibit 53 here, what side of the Adirondack are we on?
We're on the back side of it now, so our back would be to the home.
All right, and just for reference purposes, looking at that kind of white scratch, looking at State's 54, what are we looking at there?
That's a shard of glass from the broken window.
And is that kind of a zoom in from the previous exhibit of State's 53?
It is.
Did you see any sort of like marking or pattern on some of the glass? State's Exhibit 55.
Yeah, continuing now, we've zoomed out from that glass just to show that broken window from a different angle.
Now going to State's Exhibit 57 there. At the time that you all were documenting this, is this how the blinds were kind of like propped on that cat climbing?
Yes, that's how they were when we arrived.
And when you say we, you mean like detectives?
Detectives, yes, sorry. The crime scene unit.
State's Exhibit 58.
All right, yeah, we're zooming in obviously on the glass. You can see here that's a double pane window, which explains the large amount of glass that we're looking at, and then showing some of the shattered glass inside as well.
State's Exhibit 60 here, what are we looking at?
Now we're inside the home, inside Jacob's playroom, looking back out that broken window.
And what do we have here on the left-hand side?
We have a Christmas tree.
State's Exhibit 61. Is there glass on top of Jacob's little bench there?
Yes, there is.
State's Exhibit 63. What is kind of the vantage point here?
So this is a lower shot with the crime scene technician kind of squatting down, looking back out the window.
State's Exhibit 64.
That's a large amount of glass shards just inside the window on the floor.
State's Exhibit 66. What door are we looking at here in the right upper corner?
So when we were looking at the exterior photos, when you looked at the window, that's the door that was to the left of it. So going into the playroom there, but that's an exterior door.
Was there any glass in front of that door?
Yes, we had glass shards coming in from the window there through the playroom. And that door was locked as well.
State's Exhibit 70.
Now we're looking at that door. So we've zoomed out. You see Jacob's bench right there to the left. So that's the exterior door to the patio.
Looking at State 72 here, what was on that patio door?
It's a child's lock, which I believe we saw on every exterior door of the home.
State's Exhibit 73.
Now this is the front door of the residence.
All right, State's Exhibit 76. What do we see in State's Exhibit 76?
Okay, so now I'm standing, this is back to that broken window, so the Christmas tree would be off to the right there and looking into the living room. Obviously, we have a child's gate that appeared that would have been closing off the playroom from the living room that was knocked over, and some toys lying on top of it, and a cell phone on top of it.
What do we see in this area in front of the fireplace?
And so another baby gate that appeared as if it had been placed around the fireplace but had been moved.
State's Exhibit 77. You mentioned some toys and phones. Is that depicted in State 77 on top of the baby gate?
Correct, it is.
In State 78, we'll circle back to this, but the black item here on State 78.
Yeah, we learned that to be Justin's cell phone.
So that was like an actual real cell phone, not some sort of toy.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 79. What do we see in State 79?
So now we're looking into the living room from the playroom toward the fireplace and that baby gate.
State's Exhibit 80.
Now we're looking at the couch, so just to the left of the fireplace.
State's Exhibit 221.
Now we're looking at Justin and Amber Hicks, deceased, in the living room. If you look directly behind them is the illuminated Christmas tree, and just to the right of that would be the window, the broken window.
And so from where Amber is there on the couch, without moving, would she have been able to see the window?
It does not appear so, no. It should be back behind that wall, tucked in there. Correct, right back there.
State's Exhibit 222.
This is Justin Hicks.
State's Exhibit 223.
It's another angle of Justin.
And what is it that was on Justin's lap there?
It's a child's toy airplane.
Now, from where, let me back up just a minute here. Going back to State's 221 here, had Justin been standing kind of relatively where his feet would have been, or are in this picture in State's 221, would you then have been able to have some vantage point of the window in the playroom?
Yes, if you'd have looked off to his right shoulder, you'd have to turn to look to his right shoulder.
And going back to State's 223 there, Was that like a paper airplane or an actual like plastic?
No, that's a plastic acrylic child's airplane that obviously had been placed there after Justin had fallen.
And why is it that it would have been placed there after Justin had fallen?
I don't see a way it could have stayed where it is if he'd have been standing up. It was not attached to him.
State's Exhibit 224 here. What are we looking at?
That's a closer up look and looking at the amount of blood that's on Justin.
State's Exhibit 225.
Now we're looking at Justin's hands.
State's 226.
This would be Justin's left leg, and then obviously just to the side of there you see a Fisher-Price fire truck.
There's some other pictures of that we'll circle back to. Now looking at States, so going from States 226 here to States 227, what is it that y'all have now zoomed into?
That's a broken shard of glass just off the rug there in the living room.
States 228. What is this item that's on the rug, kind of in front of the ottoman?
It's a child's train whistle that you blow in, mimics the sound of a train.
Zooming in there, States 229, what was located near that child's train whistle?
We have some more broken glass.
States 230, is that a zoom in of that same piece of glass?
It is.
States 231. What are we looking at here?
Now this would be standing obviously on the other side of Justin, standing over him. Shows how that plane is lying there lightly on his shorts. You can see the fire truck and another toy at his feet.
I'm looking at States 232 here, as well as States 233. What have y'all zoomed in on in those images?
It's what appeared to be a fresh cut on the inside of his thigh.
Going back to States 229 here, could you tell whether that was possibly, and I know that it doesn't portray as well, and I'll know, but whether there was any possible blood stains near some of the shards of glass?
Possible. Obviously, we when you're working a scene like that, we swab and process everything that we think could possibly appear to be blood.
States Exhibit 234, what are we looking at here?
Now again, we've kind of moved a little bit more over Justin, showing the back of his head and the right side of his body now.
And what is behind his head?
We have a blood stain on the couch.
States 235, what do we see here kind of in the middle of the photograph?
Another blood stain on Justin's shirt.
States Exhibit 236, was there any sort of defect that was noted on
Correct.
the shirt?
Yeah, in the middle or in the area of that blood stain is some sort of hole.
States Exhibit 237, did you see any other defects on his clothing?
Yes, right there on his right arm, right shoulder area.
States Exhibit 238, is that a zoom in of that same shoulder area?
It is.
Looking at States 240, did you all also zoom into the area behind his head?
We did.
I think they only tendered up to 235.
305.
10 to
305.
305.
10 to 305 is what the court admitted. Yes.
Now looking at states 243 here, who is kind of the focus of your attention in these next several photos?
This is Amber Hicks.
States 244. Can you describe kind of the positioning of her body here?
She's lying, her body's on the couch, her feet and her legs are on a movable ottoman. She's partially covered by the blanket there. And obviously you can see her arms down by her side.
And what is this orange object that we can see by her legs?
It's a small ball, a child's toy. And then we also have the monster truck on the other side of her leg.
States 246, is that kind of zooming in on both the ball as well as the monster truck?
It is.
States Exhibit 247 here.
Now we're standing at Amber's feet looking toward her head.
And on the left side, kind of underneath the blanket, what is that?
That would be her other leg.
Is her leg kind of tucked under that blanket?
It is.
States 248, what are we looking at here?
Again, now we're moving more to the left here. We can still see the ball, the monster truck. You can see the defect in Amber's right arm right there and the glasses down off of her face.
States Exhibit 250, how close was that ball to her hand?
Inches? Yeah, maybe 6 inches, maybe.
States Exhibit 251, did she have glasses?
She did.
States 252, is that kind of zooming in on her glasses?
It is, yeah. They were obviously not sitting naturally on her face how she would be wearing them. It appeared they'd either been pulled down from her face or fallen from her face.
When you say pulled down, like from Jake out?
Yes, from Jake, that was my assumption. With the amount of toys that was on her, that was my assumption.
Looking at states 254 here, what are we looking at in states 254?
That's a defect from a projectile in Amber's right arm.
States 255, what was being documented in states 255?
The blood on the couch coming from Amber.
Now, being there in person, looking at states 256, could you tell whether there was any like coagulated blood or kind of thicker amounts of blood?
Yes, you could. That's typically what we would see from coming from someone's head.
And is that what's documented in 256?
It is.
States 258, what vantage point is states 258 taken from?
This is standing in the kitchen, looking out, or with your back to the kitchen, looking out over the couch toward the fireplace.
States Exhibit 260, that kind of a better image of some of that coagulated blood.
It is. Again, this is standing with your back to the kitchen, looking over the couch.
States Exhibit 265. Could you tell whether there was any defects in her shirt?
Yes, there is one, and obviously a large amount of blood that's in her abdomen area.
what items were close to Amber's hand from the couch?
Her cell phone is there. Obviously, there's a water cup, and then we see a baby monitor on the other side of the pillow.
Was that a video baby monitor?
It was.
Okay. Now, was it the kind that you have like a SIM card or some sort of subscription that you can go back on, or just?
No, just a live feed.
Now, is it customary, again, when documenting the scene, to start moving the decedent so that you can better photograph some of the evidence?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Now, is that process also documented?
It is.
All right, looking at states 273 here, explain what we're looking at in states 273.
Okay, so we're looking at, obviously this is Amber's body with her shirt pulled up. We still see the defect there in her right arm. You see an abrasion on her stomach right there. And then a projectile is lying between her right arm and her right hip.
States 274, is that a close-up of that projectile?
It is.
And was that projectile collected?
It was.
I want to show you what I've already shown. Defense counsel states exhibit 600. Do you recognize state 600?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how is it that you recognize state 600?
It is marked as the projectile collected on couch next to Amber Hicks.
And is that what we see in the image on the screen, which is states exhibit 274?
Yes.
State moves to tender states exhibit 600 into evidence.
Any objection? State 600 is admitted.
States exhibit 275, what are you all starting to kind of focus on?
Now we're showing obviously the area around Amber there, showing the baby monitor, the monster truck, the toys.
States exhibit 277. Is that a zoom in of that baby monitor?
It is.
Now looking at states 284 here, where are we standing?
Now we're standing just at the feet of Amber inside the couch, the L-shaped couch there, looking back toward the playroom, which is where the entry point is.
Okay. And at this point, had some of the items been marked?
They have been, yes.
Okay. In particular, what was states exhibit, or I'm sorry, not states exhibit, the crime scene exhibit 1, or which had the number 1 marker?
Justin Hicks' cell phone.
Looking at states 289 here, did you all kind of illuminate the screen so you could photograph any notifications?
Yes, we did.
And is that what we see on states exhibit 289?
It is, yes.
And so just to point out some of these things, the very top one here where we can see, well, first of all, what is the timestamp at which y'all are documenting the illuminated cell phone?
That's 11:51 a.m. on Thursday, November 18th.
And so the very first notification here where you can see your camera spotted someone, is that the front doorbell camera that we previously saw in photos?
Yes, the Nest camera.
And again, was there any video you were able to recover in terms of saved video footage?
No, we were not.
And then similarly, where there's 32 minutes ago, person seen zone 1 side door camera, again, was that any sort of footage that you were able to actually retrieve saved images or videos from?
No, no footage was returned to us.
And based on the notifications and background, is that how you were able to determine this was Justin Hicks' cell phone?
Yes.
And this cell phone that we see in states 289 here, was that collected?
It was.
Let me show you states exhibit 606. Do you recognize state 606?
I do. It says it's a gray Apple iPhone belonging to Justin Hicks.
Is that from marker 1 in the crime scene photos that we're going through?
It is, yes.
Very good. And is that his actual cell phone that you all collected from the scene?
Yes, it is.
Right. State, and there's a biohazard sticker on here. What is that for?
Some sort of bodily fluid. It appeared to be blood on the phone.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 606 into evidence.
In objection. State 606 is admitted.
And did it appear, based on you physically being present at the scene and making the observations that you did, that Justin Hicks would have been able to get his phone to this location with possible blood on it?
No, it did not. Our assumption, based off the way the house looked, is that Jacob most likely moved the phone.
State's Exhibit 292 here. What area of the house are we now focusing on?
This is the playroom just to the left of the Christmas tree. So again, we're in the same room where the broken window was.
State's Exhibit 293. What do we see?
We see a pretty decent amount of children's toys spread out on the floor and a trampoline as well.
Throughout the rest of the home, did you see this volume of toys or mess?
No, this home was very clean, very orderly. Obviously, this area here and then where the toys had been moved into the living room where Justin and Amber were the only areas of the home that appeared to not be in order.
And based on how the toys appeared and things being dumped out, did it appear Jacob had been in this room?
Yes, to any of us that have had children, it appeared as if a child had been playing unsupervised.
Looking now at State's Exhibit 296, what did you all find underneath that trampoline?
There's a shell casing underneath it.
State's 297, is that a zoom in of that same shell casing?
Yes, it is.
Circle back to those in just a minute. Now, State's Exhibit 300. Was there additional kind of mess or disarray behind the trampoline?
Yeah, it looked as if possibly these storage cubes had been pulled out from that cubby area and then the toys dumped on the floor there and onto the trampoline.
State's Exhibit 301, is that kind of a better image?
It is correct. We're standing over the trampoline now looking at the pile of toys.
And on top of the trampoline, this white object, what is that?
Another one of those storage cubes. It's just collapsed.
And is it underneath this trampoline that we just saw that casing?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 302, what had Justin and Amber put up in their home in the playroom?
A fairly large Christmas tree.
And State's Exhibit, well, you can see it in State's Exhibit 302, was that lit? I mean, did they have lights on?
Yes, the lights were on. They
And were
appeared as if
lights?
they were twinkling.
So not the steady lights, but the
Correct.
kind of twinkle lights, okay. And were those on when you all first arrived?
They were, yes, ma'am.
Now I want to make our way back towards the living room area, looking at States 81. And I know we've gone out of order here, but it made the most sense. So looking at States 81, what are we now looking at?
Okay, this is, we would be standing with our back to the couch where Justin and Amber are lying, looking at the fireplace.
And you had previously mentioned this baby gate. Was there any ability for that baby gate to be actually like locked into the fireplace, or was it just one that you kind of place in front?
It appeared it had just been placed there. I know there are hooks on the gate, but I don't recall any mounting area for it, any anchors.
The way that baby gate was when you all arrived, did it appear to be really protecting anything?
No, it had been moved.
States Exhibit 82 here.
We're looking at obviously the built-in cabinetry to the right of the television.
Is this on the other side, States 83?
Correct, that's the built-ins on the left of the television.
Now looking at States 85, were there any toys around the area of the fireplace?
Yes, you had toys obviously inside the baby gate area and outside the baby gate area.
In States Exhibit 84, you actually see some additional toys outside of the baby gate area.
You do, yes ma'am.
States Exhibit 86, what is this blue object within the baby gate?
It's one of those collapsible tunnels that like a toddler can crawl through.
Did that appear kind of out of place in that location?
It did, yes ma'am.
Just past the little tunnel, States 87, what else was there?
We had a shard of glass laying right there and then a projectile just to the right of it.
Based on the appearance of the point of entry, would it really have been possible for a shard of glass of this size to land in this particular area from within the living room?
No, that glass had to be carried there in one way or another.
States 89, is this kind of an attempted zoom into both the shard of glass and the projectile?
Yes, it is.
I know it's kind of difficult to see. Let me show you States Exhibit 90. Or better yet, let's look at States 91. States Exhibit 91.
Yes, that's the projectile inside the baby gate, lying just to the right of that shard of glass that we saw.
States Exhibit 601. Do you recognize States Exhibit 601?
I do, yes. It says it's a projectile collected from the floor in the living room.
Is that what's seen in States Exhibit 91?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
State moves to tender State 601 into evidence.
Any objection? State 601 is admitted.
States Exhibit 92. What are we looking at in States 92?
This is a dog bed just outside that baby gate area. So this would be to the left of the fireplace.
Did y'all move that dog bed at all?
We did.
Okay, so looking at States 92, is that before y'all had touched it or manipulated it?
Correct. That's how it was when we entered the home.
States Exhibit 93, have y'all now moved it at this point?
We have.
States Exhibit 94, what is it that was located behind the dog bed?
That's another spent shell casing.
States Exhibit 95, is that a zoom in of that same case?
Yes, it is.
Now looking at States 305, what area of the house are we now standing?
So we're now standing, we had moved the couch and the rug at this point. So if you're looking around the right-hand side, we'd be going toward the front door of the home. And that's that Fisher-Price truck that we had seen lying just to the left of Justin originally.
But when you say lying to the left of Justin originally, was that more so in the doorway?
It was, yes. We had to move it as well.
And what is the purpose of moving items such as, something as big as a couch and a rug during the crime scene processing?
We're looking for any sort of evidence. Primarily at this point, we were attempting to find all the shell casings and projectiles that we could.
And did y'all go through kind of tedious and strenuous search efforts to find any additional casings or projectiles?
Yes, I believe we were on the scene until after midnight the following day. So quite some time attempting to find all the shell casings and projectiles.
Now we can see here on the floor near the baseboard kind of two different markers. Did you all find anything of interest in that area?
Yes, there was fresh damage to the baseboard. Possibly a defect is why we photographed it.
Looking at States 96, is that starting to zoom in on that area?
It is.
And is it customary whenever photographs are taken by one of your crime scene technicians to kind of zoom in on certain areas so that you don't lose your bearings?
Correct.
Looking at states 97, is this the most zoomed in image of that damage?
Yes, it is. You see some damage to the floor, and then obviously to what appear to be a freshly painted baseboard.
Looking at states 98, which area are we now focused exclusively on?
Now we're looking at the baseboard.
And then states 99.
And that's the flooring just in front of it.
States 100 might be a little bit better lighting. What was noted on the floor?
It's an abrasion or a friction mark of some sort. Our thought process is a projectile could have skipped off the floor and hit the baseboard there.
And did those two markings, they're seen in states 97, relatively align with one another?
They did.
Now going back to states exhibit 305, did you find any projectile in that area at all?
No, we did not.
Can I have the attorneys and clerk for just a moment?
Yes.
All right, I think this will be appropriate time for us to take the lunch break. We'll be back at 1:30 and ready to begin. And just to remind Sergeant Gaskew, I understand you know this, but just a reminder that not to discuss any of your testimony, or just you can discuss it with the attorneys, but not to discuss it with anyone else.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Thank you. You all have a safe and enjoyable lunch. We'll see everyone at 1:30.
Okay, so they are on lunch until 1:30. Let me see here. Yeah, it don't look like they asking no questions of nobody. So I'm assuming that this gonna end like Wednesday. I mean, they're not asking any questions of nobody, so I don't even. Why are we here again? Does anybody know why we're here again? I mean, I know. Why is he wasting people money? What is he here for? Why are we doing this? What is this all about? I am really, really, really trying to understand now at this point in time with the information that we have available to us. Why are we here? So I know that a lot of people were trying to watch the wanted to see about the Brian Walsh hearing. I am going to get that queued up, and while they're on lunch, if that's okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play it. So we'll go ahead and watch that while we're on lunch, if that works for everybody. Yeah, this one right here. Seems like we might be done today. I'm talking about Wednesday. We might be done today, right here, right now. No, I don't know. Oh, excuse me. I don't know any evidence that they really have on them. per se, Pretty Brown. So I don't know that. I do. I'm assuming they're gonna have some cameras, some kind of camera documentation. That's what because they got a Nest camera. So I'm hoping that it was working. What phase did you walk into? So I'm not sure. Was it me rubbing my nose? Yeah, so maybe they'll have something on the camera for us. I don't know. It's very interesting. Very interesting to say the least. I just don't even know why we here. So especially they're not even trying to ask anybody any questions or anything. So I don't know. I thought I had made this private. Okay, let me get Brian's hearing up for us so we can watch that while we're on lunch here. You say you was in the evaluation? Ooh. Okay. I know my nose is running. I need some tissue. I need some tissue. Okay, so guys, we are going to watch the Brian Wash interview. And the hearing while we are on lunch today. Oh, I'm trying to think. Do I want to put it in the banner? I'll put it in the banner. Or I'll pin it to the top in case people come in and wonder, hey, you are not watching the Lanz case. Yes, we are watching the Lanz case. We are just on a lunch break. So we are going to be double dipping today instead of moving rooms. But I am going to share this. So anybody that has already seen parts of it, we're just gonna replay a little bit more of it, replay the whole thing so all of us can see it. What do I want to do? This is what, wait a minute. And something playing in my ear. Wait a wait. They got a hot mic here. They testing. Okay, that's what that's coming from. That's coming from the courtroom feed that we was just in. I guess they testing some stuff on their microphone and they like, mic check, 1 2 1 2. I'm like, what is that playing? No, the parts that we was watching SD was just a preliminary hearing. That was to see if it should go to trial. We watched the hearing and the judge did bound the case over to be set for trial for that McDonald's one. So nope, not yet. The trial date hasn't been set, but the reason why I kind of like watching those preliminary hearings is because just in case the person takes a plea, we at least get to see what evidence or potential evidence that the state has presented where the person feels like, I might as well take a plea. And Detroit is really, really good about doing preliminary hearings and kind of showing them. And that's why we were able to watch it. And that's why I wanted to see it, just in case she decide, hey, I want to take a plea. It's like a trial, like a mini trial within a trial. That's the kind of way I look at it when I'm looking at those. You say they shouldn't give her a plea. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they will, but yeah, because it was, but I don't know if they have DP in that state, so. Or maybe it's, between the difference between life LWOP and getting life with parole, where you can get parole for her. But yeah, I kind of like watching those, and that's how the Jarvis Butts, DeAndre, Booker, those preliminary hearings that we also watched this year. They getting bound, over for trial, but what if they decide to take a plea deal, or we won't see it? We would just know that they took it, like in some of these cases, and don't get to see any of the evidence that the state has. So pretty good. You say the Instagram proves that premeditation. Yep, therapist. Yeah, because she was definitely out here, right? Telling it all. But let's go into Brian Walsh's pre-sentencing hearing this morning. If I call him Matthew, don't pay me no attention. His name is Brian. It's always going to be Brian, but sometimes I want to call him Matthew. So there you have it. Here we go, guys.
Paper number 185 is the Commonwealth's motion for an order to prevent juror exposure. This is called the stay away, no contact order, so to speak. I don't know that we're going to need it. It's hard for me to judge what is going to be the appetite for either demonstrators in this case. I don't see anybody outside yet. And I'm hoping it stays that way, frankly.
Your Honor, I think the parties are all also hoping it stays that way. In the event that there's any information suggesting that there might be any sort of demonstration outside, how could we communicate that best to the court, information that we might...
Through the clerk. The best point of communication always is Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So if things change outside, and I have a skewed version of it because I sit out on the back, so I don't see what's going on out on the front of the building, but if it changes, you let us know, and I won't hesitate to order that, because of premier importance to me is keeping that jury that we pick in their fair and impartial state throughout the entire term of the trial. So the supplemental questionnaire, I'll get that to you today. I did add in, as requested by the defense, I changed those 3 questions to be 3 separate questions. I added in the additional question that the defense asked. I think at the side of the bench on Friday, the Commonwealth indicated to me that it didn't have any additional edits to that. And I did see some motions came in this morning. I can't say that I spent a lot of time looking at any of them, but I did see that there was a revised witness list, which the Commonwealth eliminated witnesses that it no longer intends to call, and added a few witnesses. Which reminded me, so I'm going to, that witness list as abbreviated, we talked about cutting out the custodian of the records and adding in the defense witnesses to the appropriate subheading. And not on Friday, but previously, I think I said to you that, said to the defense to take a look at where I put them to make sure that I put them in the right bucket, so to speak. Have you had a chance to do that? And are you content with where I put them?
I know I looked at it, Judge. I remember, but I think that it was fine. And I'll take a look at it before I leave today, but I think it's fine.
Okay. So what I'm probably going to do is take the new witness list from the Commonwealth and then add those people back into the same spots that I put them on the prior version, rather than try to figure out who the Commonwealth took off. But sometime this afternoon, you're going to get the questionnaire and you'll get the attachment that I intend to, and just take a look at it for the final. We can always make changes in the morning. And while I'm on the topic of questionnaire, I think I told you, I think it's the most efficient way to get the information to you, and the least logistically challenging way is the way I've done it really in almost every case that I'm using a questionnaire now, which is those questions are designed in a particular way such that a yes response requires further follow-up. And so when that person comes in, and I'm pretty sure now that we're going to be impaneling in this courtroom. I didn't think that the last time I talked to you, but based on what's happening in the other courtrooms, I can't get a clear courtroom somewhere else. So we are going to impanel in this courtroom. We'll be using the whisper technology for strikes. When the person comes in and is seated, I will follow up on any missing information on the statutory questionnaire and any yes answers to the questionnaire. And then I have a few more follow-up questions if the person's still standing and is still a viable potential juror. One of the questions that I think I'm going to ask in that individual voir dire is to tell the prospective jurors that during the course of the trial, they need to agree not to be on any social media, and they need to agree not to watch the news in any medium. That's a big ask, but I think it's a necessary ask given the level of publicity, media coverage in the case. Anyone have an objection to that?
No objection. Objection, Judge? Can I just ask a question, Judge? I looked at my notes from our last discussion. I read my notes to say you weren't going to give us copies of the questionnaire.
That's right. So how do I do that?
Yes.
So you'll have a blank questionnaire, of course. Mm-hmm. And so what I do is I have the person come in, I tell them in the impanelment script, you fill that out, give us your honest answers to the questions, you fold it together, and you keep that document in your possession. Don't show it to anyone until you hand it to me. So they will come up to the side of the bench, they will hand me the questionnaire. Mm-hmm. I will then recite. Juror number 40 answered yes to questions blank, 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 and blank. So you'll know what questions they answered yes to. And occasionally people don't answer, and they'll put a question mark, or they'll write something. And if that happens, I read literally what they wrote and where they wrote it. And if you at any point want to look at the questionnaire, that's fine with me too. I just want to prevent the both the time and the paper that's involved. Jury selection is so paper intensive anyway, the last thing you need is more questionnaires. But if you want to look at the questionnaire at any point, that's fine. And then at some point, the very last question, as you know, on the questionnaire says, whether this would disclose anything that would be personal to you. I presume that some number of jurors are going to answer yes to that question. At some point, typically at 1 o'clock, I will have the required hearing under URIP to seal those questionnaires. And you have to give, under the rule, you have to have a hearing. So it'll take about 2 minutes, but we will have that hearing at some point during the early stages of the trial.
Thank you, Judge.
The Commonwealth filed a preliminary request for jury instructions. I just want to bring that to the defense's attention with regard to the elements of all of the crimes, so that if there's any objection to that, the murder one is really the SJC's, and I don't know that you're going to be dabbling with that, but with regard to the others, just take a look at those so that we're all on the same page with regard to the elements that are attenuate to the other crimes, all right?
We have, Judge, and at the appropriate time, we do have an objection to some of their requests, but we'll deal with that when the court wants to.
Okay. I think we're a little before that point, but I'll be happy to hear you whenever you want to bring it to my attention. We've dealt with on Friday the motion for change of venue. And we also, I guess implicitly, if not explicitly, have addressed the defendant's motion for leave to conduct attorney-conducted voir dire to the extent that the defense is asking for panel. I'm not going to exercise my discretion. I'm going to do the traditional individual voir dire. And of course, you play a big role in that. That's all I have for non-motion in limine pretrial motions that I think that I could give you some rulings on. Just before I move to the motions in limine, is there any other non-motion in limine pretrial ruling that you're looking for?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth did file a motion for reciprocal discovery.
Okay.
The defense did provide us with a notice of intent to call Dr. Banerjee and an outline of Dr. Banerjee's opinion if she testifies. The Commonwealth is requesting the proposed potential testimony of Dr. Lakin and Joel Scaletti of Safos Corporation, who are identified as potential experts by the defendant, and also Dr. Dan Feria and Steve Verino of MVP Forensics, also identified as potential defense experts. And also Tim Creamer has been identified as an investigator. Commonwealth is requesting any statements that Mr. Creamer has obtained and also the substance of any testimony he may offer.
We have no opinion, we have no reports, we have no statements. I will, though, provide them with a summary of what I anticipate the other experts would testify to. I'll do that.
All right, when can you get that to them?
Pardon?
When can you get that to them?
Wednesday?
Seems reasonable. Any other non-motion and limine motions? All right. So I'll move to the motions in limine, and I'm going to take them in order, I think, with the exception of maybe one of them when we get to it. I may pull that to the end. So paper number 187 is the Commonwealth's motion in limine number 1. It's to provide the jury with a means to review electronic exhibits during deliberations, and the defendant did not object to that as of at least 10/31. Same position today, right? Yes. It's allowed. The Commonwealth needs to ensure that the laptop that is in the jury deliberation room is contains no other information other than the information that's necessary, the software that's necessary for the jury to review the material evidence.
We will do that, Your Honor. There is a special laptop that will be used for that purpose, and it will be provided to the defense to inspect it.
All right, and that was the second part of my order, which is the defense is ordered to review that laptop before it goes in to make sure that we don't have any glitches. Paper number 188 is Commonwealth's motion in limine number 2. It's to notice of any visual aids defense intends to display during opening statements. The defendant objected to that. Is the defendant still objecting to that?
It is. We are.
The motion is allowed. As to opening statements, I want to see any chalks that you're intending to use. It's for your own good. Because if I determine that there's something on that chalk that is inadmissible, you are not going to be able to use it because you're not going to be able to turn it around. Go right ahead and state your objection on the record.
Well, Judge, I would just like to explain something. I object to it for a very simple reason. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've never had an objection in either my openings or my closings when I've used visual aids. Secondly, I only include visual aids that I know are going to be exhibits that are admitted. If I have any question about anything that I would use visually for the jurors, I approach the DAs, I approach the court, make sure that we're all in agreement that's an exhibit. I don't use
Then why are you objecting to it then?
because it gives, if I give it to the Commonwealth before I make my opening, they have a roadmap, they have a preview of what we're going to say.
Everyone's supposed to be getting a preview of the evidence.
Not of my opening and not of my thoughts.
All right, I'm not going to engage in a discussion about this. Any chalks that you intend to use that are not agreed to exhibits need to be shown to the court and to opposing counsel.
Okay, Judge, just so I understand.
And it can be the morning of, but it's going to be before you're holding something up in front of 16 jurors that we spend 2 weeks picking a jury for.
No.
Not happening.
And I don't want it to happen, but let me just clarify something. I understand the court's ruling so far. Chalks, but not what we know to be exhibits.
If you have, and I know you have, agreed to exhibits, then you don't need to address that. Those are agreed to. You know it's agreed to. You can show those. If you have chalks, different thing, that you want to put in front of the jury, I am not letting you stand up before the jury without me seeing it first, and the Commonwealth see it first. It can be the morning of, but I do not want you showing a chalk to our impaneled jurors without me seeing it first.
I understand, Judge.
All right. Paper number 189 is Commonwealth's number 3. It's for notice of any third-party culprit evidence. The defense has indicated that he understands what the rules are and you're going to abide by them. There's no ruling necessary. Paper number 190 is Commonwealth's number 4, notice of any proposed reputation testimony. It also relates to, I have them in my notes, see paper number 193 below. 193 refers to any bad character, bad reputation of the victim or any of the witnesses, and alleged prior bad acts of the victim or any witnesses. The defense has objected to that, arguing that he intends to bring in evidence of general reputation evidence. Is that right?
Your Honor, at this point, we don't have any notice of specific reputation evidence that we'd either offer through cross-examination or in any casing sheet for us.
Okay.
The concern I do have is the Commonwealth has indicated they expect to introduce evidence, quote unquote, that Anna Walsh was a loving mother who would never have abandoned her children and was a dedicated employee. So I'm sure the government is aware of the restrictions on how this evidence will come in, but that may or may not be relevant. And so I'd ask the court to revisit this before they seek to put this information in.
All right, Kamala.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the Commonwealth does plan to call witnesses who will testify as to their observations of the victim at her employment. Her employer will testify, as well as her former employer, who was the New Year's Eve guest, will testify as to her.
Mr. Is it Metlu or Mutlu, or how do you pronounce his last name?
Mutlu, Your Honor.
Mutlu?
Mutlu.
Okay, I'll try to remember that.
The Commonwealth will be introducing evidence to those persons regarding the victim's work ethics and
Observations or interactions with the children?
yes, Your Honor, observations and interactions with the children.
All right. I'm not going to give you any firm rulings on it. You raised your objections at the time. I will tell you generally that I probably will allow observations of her, not to an excessive amount, whatever that in my mind becomes excessive, but general observations as to the victim's interactions with their children is permissible.
Your Honor, I would just add that the law is clear on this. They can't have specific acts, so an observation
would be a witness giving their opinion or testimony on a specific act. And so that's not admissible. What they're allowed.
You're right, opinion or testimony.
So observations, how are observations of her with her children relevant, which I suspect may or may not be relevant once we start? And it can't just be a limited number of people. So one person from her work saying that she had a good work ethic, the case law says you cannot do that. It has to be the general reputation of a community. And so I guess we will just raise the objections at the time. I just wanted to put the court on notice that any of this testimony could just be inflammatory and prejudicial and invoke sympathy of the jury to hear that she was a great mother and a great employee.
All right. I hear your objection, and I encourage you, and I know that you don't need any encouragement to make the real-time objection at the time of the trial. And I'm just trying to give you some basic guideposts of what my present thinking is with regard to that evidentiary issue. Anyone want anything more on that particular motion?
No, thank you. Not at this time, Ron.
Commonwealth's number 191, motion eliminate number 5, is to allow in-court identification the defense asked for, and the Commonwealth has now given, I see this morning, a list of the witnesses who will so identify. Any issue that I need to be aware of with regard to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So that motion is allowed without objection, and the Commonwealth has satisfied the defense's request to provide names as of this date. Number 6 of the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate is to preclude reference to or introduction of irrelevant conduct of testifying and non-testifying police officers and agencies. The defendant objects, and I'm happy to hear further argument on this if you wish, but the defense's objection to me was, I wrote in my notes, it depends on what the Commonwealth does in its case in chief. And so you've alerted me to the issue, and we'll take it as we go along. With regard to a preemptive ruling in that regard, nor do I think that it would be part of your opening statement, because the opening statement is supposed to be a preview of what the evidence in the case will be. And so the defendant may not open on this without raising it with the court. It wouldn't be expected testimony at this point based on your opposition, or seek to introduce that evidence without readdressing it with the court affirmatively at the time that you're going.
So just so y'all aware, I am trying to get up this information so we can look at this jury decision for this Cherokee. Okay, so bear with me. I'm telling you, like, Mondays be so busy, it's almost stupid. That's what I wanted y'all to know. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing. I hate the way they covered this case. And I may have to. Oh, which one I'm doing? Oh, not okay. look, we didn't watch so many. We done been doing so much. Okay, that's probably why I can't find it, because I'm looking for the wrong stuff. Oh, here, this one. Oh, they got a verdict in this one. Oh, they didn't let us see this. Oh, okay. Let me share. Let me get y'all in here. Okay, sorry. I got the wrong case. Thank you, Lynn. So it looks like they are still deliberating in the trade kill case. So, okay. And this one, they deliberated for 12 hours, 54 minutes, and 5 seconds.
All rise for the jury.
Good morning. Have a seat, please. We are on the record in the state of Iowa versus Luke Truesdell, case IBCR 154-866. We are here in the presence of the jury, Monica Slaughter and Jordan Shearer here with the state of Iowa, and Patrick McMullen, Samantha McCourt, and Adrian Houghton are here for the defendant, who is personally present and seated in the courtroom. I have been informed that the jury has reached a verdict. Who is the foreperson? I don't know. All right. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? We have. All right. Can you please hand the envelope to Aaron? Thank you. Defendant, please stand. For count 1, victim Kiana Victoria Ryan, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. For count 2, Romangus Lamar Cooper, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree. For count 3, Amanda Sue Parker, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. For count 4, Brent Anthony Brown, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. Foreperson, is this the jury's verdict? It is. All right, I want to make sure that this is the true and correct verdict, and the defense, you may have a seat, please. So let me ask you to make sure for count 1, can I see a show of hands if your true and correct verdict is murder in the first degree for count 1? Please raise your hand. Okay, I see everyone's hands raised. For count 2, is your true and correct verdict murder in the second degree? If so, please raise your hand. I see all hands are raised. For count 3, is your true and correct verdict murder in the first degree? Please raise your hand if it is. I see everyone's hands raised. And for count 4, is your true and correct verdict murder in the first degree? Please raise your hand if it is. And I see everyone's hands raised. Members of the jury, this will conclude your service in this case. I want to thank you for your time and attention in this matter. As I said at the start, jury duty is a duty and a privilege, and the court thanks you for your service. At this time, is there any further record before I excuse the jury? State of Iowa. Not the state of Iowa. Defense. All right, at this time, I'm going to excuse you, and you will be
discharged from jury duty. I have a few matters to take up with the attorneys here, but I will be back in the jury room shortly and would be able to speak to you if any of you would like that opportunity. You are free to leave, however, and you are not required to leave for any reason. In addition, the prohibitions I discussed earlier regarding talking about this case and reading anything in the news regarding this case no longer apply. You are free to discuss this case with others, and it is possible the attorneys in the case may ask to speak with you. Whether or not you speak with them is entirely up to you, and if you tell them you do not want to speak with them, they will not ask you a second time. So at this time, I am discharging you from your...
Okay, there you have it. Luke Truesdale found guilty of all 4 murders, but on the second count.
So I guess in all fairness, I'll definitely have to apologize. Now, I don't think Maddie was watching this one, but I know he's watching the Trey Kill one, and it looks like they are still in deliberation. Yeah, I'll apologize for anybody that is in the chat that does not have any knowledge in regards to this Luke Truesdale case. We did not cover gavel-to-gavel coverage for this one. I did want to. Oh, gosh, I really, really, really wanted to. But they were not showing it on Court TV or Law and Crime. And they were showing it on a local news channel. And the last time we tried to do something local, blame it on Texas, they end up striking the channel saying copyright, and I had to fight it. And although they took the copyright strike down, they still took us off YouTube for a whole week. And I just don't want to be playing those games, with people, because they don't, yeah. So that's why we didn't cover this trial, but it was so interesting because if any of y'all get a chance to go kind of like look at it, and I don't know if they'll put some stuff on Court TV now that the trial is over with, where we can kind of like do it like a replay. But the dad confessed. So Luke's dad had confessed to this unaliving. You say, no, you say you just got notification that a YouTube influencer body was found. Wow. So I know with the Trey Kill case, we did start covering that. Y'all know the first 2 days of that trial we did cover. Unfortunately, Take It to Trial ended up being in the trial, so we backed out of doing any coverage of it. And then Court TV and Law and Crime, they stopped doing gavel to gavel coverage for it. So we'll watch the verdict when it comes in, but that is going on. We also have the Andre Drummond case that's going on today. Like, it's so much out here in these YouTube streets that I can't keep track. I can't keep up. On a Monday, I'm like, oh my goodness, like, oh, okay, now this is going on with him. Wait a minute. Let me see. Wait a minute. Where did I see that? I seen it somewhere. Let me get to it. Let me find it. Because I'm like, okay, Andre Drummond, he in court again today. Everybody in court. Don't worry. The Brian Walsh thing, I'll let y'all know that I already got it pre-recorded. I done took all the breaks. I think, I be calling myself. So I made a no fluff version of that. So we can always come back to that and it'll always be on the site. But let me see while we on lunch if we can jump into one of these other live hearing for him. Because I was like, okay, now They got him in here too. He got our arraignment today. Okay, it don't look like he has started. Okay, so it doesn't look like his has started, y'all. But yeah. Yeah, so it looked like his has not started just yet. So I mean, if y'all want to watch it, of course, of course, when he go to trial, if he decides to go to trial, we are going to cover it. So it's totally up to y'all if y'all want to watch it. But yeah, we have a lot of moving parts this morning, but y'all know how we do. We just go, we go with the flow. Because we want to be in all the courtrooms. We want to see it all. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep an eye on his case when his arraignment starts, and we'll go on there and look at his arraignment today. Okay. In the meantime, I am going to take us back to the hearing for Mr. Walsh. Our courtroom is still currently on break. They don't come back until 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, but we'll go back into our case that we were watching the hearing. Just so everybody knows that they are going to start jury selection for the Walsh case November the 18th. They plan on it taking about 2 weeks. So trial is supposed to begin for this case December the 1st.
Want to do it. All right. Commonwealth's number 7 is paper number 193. I think we just went over that with the other one, so I'm going to bypass that. Paper number 194 to Commonwealth's number 8, to admit photos of digital devices rather than the actual devices, and the defendant did not object, and that's current today. That motion is allowed without objection. Let me pause on 195 because I think we're going to have to go through. Let me just say, first of all, Commonwealth's number 9 is to admit the defendant's 4 recorded interviews with the police. I saw this morning, but I haven't really had a chance to look at it. The Commonwealth supplemented its legal briefing with regard to statements of Miss Minor and of the minor child. I want to look at that, and I want the defense to have an opportunity to look at that. I looked the case over quickly this morning, but I frankly didn't have much time to deal with it. But I'm going to circle back to that motion because I think we're going to have to go sort of on the micro level and start going statement by statement, which is going to take some time. So I'm going to put that towards the end of this hearing. Paper number 196 is Commonwealth number 10, to admit NCIC missing person form for Anna Walsh. Defendant didn't object, correct?
Correct, Judge.
It's allowed. Paper number 11 of the Commonwealth's motion in limine to admit photos and a short video of Anna Walsh as she normally appeared. The defendant objected. So I haven't seen the video. Does the Commonwealth have a way to show me the video?
I believe we could email it to you, Your Honor.
I meant like right now.
Your Honor, I have it on my computer. If you give me a moment, I can walk up to the bench.
That'd be great. Generally, what is the video of?
It's her with her 3 children on a rug in the living room of the home.
And why is it important?
The rug, an identical rug was found in the dumpster outside of the defendant's mother's home.
Your Honor, I can approach, but just what might make it easy is the video is unnecessary. They could do a screenshot of the video which portrays the rug in question. I can approach and I can show you.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
their sole reason for introducing that is to simply show that that rug was in the home, they can do that with a screenshot.
No objection.
All right. That's the ruling you were going to get, so it's good that you, there is no reason that the video needs to be played. So just take a shot of it, show the shot. Now, with regard to the other photos, you need to use, it's sort of like autopsy photos, in my view. Use the least number you can use to get, I understand that's one picture she's wearing a necklace and one picture she's showing the watch or something else. But use the least number that you can use.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I agree with that, and we tried to cull it down. So there's one with a jacket, there's one with a watch.
The black jacket?
Yes. There's one with a watch, and there's one with a necklace. We can probably take away one or two from what we submitted, because I believe that there's one where she's with Mr. Mutlu wearing the watch, so maybe we can delete that one. So we're talking probably about 4.
Your Honor, the other issue is those photos can also be cropped, and there can be a stipulation that the cropped photograph showing a person wearing the necklace, the coat, is in fact a photograph of Anna Walsh. So they have sent a parade of photographs. I think that there's other ways to serve that purpose, and some might be stipulations. So this.
Well, I'll let you work out whether you have any stipulations, but even if you want it that way, doesn't mean that the Commonwealth wants it that way. And Commonwealth gets to, hold on one second. I gotta take a break.
No, okay.
All right, I think I was saying that you may be able to reach a stipulation. I don't know if you can, if you can't. But I think I was just about ready to say that the Commonwealth gets to, within the bounds of the evidentiary bounds, gets to present their case.
I appreciate the analogy to autopsy photos, and so let me go back and see if I can do something that's more palatable to the defense.
That's frankly how I see it. I mean, I understand the significance of the various items that we've just listed to the Commonwealth's case, or I think I understand generally what the significance is to the Commonwealth's case. So I'm inclined to let them have the photos that they're going to need to make those arguments. But they don't need to be inflammatory. And so, yeah, just look through the lens of an autopsy photo.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that, and I'll work on it.
All right. Commonwealth's motion number 12 to admit evidence concerning the defendant's federal charges. And the defense is opposing in part. I'll hear from the Commonwealth first on this one.
Your Honor, we have actually attempted to develop a stipulation. The Commonwealth had sent it to the defense, and we haven't heard back as to whether that is something they wanted to stipulate to. We had been working on potentially reaching an agreement as to what information about the federal charges would come in.
All right. Well, to aid you in your discussions, it seems to me, and this actually overlaps with regard to the one of the other motions with regard to the interviews. I understand the importance of the federal case in terms of the Commonwealth's argument with regard to motive, and particularly the timeliness of certain information vis-a-vis the time that the Commonwealth indicates that they believe the defendant did the acts that he's charged with. And the one area that I wanted to probe so that I have the information firmly in my mind, what the evidentiary significance of it is, the weight of it versus the prejudice, is the GPS. So my memory from prior proceedings on this case is that the GPS was not the way that the Commonwealth found out that Brian Walsh was at various places.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right.
It was not a GPS bracelet.
What was it?
It was a radio frequency bracelet that would go off if he went a certain distance from the home, and he would have a allotted amount of time to leave the home to perform errands and drive the children.
Okay. So there's no evidentiary, there's nobody coming in and saying based on how his bracelet, he was at X, Y, and Z. They found that from the phone, right?
That is correct, Your Honor. They found
All
it
right.
through the two phones.
So that seems to me to be both in the transcripts and also just to the extent that it's in any of the federal papers as a condition of release, highly prejudicial. And I'm not inclined to let the jury hear about that. It's not relevant to their decision-making, and they may, even if I give them a limiting instruction, may make it difficult for them to accept the limiting instruction. It doesn't have any evidentiary value. So anything with regard to both in the interviews, which I know we're tabling for later on, and or in the federal records, that seems to me to have very little evidentiary value to the Commonwealth and has a potential for prejudice to the defense. So that won't be in.
Understanding you've made a ruling, can I make an attempt to change your mind?
Sure.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. So with the defendant's ability to have windows of time that allowed him freedom to leave from the house, it allows the Commonwealth to show the premeditated nature of this crime and that he had windows to clean up after the crime was occurred.
That's a different thing, though. The fact that he has windows of time that he, or certain parameters that he has to be at home, and that comes up in the interview at one point when Attorney Minor makes mention of that. I don't know what we're doing with that yet, but putting that to the side, I don't think that what you just said about windows is the same thing as I'm saying about being on an electronic bracelet.
Okay.
I think there's different prejudice that attaches to those two things. The fact that he had restrictions, that he was on federal supervised release, and that he had some restrictions is going to be known to the jury. It's integral to the case. But the fact that he's on an electronic monitoring bracelet is a different thing, in my mind.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand your rule.
But keep on objecting, as I know you will, but that's sort of the dividing line that I'm drawing in my mind's eye right now. And keep on working on the stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Paper number 199 is Commonwealth's motion in limine number 13. It's to admit the victim's out-of-court statements, evidence of her state of mind, and the defendant's motive to kill her. Defendant is opposing it in part. I'll hear from the Commonwealth first.
Thank Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would seek to introduce the victim's out-of-court statements to Alyssa Kirby and to Mr. Mutlu and to Mr. Fastow as to her state of mind, which was known to the defendant. Your Honor, certainly the defendant, the evidence will show that the victim had a meeting with a friend, Ms. Kirby, on the 29th of December and told her about the big argument they had had over Christmas.
Give me a timeline because I want to have this in my head. She comes home on Christmas Day.
Yes.
Anna comes home on Christmas Day. She drives because she missed the flight. She spends much of the day driving, and then she gets there on the afternoon, evening of the 25th.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it'd be around 8 o'clock.
When did she drive back?
She leaves on the 26th of December.
Okay. And she drove back to DC.
And she drove back to DC
And then she returns back to Boston by flight on the 30th.
on the 30th.
All right, that's helpful. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, on the 29th, when she's still in D.C., the night before her return to Boston, she goes out to dinner with her friend Alyssa Kirby and talks about the big fight that she and the defendant had, and tells Alyssa Kirby...
She'd been home for Christmas.
Yes, over the Christmas break, or the day that she was home. She tells her about that big fight, that she gave the defendant an ultimatum, that she had learned that the reason the children weren't with her was because of the defendant and his attorney, and that she had told him essentially to just resolve the case, even if it meant taking jail as a result. And I know Your Honor has reviewed the paperwork, and it is a little more detailed, some of the statements of the grand jury. Your Honor, I would suggest that this is admissible because certainly it shows the victim's state of mind, that she is prepared to do what she needs to do to take her children down to D.C. to be with her. She had a very highly compensated job, and I know Your Honor is familiar with the circumstances of her moving to D.C. without the defendant and the children. I suggest that that is certainly known to the defendant. He acknowledged and alluded to a big fight over Christmas in the recorded interviews, and indeed said that he had learned after fighting with the victim previously over Christmas, and I believe he said Thanksgiving, that he was not going to fight with her over her alleged need to return to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. I suggest this is highly probative of the victim's state of mind and the defendant's motive to kill her. It also shows that he is aware of this. He's searching Mr. Fastow's name. He's searching for divorce. And he is conducting those searches in between. I believe the search for Mr. Fastow was on December 25th. And then he's searching for divorce, I believe, on the 27th. His mother then hires the private investigator to investigate Anna's, whether she's behaving appropriately for a married woman. That's on the 28th. Certainly suggests that all of this is highly relevant to the victim's state of mind and the defendant's motive to kill her and what happened in that home on the 1st of January. And with Mr. Mutlu, there is some testimony about Anna Walsh had some conversations with him, I believe, on the 28th. And Mr. Mutlu's testimony is a bit indicating in some of his statements that some of it he might have learned from other people, but some of it he did learn from Anna. And certainly the Commonwealth would be very careful to make sure that we were only eliciting what he learned from Anna, not something he had heard from somebody else. And I would suggest that that should all be admitted in this case.
All right. Defense?
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the problem I have is the Commonwealth is also cherry-picking parts of these conversations. The dinner that they're speaking about, her and her friend were out until 1:30 in the morning, a night that ended at a karaoke bar. So there was probably copious amounts of alcohol, I would assume.
But that goes to the weight the jury chooses to give to it.
But in the context, I think it's important. The other thing that the Commonwealth didn't seek to introduce is the fact that Alyssa Kirby at the grand jury, at her grand jury testimony said that they had a very open and honest relationship, and that Anna wanted him to do whatever he had to do so the family could be together. And further, she didn't say that she wanted a divorce or was going to leave him with this ultimatum. Specifically, Anna supposedly said to Alyssa Kirby that she wanted him to choose life because he had been so depressed. And even if he had to go to jail, that will be waiting for you when you get out. So I think they're not only cherry picking what portions of this conversation they want to put in, they're overstating the relevance, especially in light of the case law. When you look at the cases that talk about state of mind, they cite Castano. That was a situation in which the witness had told the defendant in that case that she wanted to end the relationship, that she had rejected his anniversary presents, not only was ending the relationship, but has packed up his bags. And when the police responded to the scene, there was in fact a packed suitcase of the defendant's items at the door. That is not what we have here, let alone to that level. In Martin, the statements that the government was seeking to introduce were basically statements in history of physical abuse, violence, of her trying to take the children from him. That is not what we have here. Half of the conversation to Miss Kirby was how she wanted her family together. They had an open relationship. Couples fight, so to say they had a big fight on a date, she was late for Christmas and they had 3 children. This was not earth-shattering motive to kill information. So I don't think it's fair that these conversations with Alyssa Kirby come in. And certainly if the court does see value in those statements as the case develops, then the doctrine of verbal completeness would force the court to allow all those statements to come in, because this was one conversation. So that would be our position with respect to Alyssa Kirby. With respect to Jem, I think there needs to be either a voir dire or some clearing up of what he heard from other witnesses and what he specifically heard from Anna. And again, Mr. Mutlow was with them on New Year's Eve into the 1st of January until about 1:30 in the morning. And he's also described the night is joyous, that they had a happy marriage. The federal case had been going on since 2018. They had been weathering this storm. And so again, if they're seeking to introduce statements, I think that the full conversation would come in to show the context, and we need to figure out what exactly Mr. Mutlow heard directly from Anna.
All right. So let me give you some guideposts. The defense in its opposition cites to Qualls, which is sort of one of the earlier and seminal cases on state of mind evidence. And but I'm not persuaded by the defense's argument with regard to what Qualls stands for in light of Castano, and in light of which, for the record, Castano's at 478 Mass 75, a 2017 case, and also look at Commonwealth versus Bins, B-I-N-S. That can be found at 465 Mass 348, a 2013 case, at head notes 17 through 22. Under that case law and other cases that I looked at, it is very likely that I'm going to allow Anna Walsh's statements to Alyssa Kirby, a limited purpose of establishing her state of mind as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill his wife, to the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing his defendant's prior bad acts. His federal case on his statements will be admitted, and with a limiting instruction that it is limited to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any other criminal offenses. There's limiting instruction that is posited by the court, the SJC and Benz. It's on the bottom of top of page 419. Take a look at it. That's what I'm likely going to give you. I think that the parties need to do a little bit more work with Jem, and they will, as the Commonwealth gets ready to prep him for his trial testimony, and obviously be in touch with the defense with regard to what that pretrial work reveals with regard to statements that were made directly to him from Anna, as opposed to third-party other evidence that would not be admissible.
Yes, Your Honor.
With respect to William Fastow, there's one notable exclusion or sustained you're going to hear. the statement that she makes to Mr. Fasto about she doesn't know what the defendant would do if he were to find out about the affair is not her state of mind evidence and is not admissible and is prejudicial. So don't go there.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, of course, with regard to the doctrine of completeness, I think the defense has an argument there. And so I'm inclined to let them bring in the other statements. And you can oppose it if you want, but that's sort of the guidepost that I'm setting right now.
Understood.
All right. Paper number 200 is Commonwealth 14, to allow the admission of text messages conversation as of 11/12. I wrote the defendant had not filed a written objection. I think I invited that at our last hearing, and I'm guessing that you didn't because it's 801D2 stuff, but you let me know if it's otherwise.
So, Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, I think maybe we have some objections to some of the portions of the text messages, but specifically, and I did talk about this in
Another paper?
the defendant's response to Commonwealth motion in Lim 13. The William Fasto text messages, I don't think that any of them are admissible and the jury should not receive them. There is no evidence about state of mind in them. It's text messages about two friends who are having an illicit sexual romantic affair. There's no evidence by the government other than speculation that Mr. Walsh ever even saw these messages.
Is it speculation? I mean, he says in his own words in the interview that somehow her text messages are showing up on my phone or something to that. And I'll go back and listen specifically, but we did cross this issue once before, and that was my recollection. Maybe it's a failed recollection.
No, the statement that you're referring to, there is a conversation between Mr. Walsh and the police where in the same paragraph, he says, I'm messenger, not I message. And then there's talk of Facebook messages popping up on its phone. So I don't think it's clear. And even if the court were to infer that iMessages came to his phone, there's no indication that those came to his phone. The text messages with Anna Walsh and Will Fasto ended at about 10:30 on New Year's Eve. Mr. Mutlow was at the home until 1:30. He specifically said, either during an interview or his grand jury, that at no point did he see Mr. Walsh on his phone. He didn't see Mr. Walsh on his wife's phone. He, again, described jovial, happy, up until the time he left at 1:30. So I think it's a very thin speculation that he saw these messages. If a foundation is laid during trial that indicates that he did see them or he did know them, it would be different. But otherwise, these text messages are hearsay and they're not admissible for any purpose.
How are they hearsay? In order, and what I'm focusing on is what in them, is to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, then
I guess we'll have to look at each, and that's sort of where we're going to end up with the transcript, I suspect.
Well, then that's it. So it kind of reverses the question back to the government. Why are they seeking to put this text message history in? They're putting it in because they want to wave it around and say she was having an affair and he knew and he killed her. That's what they want to do. And I think if there was actual evidence or proof, other than speculation, that he had seen these messages, was angry about them, we'd be in a different posture. But that is not the case. And so why are they trying to put them in hearsay? Her messages, her statements are hearsay. So what other purpose is it coming in for? I don't see a purpose other than to just wave this in front of the jury. Mr. Fastow is going to testify. He can certainly testify to the relationship between him and Anna, the duration, the time, but those text messages should not go in front of the jury.
All right. Kamala.
Please.
Your Honor, in addition to the defendant making statements about her iMessenger appearing on his phone, he also told the police that her phone was upstairs on New Year's Eve. He told police about some quarrel she had had with someone over text message and that had been put her phone upstairs in the bedroom.
Abdullah.
Yes. That's different than Mr. Mutlu's testimony that she was using her phone all night. So I suggest that's certainly...
Let me ask you this. Based on the forensic work done on the defendant's phone, is there any evidence that he was on his phone that night?
No, Your Honor, there's not.
Okay.
That's the phone that was
Missing.
misplaced.
Right, but you do have evidence, this has been the subject of other motions, that on the first and into the second, that there was some manipulation of that phone to unlock it. So I guess what I asked you, and it was a sort of a void in my mind of whether there was any evidence that he was on his phone on the 31st, and the answer to that is no.
The first time his phone was manipulated was at, I believe, 7:35.
In the morning of the 1st. All right, just trying to get the facts in my head. Well, more to follow on this as to individual text messages, and I want you to be focused on whether or not they are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and if they are, what your positions are, and see if you can make some headway on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, the only other thing with respect to the messages, and this could be an email instead of, I just wanted to, we can certainly check, but if I could have the government verify if the messages they are proposing to introduce between Mr. Walsh and the other witnesses, if they have been edited at all, because we have like pages of text messages over a couple days to various witnesses, and I don't know if that is just the chunk that they are taking, or if they went in and cut out any messages.
Okay. And by the way,
I'll talk to the counsel afterwards.
Okay.
by the way, this motion that I'm talking about, we started to talk about Mr. Fasto and Anna Walsh's text messages. But to the extent that they're the defendant's text messages, which were the subject of this, then that's in a different bucket in terms of evidentiary ruling. Maybe not as important to you either, which is why you went to the other.
Right.
Okay. Commonwealth number 15 is to admit internet history from devices in the defendant's residence.
Your Honor, the government has produced 2 binders that they expect to introduce into evidence. One is a binder of the gray MacBook, and then the other one is a binder of okay, we have 3 now.
All right.
So we appreciate that.
Are these for my own, sorry to interrupt you, but are these similar, if not the same, from what came into grand jury?
They're not the same to what came into grand jury.
Okay, because I'm familiar with those from the prior briefings.
This is significantly more material than what came into the grand jury.
Okay. Is it the same sort of format, though? There's a search and then the result of the search?
No, Your Honor, this would, I would suggest, be from a Celebrate report, and we have copies here that we can give to the court to review.
Okay.
But the Celebrate report for the MacBook pulls from 2 different databases, so you see the same search twice or the same visitation twice.
So let me ask you this. I have some questions that I need to process in my head.
Yes.
The searches that are done, is there forensic evidence that shows that the searches were done on the MacBook Pro
Yes.
and not on the iPad?
Yes.
All right. That's what I suspected, but I haven't asked and nobody told me that. I assume that that was the case.
Yes.
Because that was not the state of the evidence, as you know, at the time the case was indicted.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and from that time, and that is March of 2023 when the case was indicted, are you saying that the forensic work has uncovered additional searches beyond what was known at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what's the volume of that?
So the MacBook report, that report that was generated is approximately 1,000 pages long.
Okay. Is that where this search, I hate to be so graphic, but well, it's not that, this isn't that graphic, but this, in paper number 201, I learned of a search that I had never seen before, which is
We're objecting to that one.
right.
Okay.
That's the So that was not part of the grand jury.
It was not part of the grand jury.
What is the date of that search?
That is, I believe, forgive me because there's so many, but I believe it's in and around Christmas.
So
It's
pre
before
January 1st.
Yes.
Is it around the same time as the divorcing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Around the 27th?
If I may, I have a cheat sheet for myself. It's 12/27, Your Honor. And it is approximately 8 hours before the searches for divorce.
So, Your Honor, there were more searches and hits in general on this topic, as you might see on someone's device. This particular search, the name was, I'm trying to be, it was also about having a threesome and impregnating someone. There's multiple searches for porn. He is an adult male. So I think to just cherry pick this one, and
I don't care about the porn part, so to speak. I mean, that is the, it's inflammatory, but it's the second part of that search, cheating wife. So that goes to the issue that we just talked about before, about his state of knowledge and what reasonable inferences can be drawn from that search being done on the 27th. That goes to that is an argument with regard to his state of knowledge on the 27th as to whether or not his wife was having an affair, right? I could care less about the porn part of it.
no, I understand. I think, but without getting into a semantical discussion about pornography, I think that there's millions of different interests, predilections of what people might watch or like, and I think that it wasn't just cheating wife. It was cheating wife has threesome and gets impregnated. So to say that could have been ancillary to what the content of the material was. So I think it's inflammatory. So when the court...
So there's this body of evidence of searches now that are not in my mind because they were, and it's not that it's inappropriate, that's why we have these hearings. But what would be helpful to me is if the Commonwealth, A, can provide me with those searches, and B, if you know, and it's not too much additional work, identify, and maybe it will become apparent to me because there's only the list of what you knew at the time of grand jury is pretty much encapsulated both in the grand jury transcripts, but also in the affidavits.
Your Honor, we're prepared to give you the binders and a list of the items that we would seek to elicit at trial from the binders.
All right.
And we'd give that, of course, we've given the binders to counsel, but whatever we give to the court, we give to counsel.
And then if there are particularized searches that the defense is objecting to, I know you will raise them with me. And as a matter of logistics for how the jury is going to be presented this is even the stuff from grand jury, which I printed out because I'm still old school, is binders worth of materials that I have still with me. How are you going to present this to the jury?
So, Your Honor, we have, that would be tagged as an exhibit, a binder, but then it can be broadcast on these different monitors. So we can ask the witness about a certain entry in the report and put the entry on the screen, and then have the witness testify from the screen saying, this is what occurred in this entry, according to the report.
All right. Just an awful lot of material for them to absorb.
We understand that. It's also important material to the Commonwealth's case. And so it's not an easy examination, but we do believe that it's important, and we've tried to make it as streamlined as we can.
All right.
Your Honor, just so the court is clear, I believe the government's position
So just so y'all know, we have all types of options here. So, I mean, like, we got everything going on today. We have, okay, so we back live in this trial that we're currently watching, so I can put us live back in the courtroom. I do want y'all to know that the Andre Drummond has also, that hearing has started too. What I'll do is I'll go and get that one together. Verdicts. Is the verdict in the, oh gosh. Okay, well, wait a minute. I guess we going into the verdict first, y'all. Because I do want to see that. We all over the place. It's Monday. Monday fun day, right? Thank you, Lynn. Lynn out there watching out for us, getting all the verdicts and everything for us. Lynn is on it. Thank you. So it looked like they deliberated 5 hours and 15 minutes and 29 seconds. So as soon as they bring the verdict and they put them in the courtroom, you know, they still kind of like talking right now on court TV. As soon as they do it, I will put us in there, okay? But until then, let's just go ahead and continue what we're doing right now. We'll gain a little TiVo time in our other courtroom, okay?
They're going to put in 3 or 4 actual binders into evidence, so the jury is going to get a giant binder of 1,000 pages. And so at what point does that become cumulative and prejudicial when they just drop by? And I'm just saying, is there a way to streamline this, or is there a way to cull some of it? Maybe that's something we can all work on. I just wanted the court to be aware that that is the intention.
More to follow.
More to follow.
All right. Paper number 16, to introduce Axios Investigations, hired by Diana Walsh, December 28th, 2022. Defendant is opposing. So what is it? Is the Commonwealth just seeking to admit through a person presumably that comes from Axios, because Diana Walsh is not on the witness list?
Yes, Ron.
So
We listed her as a witness, Your Honor. We don't know if we're going to call her, but we did list her in an abundance of caution.
all right, I'll make sure that she's,
I apologize, Your
I
Honor.
don't think she's on there.
She's
It could
not
be a
on the list.
clerical error, but
Okay, so keep that so that,
She's also present in court right now, Your Honor.
well, do you want to do anything about that?
I didn't know she was on the witness list, so I didn't move to, I didn't move to sequester her for this hearing. So I didn't understand that she was going to testify, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right, so
I can tell you what I would intend to introduce a trial from Axios. It's just very simple, a contract that was executed.
right, which I've seen.
Yes.
It's a grand jury exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the objection to that?
So, Your Honor, what's the relevance of someone who the government isn't calling as a witness to introduce something that they did on the 27th of December?
Well, the relevance, and frankly, I'm going to ask that Ms. Walsh leave the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can speak more freely.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, the evidence that the government has provided us suggests that Diana Walsh contacted Axios Investigations on December 27th through email and phone calls, that she signed the contract, that she paid for it. In the grand jury testimony, Jeremy Dozier states that Diana Walsh specifically said, "I don't want my son to know about this." So they're trying to basically say she did this We have no evidence that he was part of it, knew about it, directed it, paid for it, and it's just prejudicial
But
and
there,
offensive.
I read somewhere, and it has to be in the grand jury, I read somewhere that the connection to the defendant is that she wanted to do this for some time because of the psychic, the whole, and that she went to the defendant or said to the defendant, I want to do this, and that he tried to rebuff her and say, no, I think his words were, Anna's a good girl, and, she's not having an affair, something to that effect. But then I also read somewhere, has to be, again, in the grand jury, that he then gave her the name of Axios. So even though he said, don't do it, he gave her the name of the company that she hired, right?
So if the government is going to elicit that information,
The only way that comes in is through Diana Walsh.
and they did not list her as a witness. So even if there was evidence that the government was planning to introduce that Mr. Walsh supplied the name, that doesn't indicate he paid for it, knew that she finally did it, was interested in the results. The evidence we do have is that the mother saw a psychic, and even the evidence suggests that when Mr. Walsh was speaking to other people about it, he was dismissive of it, and even told his wife about it. So I don't think it's appropriate that they get to introduce the contract or the fact that Diana Walsh hired a private investigator on the 27th unless they're going to call a witness to link it to him and that he knew about it, wanted it, and was invested in the results. Otherwise, it's not relevant.
So, Your Honor, you were right about your memory of the grand jury testimony. That statement of the defendant giving the name Axios, that comes from his mother. So
But you don't have her on the witness list, so how do you make that connection without her?
that's fair. We were suggesting as a reasonable inference by the amount of contact the two of them had, and that he saw her frequently, and that he talked to her frequently over the phone. But again, we were trying to be very limited with what we were entering. It was just the contract through the private investigator. So with that, I think Ms. Porges, her assessment of the evidence is correct. And so I don't want to belabor this issue. That was the only thing we were trying to get. We're not trying to get any statements of the defendant, nor were we trying to get any statements of his mother, simply the contract.
Well, you make whatever strategic decisions you're going to make, but that may lead for a paucity of evidence on linking his knowledge to it. That's your choice.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Number 17 is paper number 203, and no objections to the calendar.
There isn't, Your Honor, but given the fact that my understanding is that there's going to be a blank calendar and items or notations may be placed on it, and I'm assuming then that is going to go to the jury. If that's the case, then the defendant would also like access to also add or denote things on that calendar. We can color code it, we can figure out a way, but that's what I would ask for. Or we can have two calendars, which seems superfluous if there's one.
We were just looking to give each juror an empty calendar so they could make their own notes and it would be part of their notebook, not something like that witnesses would be using.
So if they just want to give a blank calendar to the jurors so they can keep track of days, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just got confusing during the grand jury.
All right. 206 is allowed, sequestration of witnesses. 207 is a review. Commonwealth took no position.
Your Honor, may we be heard sidebar?
Yes.
No objection.
Sure. So paper number 208, which is now we're moving to, did move at paper number 206 to the defense's motions eliminate. Paper number 208 is defense number 3. That is now mooted and requires no ruling. Paper number 209, defense 4. Commonwealth has indicated they will not seek such opinion, so no ruling is needed. Paper number 210, defense number 5. Commonwealth will not seek, no ruling is necessary.
Your Honor? Might we ask that a similar order regarding any awards or commendations for any defense experts that may be called? That they may not elicit that from those experts?
Well, to the extent that it goes to their qualifications, they need to do that. They need to know that the person's qualified, but no excessive lauding. How about we say that? On either side. Paper number 6, defense's motion in limine regarding any
Positions in civil cases.
Right.
And we were always shut down saying no, and we asked the same question the court's asking.
Well, I'm asking that question, and I almost never allow depositions in a civil case, even of the experts, but regardless, it's just a curiosity. Anyway, defense number 8, paper number 213, opposed at 232, and then another rebuttal at 281. To exclude defendant's request to consult with an attorney or statements of prior counsel. And I got more on that today, I think, too. Let's pause on that one. Bad acts, 214, paper number 9 for the defense. I think we've discussed this. It's opposed by the Commonwealth in a partial opposition of paper 233. And I had written to myself in my notes, question to the defendant specifically, what additional statements from the recorded interview does he want to exclude? But we're going to get to that in a minute. Paper number 215, defense number 10, motion in limine regarding witness characterization of evidence or of the defendant's behavior. The Commonwealth has said it will not seek character evidence, but will offer evidence of the defendant's behavior through observations. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that seems reasonable and likely where the line's going to be drawn. Number 11, paper number 216, asking the Commonwealth to designate and provide notice of specific statements and internet searches contained in the digital data seized to be introduced at trial. Anyone wish to be heard more on that issue?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth did file a response in pleading paper 234.
I saw that. I will say that the Commonwealth's opposition at 234 seemed to take a reasonable approach. And likely where the line will be drawn. Is the pillowcase and the pillow, that's all over, right? There's nothing there.
We're not going to introduce it, Your Honor.
And there's nothing other happened with regard to this is just a hanging, dangling from the prior motions, the dinosaur, teddy bear, that's nothing I need to worry about.
Nothing you need to work on. We sent counsel a list of photos we were intending to introduce. I think that we cropped out any images like that, and so if there's any issues, they'll let us know.
All right, So how do we take on this, what the remaining issue that I really want to address today, and then I'm happy to talk to you about anything that you need to discuss with the court, is these transcripts. And I had about 5 minutes to look at the case that the Commonwealth has now cited in its most recent briefing of this morning, and I want to give it a closer look. But one way that we can approach this is to literally go line by line. I know that the defense has indicated, and I appreciate the way that this was laid out in the briefing, because it makes it very clear as to what it is that you're seeking and helpful. So I appreciate the work that you did to get that in that shape. And you've stated your objections. So one way I could do this is to just go through on this list that you gave to me and rule at some time between now and before the evidence is played, and give you a little bit more time to brief it. I will say that, as I said to you at the side of the bench on Friday, that I think that there's a evidentiary issue that needs to be decided with regard to what the scope of the employment of Ms. Minor was. And I'm not sure how this new law fits within that analysis. If it does, if it's just a separate analysis, it almost seems like it's a separate thing completely. And a separate vehicle or avenue to admissibility, these adopted admissions. But I want to give the defense time to respond to that because it just came in this morning. And as to many of these statements, and so that you don't misunderstand where I thought I was on Friday, which was alerting you to the issue of agency, I'll call it. And I don't want either of the parties to be misguided by what I said to you on the side of the bench with regard to that. And what I mean by that is this. Even if Attorney Minor's statements aren't coming in, even if they weren't coming in, I never intended to not allow the Commonwealth to tell the jury that she was present there. So whether her statements come in is very different than whether her attendance at the interview was going to come in. And I think in the opposition that I saw, the papers that I saw flying, I think the Commonwealth, maybe based on what I said at the side of the bench on Friday, thought that I was excluding the latter as well, that is, her attendance at the interview. I also want to remind you of something that I said at the side of the bench on Friday, which is much of what Attorney Minor says is repeated by the defendant. And so the cumulative impact of those statements is not significant for the most part. There may be statements that she makes that are significant. It seems to me, and I'm sure the defendant is going to ask for, the humane practices instruction. And if that is the case, it would seem to me that the dynamic of what is going on in that home during those interviews is relevant to that, specifically Thomas's role. I see you nodding your head no, but then I get to the later interviews. Maybe there's not enough in there for you to care about it. So why are you nodding your head no over there, Attorney Tipton?
I appreciate the time to respond. I was reading their cases at 4 a.m. That's not the best time to be reading cases. If the court...
I was blissfully ignorant of it at 4 a.m. I didn't see it until 7 a.m.
So if the court's... we will file a written response. My understanding is the court's going to give us time for that. And when's a good time to have that filed? You said you would make a ruling before the evidence started, so
right.
I'm just wondering...
I mean, honestly, the next couple of days, we're going to be busy with picking a jury and maybe even longer than that. So, I mean, I don't, as long as I rule on it, yeah, as long as I rule on it in time for you to make the appropriate edits and I don't ruin, the poor IT person that's going to be tasked with doing the edits, Thanksgiving. How deep into the cases are these transcripts coming in?
Potentially the first day, Your Honor.
Great, thanks.
But the good news is like you said, a lot of it was cumulative. And so in going over that, particularly the interview in the 7th, when we looked at it, like, there's really not a big problem with a lot of these. So we'll start working on some of those redactions. And we gave a list to the court of the things that we didn't object to. So we're going to start working on this.
So curiously, and I just want to make sure that this was a conscious decision on the defense's part and not something that was unconscious.
Okay, I'm going to put us into the courtroom. Yes, this is the Trey Kill verdict one.
Oh, here we go. Everybody standing, the jury entering the courtroom.
I'm sure Maddie is probably watching.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. For the record, a jury has joined us back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everybody. The bailiff has informed the court that the jury's reached a verdict, and it looks like work to the bailiff, and she'll give it to me. Thanks. It'll take me just a minute to review your verdict, and then I'll be right back with you. Thanks.
As the judge is reviewing the verdict there before it's read, still with us, Ted Rollins, as well as Alexis Rosenberg.
And the verdict form does appear to be in proper form and order. Please listen carefully to the reading of the verdict. And I may have some questions for you after I announce the verdict. Jury verdict count number 1, murder in the first degree, child under 12, possession of trust. We, the jury, find the defendant Darren 3L Kill guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, possession of trust, and that is signed by our foreperson. And you wish to have the jury polled, Ms. Marasich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So after I announce your name, ladies and gentlemen, if you can just answer yes or no to my question. I'm going to mute the live streaming for this just so I don't announce all of your names on the live streaming.
All right, count 1, murder in the first degree, guilty, child under 12.
Damn. That's just me seeing everybody guilty, y'all. Ain't nobody out here not guilty today, baby. So if the jury come back with a verdict for you today, baby, you are guilty. We haven't seen not one not guilty. Like everybody guilty. Everybody guilty. It is definitely Guilty Monday. Okay, so now we are going into the case with Austin Drummond. Real quick, let's go see what this hearing is about. Oh, his arraignment. Oh, I thought it was ready. Okay.
Good afternoon to you. Court has previously appointed counsel for Mr. Drummond in this case. Do you want the indictment read?
We waive full reading, Judge. Eric, we are not guilty of all counts and are requesting the court to
Just want to make sure, as you know, there are a couple of extra boxes we need to be sure we check there. Are counsel qualified? You qualified for lead role in death penalty case?
I am, Judge.
I feel reasonably certain
Yes, sir.
That you're qualified for co-counsel role in death penalty case. I put down an appointment order last week. Does that need any clarification?
No, sir.
At all? Okay. don't know if I put in there for future references, if Mr. Drummond wants to waive personal appearance, I need a written waiver that is specific to the date of the appearance. I'm happy for him to be here each time, but also understand sometimes he may not want to do that.
Yes, sir.
Thinking about an appearance date on Tuesday, February 24.
Right now, Judge, I have a jury trial in Hayward County set that day.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Right now, it's set to go.
Okay. You want to go an extra month out? Or a month closer?
Here's the month further out.
March 24, 9 o'clock?
That will, Judge.
Or for you?
He said 9. Right, Judge.
March 24, 9 o'clock? At that date, what I'd like to do on that appearance is go ahead and set a motion date. I anticipate you all will be filing motions by that time. We'll set a motion date out there. Expert services requests, if you all, I know that you're going to get on that quickly. Email me the motion affidavit in an order, and I'll, if I need to talk to you, I'll talk to you. Otherwise, I'll sign it and get you going there as well. My preference would be to discuss venue sooner rather than later, because you will need if that's going to be an issue, then we need to go ahead and address it on the front end.
We will be filing a motion.
Okay. Also, if you anticipate, and it's as early, if you anticipate a jury questionnaire, then I'd rather look at that sooner rather than later. I know that the state has a motion for a protective order in the discovery there, and I've talked with both of you very briefly, just, acknowledging that we need to deal with it. What's the defendant's position on a protective order?
We'll discuss it with our client, Judge. I understand that we need to be here next Monday at 1 o'clock. If we cannot come to an agreement.
I have a sample or representative version of the order. I'd asked my assistant to draft both directions, not anticipating which way we're going with it. But I have one that would serve as a protective order in there if you want to see it. If y'all are interested in it, I'll get it emailed to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Hayes, anything else we need to take up this afternoon? Tubman? All right, very good. Let's see. I think Mr. Drummond has an appearance next, is it Monday or Tuesday? Next Monday at 1 o'clock, and the other pending cases there. Monday at 1 o'clock. Let's just go on and let's set it now. Yeah, let's set it now. If y'all reach an agreement, great. If you don't, then we'll go on and hear it next Monday and get it dealt with, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the Austin German. I guess we will I guess he comes back to court next Monday. Is there like a vest, like a bulletproof vest that he has on? Oh, really? They got a lot of nerve. Oh, they want to protect him. Oh boy, I can't deal. I know. I done had y'all everywhere today. Y'all don't know where y'all been at. Let me give y'all a little recap. So we went over to the Tuesday case that happened, where he did 4 unalivings with a metal pipe. He was found guilty. Then we just did the Trey kill case where he was, well, he's convicted now. He's been found guilty of strangling his 6-year-old, I don't know, you won't call him stepson, but his girlfriend's son. Then we were over in Brian Walsh's case where we looked at the last pretrial hearing, because that case is going to be set for trial to start on December the 1st, with jury selection beginning on November the 18th. And he's currently about to take trial for the unaliving of his wife and dismemberment of her body. So I hope that everybody I don't know. I'm having a hard time keeping it up with it. But what I will do is I will clip everything. Thank you. Yeah, I'm Batman. I'm out here trying to save these people, but shoot, these guilty verdicts coming faster than I can. I can't save all these people. Good grief. We got all this stuff going on. So now we are about to go back into our current trial. That is day 1 today. They just got back from lunch. So we're going to go back into that trial and finish up with that, if that's okay, guys. As I stated, the clip of Brian Walsh's final pre-trial hearing is just the, handling all the motions in limine, things of that nature. That I do have as a clip with just what we were just watching. So that'll be on the site if anybody wants to watch that. We were just watching it in between time. And I'll also do the verdicts for everybody, okay? What did I want to just discuss with y'all? Oh, I did want to share it. So I was able to find some documents on this case. I was trying to see if I could find I wanted to see what this looked like. So this is the waiver of the right to a jury trial. So this is when he waived the right to be tried by a jury. Because remember, this current case that we're watching today with Mr. Matthew Lanz, it is a bench trial. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with y'all. That I was like, oh wow, and they do have a lot of documents in regards to the transcripts and stuff for this case. If you didn't grab your bingo card, make sure you grabbed your bingo card for the case. We are currently on our 3rd witness. I believe we heard from the dad. We heard from a first responder or officer. And then we heard from a detective that kind of got on the stand. Now, what I will say is that the defense has not really cross-examined anybody. So I don't know what their case is or if they're even trying to build a case, but I'm gonna put us back in the courtroom and we can go through this. And I guess by the time they go on the next break, we'll have TiVo time, so we'll be able to zoom past it. Okay, guys? All right, here we go.
We are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-00922, present in the open courtroom of the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lanz, represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorney Grady Horowitz. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anything we need to put on the record before we proceed?
Not from the city, Ron.
No. Thank you. All right. And It was ADA green. You can continue with your direct your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Sergeant, kind of blow through a lot of these a little bit quicker here. Looking at states 101, what area of the house are we in? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, we are standing on the side of the couch, closer toward the fireplace, looking into the kitchen.
States 102.
That's in the kitchen, looking toward the dining room, and that's a desk area there inside the kitchen.
States 103.
Now we're looking at the island in the kitchen, still with our back to the couch.
States 104.
Now to the left of the island, the range,
States 105.
and now to the far left side of the kitchen.
States 106.
That's a dog food bowl.
States 107.
And it looks like a children's table with a bench and a tote there on top.
States 109. Is this that same area?
It is, yes.
Okay, and how are the blinds for that window looking out onto the patio?
They're partially closed, we'll say.
States 110.
Now we're looking through the kitchen into the dining room.
States 112.
That's back in the kitchen, looking at the desk area. You can see the laundry room in the background.
States 113. Were there items of value in this area?
Yes, you had Amber's purse, you had a diaper bag there, you had an iPad.
Do you recall if there were keys to the Justin's truck in this area?
I do believe there were, yes.
Did any of that seem disturbed or rummaged through or anything?
No, it did not. It appeared to be in order.
States 116 here. Who did that backpack belong to?
It's a black backpack that we learned belonged to Justin Hicks.
Once again, was there anything rummaged through with the backpack?
It did not appear so, no.
States 117.
Now we're on the far side of the kitchen island here. Looking at that would be the back of the house is what we're looking at.
States 118.
Again, and kind of focusing in on that open lower cabinet.
And what is it that was located near that open cabinet?
We have one more shell casing.
States 120. Well, probably not this one. Let's do this. States 122. Is that the casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And states 123. That kind of zoomed into that area.
Yeah, correct, it is.
We'll circle back to that in a little bit. Looking at states 124, what area are you now kind of heading towards?
Heading back toward the laundry room of the home.
Now, looking at the hinge that's barely seen in states 124, is that the same door we see in states 125?
Yes, it is. That's the garage door.
And what was on the garage door in states 126?
That's a child lock.
States 127, what was being photographed here?
It's the ADT alarm panel.
States 129. Is this how it displayed at the time that officers arrived on scene?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, it is.
States 130, what was found kind of on the floor in this bottom right quadrant as well as closer to the laundry room?
There's dog feces.
States 131 here.
And now we're continuing past the door that we were just speaking about and looking into the laundry room.
States 131 here, what did you have on that door?
Another child lock.
That was seen in 132?
Correct.
All right, and inside that closet, what type of items were inside?
Household clean, that's where you keep like your vacuum, your mop.
And that's looking at states 133. States 136. What was inside the laundry room?
Obviously, you have a washer and dryer, and it appeared they were getting their Christmas decorations out to decorate the house.
Once again, did anything within the laundry room seem rubbished with?
It did not, no.
States 137. What door are we looking at here?
So we're in the laundry room, and this is the door to the side door of the home where we saw the delivered package was.
States 139. Is that a zoom in of the same door?
Correct, and again with the same child lock we saw on all exterior doors.
And what about the blinds?
They were closed.
Kind of backing up a little bit here, looking at states 141. Remind us what door this is.
That should be the door into the garage.
States 140. What are we looking into now?
Now we're looking out into the garage.
States 143.
Now again, we're continuing into the garage. We saw a fishing boat. Obviously, you see a bicycle, a lot of totes, some children's toys, children's bicycle.
Were there valuables within this garage?
Yes, there were.
Was anything taken?
No.
States 149.
Now we're looking back into the dining room. So this is the walkway in between the kitchen and into the dining room. We see Jacob's high chair there.
States 151 here.
Again, continuing in the dining room. That's the open front door you see.
States 152 here. What is the, like on the banister, these white things that you can see?
That's where you attach a baby gate for the stairs.
States 153. What do we see here?
There you go. That's the other side of the attachment for the baby gate.
And from where this photo is taken, like what would be behind your back?
The front door, directly behind.
I'm looking at states 154 here. Where, again, kind of what is the vantage point of where this photo is?
Okay, so where we just were with the stairwell, this is going to the left. And so you're going to be walking into the main living room. Also, you see Justin's feet lying there. And we have the children's fire department hat and the fire truck that we talked about earlier.
The states 155. That kind of zoomed in at that area?
Correct, it is.
Right. And from looking at states 157 here, did that little tight fire truck block the walkway to get kind of around that corner into the kitchen area?
It did, correct.
States 158, what door is this?
That's a bathroom door.
States 159, what did you find from within the bathroom?
Okay, so this is just off where we were looking at where that child's fireman's helmet is, just to the left of it. The guest bathroom downstairs there. Obviously, the bathroom was a mess, which was different from majority of the home other than the toys. The toilet paper holder had appeared ripped off the wall. Looks like it probably been put in the toilet at some point and then removed from the toilet, and several children's toys lying on the floor in there. I believe there were a couple of books, a plushie toy, a hand puppet. You see the little lawnmower there.
Okay, so states 160 and 161. Is that zooming in on those kids' items?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And then you also mentioned the toilet paper roll looking at states 162. Is that what we see pulled off the wall?
Correct.
States 163 here. Tell us a little bit, well, actually, let me show you states 164. Tell us a little bit more about kind of the toilet paper and how it appeared.
Yeah, it obviously had gotten wet and then was strewn across the ground there. Our assumption was obviously the closest source of water was the toilet, so rather than pulled off the wall, put into the toilet, and removed from the toilet.
States 1, and by the way, states 164. Was there anything actually in the toilet?
Not that I can see.
Okay. No clogging or any sort of mass objects or anything?
No, nothing like that, no ma'am.
States 165.
That's the sink in the same bathroom.
And states 166 here. What is kind of being shown in terms of
So showing
location?
the proximity obviously to the living room where the deceased were located. So the bathroom is right there on the left, right before you walk into the living room.
States 167.
Now we're looking at the door frame there going around it and a foreign substance that we photographed on the wall.
Now kind of backing up just a little bit, looking at 169, where is this office located in relation to the front door?
Directly to the left. So what you see here on the left-hand corner is actually the front door open. That's the keypad down there. So if you came in through the front door, the stairwell's directly in front of you. This is directly to your left, and the bathroom is on the other side of it there.
States 170.
Yep, we're looking now inside the office.
States 173.
Now we're looking at the floor of the office toward the front of the home, and it's the backing to an electronic device laying on the floor.
States 175.
That's a close-up of the backing of the electronic device.
We'll circle back to that in a moment here. Did you all go through some of the drawers in the office?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And once again, did it appear anyone had opened those drawers or gone through them?
No, they all appeared to be in order and organized.
States 178.
This is we're looking at the front door, and then that would be the office directly there to the right.
States 180.
There's a liquid that we believe to most likely to be urine, probably from the dog.
And was that in some other areas of the home as well?
It was.
States 181.
Now we're looking at the front door is closed. That's the dining room to the left where you see the luggage at.
And once again, was there a baby lock on the front door?
Correct. The same baby lock we saw on all the exterior doors.
And the blinds on the side, what was...
They're closed.
States 186. What was located kind of on the stairs?
That's a label maker, which we were able to match up to the backing found on the floor of the office.
States
193 and 194, are those close-up images of that same item?
Correct, that's the label maker on the stairs.
Did y'all know how it may have gotten there?
No, but we knew that Jacob had been alone in that home for several hours, so our assumption is the same way the toys were moved about, the label maker was probably moved there by Jacob.
Looking at states 187, what do we have open here on states 187?
The baby gate is open.
And looking at states 189, how has that baby gate been moved by you all for documentation purposes?
Yep, that's in it. It is in the closed position there.
Now, when you all and officers arrived on scene, was that open or closed?
It was open when I got there, and from what I recall from the responding officers, they also found it open.
Making our way upstairs, what are we looking at on the floor in states 196?
That is another baby gate lying on the floor.
States 197?
There's the same baby gate.
Now, does this one have the same sort of blocking mechanisms that the one on the bottom of the stairs had?
No, it appears to be the type that wedges in between two banisters.
States 198, whose bedroom is this?
We're now in Jacob's bedroom.
States 199, what kind of bed did Jacob have?
It's a toddler bed that obviously allows him to get in and out on his own.
States 200.
Again, looking at his bedroom and his toys and his bookshelf there.
States 201.
And then continuing around to the other wall.
What was significant to you about kind of his toys and how his room appeared compared to the downstairs?
Everything was in its place. It was a very clean bedroom. The toys were all, and the books were all organized and put away, and nothing was strewn about. Obviously, we have downstairs where there was toys spread out everywhere and pulled off the shelves.
States 202, what's this here in the corner?
It's the humidifier and the baby monitor.
States 207.
There you go, that's the baby monitor.
Was this the corresponding baby monitor to the actual monitor downstairs?
Yes, it was the one lying on the couch next to Amber's right arm.
States 203.
It's a diaper changing station.
States 209. Did y'all find any blood stains or anything indicative of Jacob getting back into his bed at any point in time?
No, the upstairs did not resemble the downstairs home at all.
States 211.
This is looking into Justin and Amber's bedroom from the hallway.
States 212.
Same now, just turning to your right.
States 213.
And then continuing into the master bedroom.
States 214. Was there a bed made?
Yes, it was.
States 215.
A dresser inside of the master bedroom.
We can see that at least two of the drawers aren't completely closed. Did it appear clothes had been strewn about or unfolded or anything within the drawers?
It did not. The drawers appeared to be organized.
States 216.
This is entering from the bedroom into the master bathroom.
States 217.
It's the master closet.
States 218. Where are you starting to zoom into here?
There's a handgun sitting on top of that safe.
States 219. Is that kind of a zoom in of that gun?
It is.
And then what was the item back behind this gun?
I believe it was a love letter.
States 220. Is that a copy of that letter?
It is.
Okay, and what was the date?
It shows November 16th, 2021.
And why did this letter matter to you all from November 16th of 2021?
Obviously, that's one day before when we know the crime to have occurred, but it's a letter that it appears Amber had written toward Justin. It showed what appeared to be a healthy marriage and happy marriage.
Based on your analysis of the scene, were you able to identify any obvious leads?
No. The scene was unique in that someone obviously had been, being Jacob, a 2-year-old, inside of it alone for several hours. That's not normally how we would come upon a scene like that. We had a large amount of time, even not knowing really when the actual murders occurred, to when we located the scene. So we knew what we were looking at was most likely not the original state of the scene.
Now I wanted to kind of go back for just a minute here. Going back briefly to states 282 and 283, whose phone is depicted in states 282 and 283?
That is Amber Hicks' phone.
I'm going to show you state 605. If we put this one in yet, state 605. Do you recognize state 605?
I do. It's marked as a white Apple iPhone belonging to Amber Hicks.
Is that the phone that we see in states 282 and states 283?
Yes,
Is that collected on scene?
it was.
And likewise, this has one of the biohazard stickers. Why is that?
Because it also had what we believe to be a bodily fluid, most likely blood, on the phone.
State is tender state 605 in evidence.
An objection? No, Your Honor. State 605 is admitted.
Well, I'm grabbing a couple pictures. I'm going to hand you states 602, 603, and 604. Do you recognize those packages?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how is it that you recognize states 602 to 604?
They're marked as each being a spent 9mm shell casing.
Okay, and how many were collected on scene?
3 were collected on scene.
And are those what I've handed you there in states exhibit 602 through 604?
Yes, they are.
And are those the 3 casings that we've also seen in photographs previously?
Yes, they are.
Statement is to tender states 602, 603, and 604 in evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State 602, 603, and 604 admitted.
I want to go back and kind of look at this case a step back. Based on the scene here, you said how many casings were recovered?
3.
And were they all 9mm?
Yes, they were.
And you mentioned looking back at states 221. Where was one of those casings found?
We have one that was found just inside the baby gate area.
We'll start with the
Excuse me.
casings. We'll go check out in a minute.
Sorry, yes, we're talking shell casings. To the, if you could show to the left here is where the dog bed is. So it would be just at the feet of Justin.
That would be 602.
This is 221. Alright, let's look at 84 at the same time. So looking at 84, you said one was behind the dog bed.
Correct.
Okay. Where was the other one?
So we have one behind the dog bed, one underneath the trampoline that you see in the background there.
Okay. And then where was
The third one was in the kitchen, near that open kitchen cabinet.
states 119?
Correct, right there. That would be the third shell casing we found.
Now, based on your review of the scene and impression, did it appear that those 3 casings were all in their original position, meaning where they would have fallen when ejected from the firearm?
No, it did not. I think the one behind the dog bed could have been, based off where the victims were and where they were shot. The one at the trampoline and then also the one in the kitchen, I don't see how that could be where they landed when ejected from the gun. I believe they had to have been moved.
I'm kind of walking through that slowly, looking where Justin's body came to a rest there. Well, let me back up. I apologize. Let me grab one more photo. Were you able to make any sense of State's Exhibit 96 here?
There is, yes, there's a reasonable explanation for why that defect is there.
Can you explain how you might get this particular defect in State's 96?
Yeah, I believe from when we recreated the scene that it's most likely from the projectile that passed through into the right side of Justin and passed out through his left side of his abdomen. The other ones, I don't see how any of the other rounds that were through gunshot wounds could have struck that floorboard there.
With respect to Amber's body positioning, did it make sense to you at all that a bullet could have gone through her body and landed in this baseboard area in States 96?
No, I believe the couch, we would have seen damage on the couch where that would have occurred.
And so did that leave you with looking at Justin's gunshot wounds?
Yes, it did.
And which was the only one that was through and through on Justin's body that it could have ended up hitting this baseboard area?
So that was the one that entered his lower right side and exited out the left side.
Now, had he been standing approximately where he came to arrest here, can you get kind of a trajectory that would have continued on in this direction?
Yes, I believe he was standing where his feet were and his body was turned to look over his right shoulder toward that broken window. I believe that it's possible that that round could have entered through his right side, out his left in a downward trajectory and struck the baseboard.
Kind of in this direction where my pen is
Yes, ma'am.
placed? So was it your belief kind of being there on scene and being able to really see from the vantage point he was standing at, I guess, what does it seem like he was doing at that time?
At that time, it appeared that he had stood, I don't know if he had stood up from being on the couch, or if he was already standing, but it appeared he would have been standing and then turning to the right to look back toward that broken window when that round entered through his right side, out his left side, and struck the baseboard.
Now, given that you have this defect here in the baseboard that we see in States 97, was there any, did the projectile go all the way through that drywall?
No, it did not.
So would you have expected to find a projectile very close to this area?
Yes.
Looking at the projectiles in this case, where is it that you found the only projectile that could have correlated to that defect in the wall?
Just on the other side of the baby gate that you see there.
That looking at States 88 here?
Yes, it is.
close-up one. States 91, is that what we're seeing also in states 88 and 89?
Correct, it is.
How could it have gotten to this particular area where states, 88, 89, and 91 are?
I think it's very likely it was moved by Jacob, since we have so many things moved around. That does not appear to be its natural resting position.
And what else was close to that projectile?
Yeah, we got a pretty large shard of glass there.
Does it seem that that was an unnatural placement from where that shard of glass originated from?
It does.
Now, the other projectile, if you recall that one, do you remember where that one was?
Yes, the other projectile would be lying on the couch in between Amber's right arm and her right hip.
Did that seem like a more natural placement and had come to a rest where it actually came to a rest?
It did, yes, ma'am.
And so how many total projectiles were recovered on scene?
2 were recovered from the scene.
And ultimately, how many projectiles did y'all end up with in the case in total once the autopsy were conducted?
5 total.
So 5 total projectiles, but only 3 casings?
Correct, 3 cases.
Now, we saw that and talked about the fact y'all moved the couch, you moved the rug and so forth. Is it possible you all just didn't find these other 2 casings?
It's always possible. I don't know if we have searched harder for them. I think we even disassembled a Roomba that was inside the house looking for it. We searched everywhere we could possibly search to look for those shell casings and could not locate them.
Is it possible those were picked up?
Yes, it is very possible they were removed from the scene.
And based on kind of Amber's positioning, was there any evidence that she ever really moved off the couch?
No, it did not appear so. Her positioning appeared more natural than Justin's did.
I know you mentioned that there was at least 1 handgun in the closet. Were there other firearms in this house?
I believe there were, yes, ma'am. All in that upstairs closet, I believe.
To the best of your knowledge, were any firearms taken from the residence?
Yes.
Well, meaning from whoever committed this crime?
No, not in a theft manner. Sorry, collected by us, yes, not in a theft manner.
I want to talk to you about Jacob Hicks. When you went out there on scene, was he still there?
Yes, he was still there. He was with his grandparents when I got there.
And how did he appear?
He was in his pajamas, which were covered in blood, a considerable amount of blood on them.
Prior to testifying, did you have the opportunity to look through states 306 through 320?
I did.
And did you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And how did you recognize those photographs?
Those are the pajamas that we took off of Jacob.
Are they fair and accurate pictures of how his pajamas appeared after he was removed from the residence on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, they are.
State moves to tender states 306 through 320 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 306 to 320 admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So first looking at states 306 here, what side of the PJs are we on?
So this is the front side of them.
Okay. And what do we see in this area of the legs?
Yeah, a significant pattern of blood in the, I would say, like the knee area of the pajamas.
Okay.
What about on the front of the shirt?
Yep, same as well. Quite a bit there on the chest and then shoulders, arms.
State 307, is that a zoomed in photo?
Yes, it is.
All right, state 308,
Yes, again, looking at it.
state 309, and some of this has somewhat of a glare.
Yes. We're still looking at the blood stains on the pajamas.
State 310,
Again,
skipping ahead to states 315, what do we see here?
so these are the pajama pants looking just inside the waistband. Obviously, we see blood on the inside and outside, it appears.
States 317,
This is now the back side of the pajamas, and we have blood that more or less corresponds to how the front of them were. We've got blood on the front, the back, the inside, the outside, all over them.
states 319, is that kind of a zoomed in view?
Correct, that's the back side of them.
What was significant to you about the blood and the location of the blood on Jacob's pajamas?
I think what I took from it is that transfer was not from one time of touching his deceased parents. To me, to get that amount of blood in the places that the blood is would indicate that Jacob most likely crawled on his parents' bodies after they had been killed, which probably explains why the toys were placed in the manner where they were on them.
What about kind of this area that's like under the arm and on the back side of the arm?
Correct. Even in the underarm there, like you're talking about on the back side, both of them is if possibly he could have just wrapped his arms around an area of his parents that was bleeding.
Were there any injuries to Jacob that would have caused him to have his own blood on his jammies?
No, he had no injuries.
Now, do you recall by the time you got there whether the blood on Jacob's jammies was wet?
By the time I got there, he did not, obviously that stage was never taken back to the lab and photographed, so that's much more dry than we were there. So it was more wet than that, yes.
Do you remember whether it appeared like super fresh versus having been on his jammies?
No, it appeared that it had been there for a while.
Now, did you also kind of take additional exterior photos on a separate day, or I should say, supervise that process of taking additional photographs on a separate day?
Yes, the following day on the 19th, myself and another crime scene technician went back to the home. By the time we had finished processing the scene that day, it was very dark on the 18th. Because we were into the early morning hours of the 19th. So I wanted to go back during daylight hours, get some more overalls, and then to search the area with metal detectors to see if there's any evidence, such as the missing shell casings that we could not find. Because my thought was if the perpetrator could have removed them and dropped them while running, maybe we could find them.
Prior to testifying, did you have the opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 608 through 641?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And are those the photographs that you just referenced?
They are.
Are those fair and accurate photographs of the ones you all took on November 19th of 2021?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Statements to tender, State 608 through 641.
Is there any objection?
No. No.
State 608 through 641 are admitted.
We'll make this very brief here, but looking at State 610 here, where is this photograph being taken from?
This is the front of the home on the street.
And within these photographs, looking at 616, did you also document some of the additional sensor floodlights?
Yes, we did. We went around and documented anything essentially security-wise around the home.
And is that an example there in state 16?
Correct. That is, if you're looking at the corner to the left of it's the front of the house. Obviously, this is the garage door to the right of us.
Looking at state 621 here, what was the purpose of this view?
So that's standing where that trash can is the driveway. So the cars would be to the truck would be to the right of it. So I'm standing in the backyard, attempting to show how much coverage there was from the backyard, how difficult it would be to see someone in the backyard from the roadway or a neighbor's home.
And then similarly, looking at state 626, what was the purpose of state 626?
Again, we're just deeper into the backyard here, but we're looking at these floodlights that are mounted on the corner of the home.
In states 627, what are you starting to get close to here on the right side of the image?
We're going to start getting to that sunroom. It's going to be coming up on the right-hand side. You can see Justin's black truck there on the left. And you can see the motion light is actually on from me standing there.
State 629 here, and it's a little bit hard to see, but what is kind of through these bushes?
From where we're standing, we're looking through the backyard at the house directly behind, which is the Lanz residence.
State 629 to 631, is this kind of a continuation photo?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so here we can see a vehicle through the bushes. What street would that have been on?
I believe if I'm looking through that way, I don't want to speak wrong on that. It could be Delphinium, but I'm not sure what that cross street is running right there.
Let's see, state 632.
Again, we're just showing the heavy amount of tree coverage and foliage that kind of made a little backyard oasis there. There was no seeing in or out of that.
And then states 636 and state 637. What's being documented here and from what vantage point?
So this is standing on the driveways to the left there. So standing out on the street, looking into the backyard of the Hicks. So this would be the visual from the neighbor's home right there or anyone driving by.
And then states 640 here. Whose house is this still in the corner on the left side?
That would be the Hicks home.
So is this looking towards their kind of backdoor neighbor?
Correct, yes ma'am.
Now, while y'all were out there, were you able to locate any casings, firearms, cigarette butts, anything about you?
No, we did not locate any evidence outside on the secondary search at all.
I think that is all that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated to us that you had a chain or a number of people with you that went out and did the search.
Yes, sir.
And how long had you been a crime scene technician at that point?
So I was a supervisor of the crime scene technician. I have had the training, but that's never been my full-time job. But at that point in time, I have been supervising that unit since 2019.
Okay. And how many crime scenes had you processed at that point? Do you remember?
I don't know how to tell you that. I can tell you that on average, I probably responded to anywhere from 20 to 30 homicides alone a year. So leading up to that point from 2019 up to 2021, probably at least 60 homicides alone.
Okay. Was the dog still there when you arrived?
The dog was not loose inside the home, but I believe the dog was still there, yes, sir.
Okay. And was the dog barking at you when you got there?
Not at me, no, sir.
Had you been given information that the first officer on the scene, the dog was loose and barking at that point?
Yes, sir. We had been told that by those officers.
Let's talk a little bit about what you saw when you initially got there with the broken glass. It's double pane glass.
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't shatter quite like just a regular pane of glass.
Correct.
Fair to say.
Yes, sir.
And it came out in pretty good sized chunks.
Yes, sir, it did.
The majority of the glass was on the inside, on the floor area where the little slide goes down.
Yes, sir.
But we saw glass that was kind of all over the house.
All over the main floor, yes, sir.
And you indicated the child didn't have any cuts on his hands or feet.
Not that I saw, no, sir.
So is it your belief that the child moved that glass to the different areas, or how do you account for the fact that the glass got moved different places?
Yeah, my belief would be either the child or the dog would have had to have moved. I don't know how it could have got to some of those other points. Obviously, some glass can stay on someone's clothing with movement, but not the amount of large pieces that we saw that far away from the entry point.
Okay. And one of the shell casings, and I want to go through because I'm a little confused as to which shell casing belongs to which one of your documents.
Okay.
Let's look at shell casing 602. Where did that one come from?
You want to know exactly which location in the home?
Correct.
It's going to be tough for me to compare a state's exhibit number to our internal reporting. Obviously, it just says that it's a 9mm spent cartridge with a Ruger head stamp recovered from the Hicks residence. But the GDI, that's ATF, Department of Justice stamping on it does not tell me the exact location.
So we don't know where shell casing 602, 603, and 604 were located, correct? We just know that they were found in 3 different locations, but you can't compare that to where they were.
I cannot do it sitting here. I'm sure it can be done from looking at our internal records, but no, sir, I cannot do it sitting here.
Okay. One of your jobs and responsibilities is to look for potential fingerprints, handprints.
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
And what areas did you test to see if you could find any fingerprints?
I know that we obviously concentrated quite a bit on the entry point, the window right there, the window sill, a couple of larger pieces of glasses that we thought could possibly have any type of valuable prints on them. And then anywhere else inside the home that the crime scene technician would see fit, but the majority of it was focused on that back window, and I believe we did the back door as well, wondering if someone attempted to open the door, seeing if it was unlocked before breaking the window.
Okay. Were you able to locate any fingerprints?
Not of identifiable value.
So she was in the car while I was speaking with Scott. When I did ask Scott the questions, he was very forthcoming with the answers.
Okay, and so where was it specifically that he pointed you to regarding the gun he received from Matthew Lanz?
So he gave me 2 locations. There was the gun safe in the master bedroom closet, and the one that they took from Matthew from his apartment in Athens was top of the stairs. There's a closet on the right. When you go in the closet, there is a rack of clothes on the left, men's clothes, and then there's a blue sports coat hanging in the midst of all the other clothes. The gun is in the sport coat pocket.
And did you actually find it in that location?
Yes, I did.
All right, were photos also taken throughout the search warrant execution?
They were.
Okay, I'm going to show you what you and I have previously gone through, but you can flip through them again. States Exhibit 321 through 459, as well as 484 through 527.
I know you've previously gone through them, so do you recognize those stacks of photos?
I do.
Okay, and were those photos taken on the evening of November 19th, 2021 during the search warrant execution at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, they are.
Are those fair and accurate photographs of that search warrant execution?
They are.
State goes to tender states 321 through 459 and 484 through 527.
Any objection? Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to view all of those, so we have no objection.
Thank you. States exhibits 321 to 459 and 484 to 527 are omitted.
Thank you, May I publish?
Yes.
We won't go through every single one of these, but looking at states 322, there's a bad glare there. Maybe hand this one to you for just a minute. 322. What are the cross streets that are being documented in states 322?
It's across street of Verbena Drive and Delphinium Boulevard.
States exhibit 324 here. Which residence is being documented?
That is 600 Delphinium.
And so the street in front of the house is which street?
The street that the front door of the house is on is Delphinium, and then the street where the garage is Verbena Drive.
States exhibit, and if that microphone is giving too much feedback and you just want to talk very loudly, I don't think that'll be a problem as long as you speak up.
Okay.
All right, states 325.
That is the front side of 600 Delphinium.
States 326.
That's the mailbox.
States 327 here. So what street does this driveway empty into?
That would be Verbena.
States 328.
This is inside the residence of 600 Delphinium.
States 331. What are we looking at here?
That's also inside the residence. Looks like a family room.
States 334.
This is like the main area of the first floor. It appeared that the house was being like renovated or under construction, so there was construction stuff and other items just kind of scattered everywhere.
Stage 335.
This is the kitchen.
Stage 337.
It appears to be the dining room or some kind of breakfast nook.
Stage 338.
It's a couple of refrigerators and some appliances. I don't remember if those were actually in the kitchen or not, or if they're removed because of the renovation.
Stage 339.
It's just a hallway going further into the residence.
Stage 340.
I believe that's going back towards the garage.
Let's see, states, let me go back really quickly. So states 339 here. Do y'all go down this hallway?
Yes.
Okay. Unless.
There's a bathroom there.
Yeah, so states 334. Is that the back and we can start to see?
Yes.
Alright. And then states 342. Are you continuing down that hallway?
Yes, going up upstairs.
Jump ahead here. And
then throughout the search of this house, did you find any documentation with Matthew Lanz's name on it?
Yes,
So was it clear that this was in fact his family's residence that he spent time at?
it was, yes.
Going. Stage 407 here, is this the same kind of small flight of stairs we see previously?
Yeah, this is above that first landing.
And then stage 409 here, what are we looking at in stage 409?
So this is inside of the closet that Scott Lanz had directed us to, where the gun was located. So if you go out that door, immediately to the left, the stairwell, yes, the stairwell is back, kind of coming along that wall, going down.
Stage 411 here.
That is the sport coat that Scott referenced.
Stage 412, what do you start to see there?
That's the mag well to a semi-automatic pistol.
Stage 413, is that the same magwell?
Yes.
All right, stage 414.
There's the grip to a firearm and some paper.
Could you tell once you looked further what that paper was? Let's see, let's look at stage 416.
Yeah, it's the like the ceremonial brochure for the Kennesaw Mountain graduating class. I can't see it here, but 2018.
Stage 418, did you all remove that firearm from the jacket pocket?
Yes, I did.
All right, that was documented in stage 418.
Yes, that's my hand with the firearm, and it's in a holster.
Stage 420, did you take it out of the holster?
I did.
Stage 422, what type of firearm was that?
It's a ZEV Technologies OZ9.
Okay. Stage 423, can you see better there as well?
Yeah, this is the other side of it.
Stage 425, do you all also have a zoom in so that you can document, the serial number there?
Yes.
Okay, what is that serial number?
Zulu Alpha 04909.
We're going to pass you State Exhibit 607 here. Do you recognize State 607?
Yes, I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 607?
This is the firearm that's pictured in those photographs.
Okay, State 425, for example?
Yes.
All right, very good. And is that the actual firearm that you all retrieved from the sport coat in the Lanz's residence?
Yes, it is.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 607.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 607 is admitted.
And just to be clear, was there any magazine inserted in that firearm?
No, there was not. There was a magazine located in another pocket of the sports coat.
So looking at State 427, is this the other side of the same sport coat?
Yes.
All right, State 428, what are you now kind of pushing out of that sport coat pocket?
It's a block magazine.
State 429, is that the bottom of that magazine?
Yes.
All right, State 430, what is being documented in State 430?
So that is a Glock 40 caliber, 40 Smith & Wesson magazine.
Was there any ammunition in this?
No.
Nevertheless, did you all collect it?
Yes, we did.
State 431, what are you documenting in State 431?
So that is the master bedroom closet, and on the floor you can see the gun safe laying down.
State 432 here, did Scott and Teresa Lanz provide you with the key or code?
I don't remember.
None of
We
that.
actually provided it, but we did have a key and we were able to open it.
And is that documented in states 433?
Yes,
States 434?
yes.
States 435?
Yep.
Now, did you all also open this bag?
Yes, we did.
States 436, is that being documented?
It is.
All right, states 438. No, the glare's not great.
There's 3 handguns in that bag.
And states 439.
Yeah, so there's 2 Glock 40 calibers, an FIE 25 auto, a couple knives, and then what appears to be a suppressor.
Did y'all continue to document each of these items in detail as well as any corresponding ammunition?
Yes, we did.
Now, within this home in particular, did you find any SIG 9mm ammunition?
No, we found a lot of 223, 5.56, some 308, but no 9mm, specifically Sig Sauer branded 9mm.
I'm sorry,
Sig Sauer, SAEUR.
Could you please say my name, please? Thank you.
Just Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender states 461 into evidence, which is contained within the stipulation number 9 on our stipulation, which I'll go ahead and read at this time. Crime scene technician Malika Moore swabbed the ZEV Technologies OZ9 pistol, serial number ZA04909, found by Scott and Teresa Lanz on November 18, 2021, in defendant Matthew Lanz's Athens residence located at 435 North Church Street, apartment 4, Athens, Georgia 30601, and collected by Cobb County Police on November 19, 2021, from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, Acworth, Georgia 30102. States Exhibit 461 are the swabs from the pistol, which were then sent to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosive Fire Forensic Science Laboratory for testing.
Okay. The court has written in Exhibit 461 on the stipulation number 9, and 461 is submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then the last stipulation to read, at least in part at this time, is going to be stipulation 8, statements of Scott and Teresa Lanz captured on Officer R. Jones's body camera contained in State's Exhibit 460 is admissible. Defendant Matthew Lanz is waiving his right to confrontation regarding these statements made by Scott and Teresa Lanz's parents. There will also be additional statements that we will fill in the
exhibit number when we get to their more formal interview, but I just want that to be on the record at this time.
So the body camera is 460.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Great. I believe that's all I have for this witness.
All right, and defendant, is there anything needed to put on the record or stipulating sizes? Okay. All right, so exhibit 460 is admitted, which is a part of stipulation number 8. All right, you may proceed, Attorney Barry.
Sure, also, let me just put one thing on the record. And we were going to object to State's Exhibit 461 through 485. State looked at that, they agreed that they would take those out, so.
So 461 was just admitted as the squaws.
We reused that number.
Oh, okay.
So originally, I think the numbers they had issues with were 460 through 483, which were removed from the large stack. However, given that we never even tried to tell them, we had used at least 2 of those numbers.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
I just wanted to be sure they weren't wrong.
Okay. All right, so 461 as admitted stands. Thank you. You may proceed, Attorney Barry.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Who applied for the search warrant of the Lanz home, do you know?
I believe I did.
You did? Okay. And was that based solely on the home invasion in Sandy Springs?
It was based on basically all the investigations so far, the information I got from the other detectives. I would have to go back and read the probable cause statement to be exactly sure what probable cause is based on.
Okay. And I know we started the body cam video at 16:05. Do you recall what was on the video prior to 16:05?
So Officer Jones is attached to our Viper unit, and when SWAT hits a warrant, Viper usually holds the perimeter. So initially it would have been him on perimeter, and then there was some conversation with myself and the Lanzes,
Okay.
which I explained earlier, telling them that the neighbors had been murdered. They advised that they were aware. Teresa had asked for a code because it was cold out, so I offered her to sit in the back of one of the detectives' cars. And then after I did explain to him he was involved in something in Sandy Springs, but the detectives wanted to talk to them further about it and kind of explain everything that was going on. She had gotten quite upset, so we were able to get her into a vehicle. And that's pretty much when the video picks up when I'm talking with Scott. Yes, sir.
Were they cooperating with the Lanz?
Yes.
Were there any objection to you searching their house?
No, sir.
Okay. And you indicated that you did not find any bullets there at the home.
So I did find bullets.
Not any bullets that would match the gun.
Correct. I did not find any Sig Sauer branded 9mm.
Okay. None in the magazine.
Correct.
And none in the home.
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone get a search warrant for his apartment in Athens?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and were you involved in that?
I was. I went and searched his apartment with other detectives, yes.
Okay. And did you find anything in his apartment in Athens of value?
Yes, but I don't recall what for.
Okay.
I didn't study for that portion of it. I believe Detective Standard took that search warrant, so he would be better able to.
He would be the better one to ask.
Yes.
If you didn't document or you don't recall.
I was just there along for the actual search.
Okay. How many projectiles does this weapon hold?
So that depends on the magazine. The Zev Technologies pistol, I refer to them as like a Gucci block or basically a clock. They just have a lot of really good parts in them, and so it depends on what magazine. It is a full size, so it has to be a 17 round mag or more.
Okay.
It wouldn't hold like a compact 15 round mag or subcompact 12 round mag.
And the magazine that you found there in the pocket of the coat, do you recall how many projectiles that would hold?
No, I know it was it was for a 40 cal. Not to say that wouldn't work in a 9 mil, but it would be much less reliable.
Did you do anything else in relation to this case other than the 2 searches, one at the Lanz home and one at
I
Acworth?
responded to the initial scene, and I canvassed the neighborhood, talked with some neighbors.
All right. And did you collect anything yourself when you initially came? I guess it was on the 18th?
From which location?
From the, when you went initially on the 18th.
Okay. No, I just spoke with the neighbors, asked if anybody had like Ring doorbell or any surveillance cameras, and then gave them a way to provide that to us. And then I assisted with the search of the Hickses residence.
Okay. When you talked to the Lanz, they indicated to you that Matthew did not come home the night that they thought he was going to, is that right?
Yes, Scott had said that when he spoke with Matthew that he was coming home to do some studying or some schoolwork, and that he didn't believe that he had come home.
Okay. Do you recall, and this was about this time of year in November, do you recall what the weather was like then? Was it cold?
The night we were when the night I was speaking with the Lanz, it was chilly. I mean, I was wearing a coat.
And how about the 17th and 18th of both of those days? Relatively cold?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't really recall.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Please witness be excused.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, excuse. Thank you. All right, state, you can call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Zoha Ashraf.
Follow the direction of the bailiff. Thank you.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Have a seat for me. You want seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Zoha Ashraf, first name Z-U-H-H-A, last name A-S-H-R-A-F.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ashraf.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I'm a medical examiner at the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office.
Wonderful. What are your job responsibilities as a medical examiner?
To determine the cause and manner of death in the county.
And what is the purpose or reason that you all determine the cause and manner of death?
For public health statistics, vital records, insurance, data, and also for law enforcement proceedings.
Are you all required to make determinations regarding cause and manner of death as part of the Georgia Death Investigation Act?
Yes.
And is that then reported to the National Center for Health Statistics?
Yes.
Right, and I know you mentioned sometimes it's also used in legal proceedings in criminal cases. How often or what percentage of autopsies do you perform are considered homicide cases?
About 4%.
So not many.
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your qualifications that led you to become a medical examiner for Cobb County. Can you please tell the court about your education, background, and training?
Sure. I had received my Bachelor of Science in microbiology from the University of Georgia. I completed my Doctorate of Medicine from the Medical College of Georgia. I completed a residency in anatomic pathology from the University of Southern California. And then I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology from the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office. And then I worked as a medical examiner in the Los Angeles and Riverside County medical examiner offices. And then I came here to Cobb County in 2022.
In Riverside, is that kind of the neighboring county to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Very good. And I know this is kind of silly, but are you a medical doctor?
Yes.
Right. And are autopsies medical procedures?
Yes.
How many autopsies do you estimate that you've performed over the course of your career?
Over 1,000.
I want to talk to you about two terms in particular, pathology and forensic pathology. Can you explain for the court the difference between those two terms?
Pathology is the study of natural disease, and forensic pathology is a specialized field within pathology where we focus more on the mechanisms of trauma.
And so does that include unnatural processes as opposed to natural? Right. In order to understand trauma and understand forensic pathology, do you have to have some understanding of the mechanisms that cause injury or trauma to the body?
Yes.
And does that include firearms and how bullets work?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever been tendered and received as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times, estimate?
Between 20 and 25 times.
At this time, I've been tendered Dr. Ashraf as an expert in forensic pathology.
Defense?
I'll ask questions of her later. I have no objection at this point.
Okay. And she'll be subtended as an expert in forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, can you first kind of walk through the autopsy process, just the basic steps to an autopsy?
Sure. First, I review the history, the investigative report, why the person has come to the medical examiner's office, why the case was reported to us. Then I proceed to review any medical records that are relevant, any radiology, and then I go to the morgue and perform my post-mortem examination of the body, which includes an external exam where I diagram all the identifying features, hair color, eye color, tattoos, scars, and then any evidence of external trauma or external natural disease processes, and then I move on to the internal examination where I identify any trauma and natural disease by examining each vital organ. And then once that's all completed, I may wait for some additional testing such as toxicology, microbiology testing, and then I produce the final report and render a cause and manner of death.
Very good.
And render.
Cause and manner of death.
And is that the same autopsy process that every medical examiner in Cobb County at least does?
Yes.
Right, and you mentioned that your job is to determine the cause and manner of death. What is the cause of death? And then we'll talk about what manner of death means.
Cause of death is what immediately killed the person.
Okay, and what about manner of death?
Manner of death is how it happened, and there are 5 categories of manners of death. They are homicide, which is death at the hands of another, suicide, death at one's own hand, natural, which are things like cancer, pneumonia, natural disease processes, accident, things like drug overdoses, car accidents, and lastly is undetermined, in which manner of death cannot be determined.
And because you're required to report all of these findings to the National Center for Health Statistics, is that why there is a specific category for undetermined?
Yes,
Okay. And again, you said homicide is approximately 4% in Cobb County.
that's correct.
I want to talk to you about the autopsies of Timothy, Justin Hicks, and Amber Hicks. Did you personally perform these 2 autopsies?
No, I did not.
Okay. Who performed these 2 autopsies?
Dr. Stacy Desmores.
And who is Dr. Desmores?
She was a full-time medical examiner at the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office, but now she is medically retired.
And is she on permanent medical leave and unable to testify?
Yes.
Right. Nonetheless, did you work with her before her medical leave? Did you know her personally?
I did.
Now, in situations such as this, where you have a fellow medical examiner who is no longer with us or who is medically unable to testify, are you able to perform independent medical reviews of the autopsy?
I am.
Okay. And in order to perform that expert review, what all materials do you look at?
I look at the investigative report, any scene photographs, any autopsy photographs, Dr. Desmore's autopsy report, the death certificate, and any other testing such as toxicology.
Do you basically go back through the various steps of an autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and while you can not do the internal examination yourself, do you review the photographs and any radiology slides?
Yes.
Right, and so are you able to reach your own independent conclusion regarding a cause and manner of death in these occasions?
Yes.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you generate your own independent report with your findings?
I did.
Okay, and did you bring your reports or any other relevant records with you?
I did.
Okay, if you need to refer to them, just let us know. What was the date of these 2 autopsies?
Both autopsies were performed on November 19th, 2021.
I want to start with the decedent, Timothy Justin Hicks. What was his age?
He was 31 years old.
Now, was he deceased on scene?
He was.
And whenever someone is deceased on scene, does one of your medical examiner investigators actually go out to the scene?
Yes.
Right, and are photographs taken?
Yes.
And did that happen in this case?
Yes.
And then do you also review crime scene photos that are taken by Cobb County police officers?
In some cases, yes.
And were you able to do that here?
Yes.
And then were there photos taken during Timothy Justin Hicks' autopsy?
Yes.
Were you able to review those?
Yes.
Were you also able to review radiology slides of his body?
Yes.
And did that also help you in determining path of travel of projectiles, for example?
Yes.
Now, with respect to radiology slides as well as photos taken during these autopsy processes, is that normal for every single autopsy, whether or not it's a suspected homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And then are those records maintained in the normal course of business for your office?
Yes.
Now, along those lines, I do want to go ahead and read a few of these stipulations, Your Honor. First will be stipulation 1, states exhibits 528 through 567 are true and accurate photographs of decedent Amber Hicks, her clothing, and a projectile recovered from her body taken during her autopsy. States exhibit 598 is the projectile recovered from Amber Hicks's posterior neck during her autopsy. States exhibits 569 through 596 are true and accurate photographs of decedent Timothy Justin Hicks and the 2 projectiles recovered from his body taken during his autopsy. And states exhibit 599 are the projectiles recovered from Timothy Justin Hicks' head and chest during his autopsy.
Attorney, as to stipulations 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's correct, Madam Judge, and once we fill in those numbers that weren't filled in initially, I'll officially.
As to States Exhibits 528 to 567, those were admitted. States Exhibit 598 is admitted. States Exhibits 569 to 596 are admitted, and States Exhibit 599 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So again, I want to stick with Timothy Justin Hicks for now. And admittedly, are some of these photographs kind of difficult for individuals to see if they're not accustomed to this type of work?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We can switch it. All right, State's Exhibit 569 here. What is being documented on State's 569?
Could you repeat the question?
What's being documented? What information do you include here on the body bag?
This is a photograph of the body bag. It includes the Cobb County case number, the decedent's name, and the seal number of the body bag.
And do we continue to see your Cobb County medical examiner case number on all of the photographs?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 570 here. What is the purpose of the documentation?
This is a photograph of the seal intact, along with the case number.
Now, is it customary for the decedent to be documented exactly as received?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 571 here. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, this is the body as it's received. The clothing is still intact and it has not been cleaned up yet.
States 572, do you typically photograph all the way down their body?
Yes, we usually take 3 photographs.
So States 572, is that kind of the second photograph that's normally taken?
Yes.
And then States 573, is that the third photograph showing the lower half of the body?
Yes.
How many injuries were documented on, and I'm going to refer to him as Justin Hicks, so on Justin's body?
He had 3 entrance gunshot wounds.
States Exhibit 574 here. What are we looking at, States 574?
This is what we call an identification photograph, basically a photo of the decedent's face with the case number and all the blood and other materials are removed.
And then do you again take photos of kind of the top portion, middle portion, and lower portion of the decedent's body after they've been cleaned?
Yes.
All right, States Exhibit 575 here. Is that the top portion of his body?
Yes.
All right, States 576, are we mid-range?
Yes.
And States 577, is that the lower portion of his body?
Yes.
Right. And you already mentioned that there were 3 visible entry wounds on his body. In order to kind of stay organized and document, do you label gunshots 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Okay. Do those necessarily correspond to the order in which they were received?
No.
So I want to start with what you have labeled as gunshot wound number 1. Where was that gunshot wound?
This gunshot wound was on the right temporal scalp, basically the right side of the head.
States 578 here. Is that gunshot wound number 1?
Yes.
All right. Now, what have you done here, or I shouldn't say you, but what did the tech do in this case here so that they could better document this injury?
Usually with gunshot wounds that are in an area with hair, the area around the gunshot wound is shaved to better visualize the injury.
And States 579 here, what's kind of being held back when this photograph was taken for purposes of documentation?
The ear is being pulled back.
And then States 580, is it normal to zoom into gunshot wounds to better be able to see?
Yes.
All right, now here, gunshot wound number 1, what we're looking at in States 580, is this considered an entry or an exit wound?
This is an entry wound.
Right, and how is it that you typically tell the difference between an entry wound versus an exit wound?
An entry wound typically is more ovoid or circular. It has an abrasion border, and the edges cannot be reapproximated.
And an abrasion border, what is an abrasion border?
An abrasion border is created when a bullet enters the wound or enters the skin and tears the skin around the defect.
And do we see some of that here?
Yes.
Right, when you said it can't be reapproximated on an entry wound, do you see an actual hole in the body?
It is like a punched out hole.
And we'll look at an exit later to kind of distinguish it. Now, when you're looking at an entry wound such as this, do you look for possible range of fire indicators?
Yes.
All right, what is a range of fire indicator? What does that mean?
A range of fire indicator are things like soot and stippling or searing around the gunshot wound, which indicate if the wound is close range, contact range, or intermediate range. Soot is basically the soot that is expelled from the muzzle of the gun. Stippling is created when gunpowder particles exit the muzzle of the gun and strike the skin, creating like punctate abrasions. Sometimes there's soot and stippling, but in this case there are no range of fire indicators, which means that the range of fire is indeterminate, which could mean that it is distant range or that there is some intermediate target in between that blocked the range of fire indicators from reaching the skin, such as hair or if a person was shot through a wall or a window.
So do you know for certain in looking at states 580 that we don't have a press contact wound?
Yes.
Okay. But in terms of any other range of fire indicators, if it's absent, do you label that as indeterminate?
Yes.
Okay. And so here, there's no way to know whether it's 2 feet versus 6 feet.
Yes.
Now, this is an entry wound in states 580 here, where you all was the medical examiner's office able to recover a projectile from Justin Hicks?
Yes.
All right, and where was that found?
The projectile correlating to this entrance wound was recovered from the left posterior neck, so basically the left back of the neck.
Were there photographs taken of this?
Yes.
Okay, and was it also able to be seen through radiology slides so that you could independently see this?
Yes.
All right, states 581 here, what is the purpose or what is being kind of pointed to in states 581?
This is where the projectile was located under the skin. Sometimes it creates a bulge under the skin or can be palpated.
And then is it customary with your office that when a projectile is recovered, when able, photographs are taken of that as well?
Yes.
Is that what we see in States Exhibit 582 here?
Yes, this is after the skin is incised and the projectile is visualized.
And then is it also customary with your office to take photographs of the actual projectile once it's removed from someone's body?
Yes.
States Exhibit 583, is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
All right, and then per the stipulation, we've also put in States Exhibit 99, is that, are the projectiles actually collected and kept with your office?
Yes, the projectiles are collected as evidence.
I'm sorry, is that 599?
599, yes, which is stipulation number 4. Now, were you able to see for yourself from the radiology slides where within the brain, looking at states 578, this projectile traveled?
The path of travel of this wound is the right temporal scalp, the right temporal bone, the dura, the right temporal lobe, cerebellum, the dura, left occipital bone, and left posterior neck soft tissue.
I'm sorry, the last portion?
Left posterior neck soft tissue.
And what is the effect of striking the right temporal and cerebellum portions of the brain?
This is immediately incapacitating and rapidly lethal.
Immediately incapacitating and rapidly lethal. And what was the direction from this entry wound, it states 578, to where this projectile came to a rest in states 582?
The direction of travel was right to left, downwards, and slightly front to back.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The direction of travel in the anatomic position of the body was right to left, downwards, and slightly front to back.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked and admitted, which states Exhibit 221 here. In your expert opinion, would Justin have received this gunshot wound in the area of the living room?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that this was immediately incapacitating. Would he have had any purposeful movement after receiving this injury?
No.
Now, given where the entry and where the entry wound is and where the bullet was recovered, would it have been possible for him to be actually on the ground, slouched down like this, and receive that wound?
No.
Could he have been standing up and kind of looking back towards this playroom area or this playroom area or the Christmas tree area when he received this wound?
Yes, it's possible.
Next, I want to go to what you have labeled as as gunshot wound number 2. Where was that located?
This was located on the right upper arm.
Looking at states 584, is that the second gunshot wound?
Yes.
And again, second for documentation purposes. All right, and then zooming into this wound here, looking at states 586, are you able to determine whether that is an entry or an exit?
This is an entry wound.
This kind of bottom area of this wound here, what is that?
That is part of the abrasion border.
And then is the skin also missing in that area?
Yes.
All right, now here, similar to the last wound, did you look for any range of fire indicators?
I did. They were not present or identifiable.
So is that considered indeterminate range?
Yes.
Now in this case, having seen the scene photographs, did he have some clothing on?
He did.
Okay. Can that interfere with any possible range of fire evidence?
Yes.
Now, was there a corresponding exit wound for gunshot wound number 2?
No.
Where was this through the radiology slides that you were able to see? Were you able to see where this bullet traveled from within the body?
The bullet traveled from the right upper arm soft tissue, the right axillary soft tissue, which is the armpit area, and passing through important vessels, the axillary artery and vein, and then came to rest in the right chest soft tissue.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
And then it came to rest in the right chest soft tissue.
So looking at states 587 here, did the bullet go kind of, I guess, upwards so that it went through the armpit, or stayed in the body through the armpit and then came to rest at the chest wall?
Yes, it stayed within the body.
And was that bullet able to be retrieved from the body?
Yes.
Is that what's documented in states 588 here?
Yes.
And is that also contained in the same bag of states 599 as evidence removed from Justin's body?
Yes.
What was the direction of travel for that second gunshot wound?
In the anatomic position, the projectile or the gunshot wound traveled right to left and slightly upwards.
Now, would this have been lethal?
It's potentially lethal without medical intervention.
And what is the major concern, if it were just this injury, what would have been like the major concern as to why this could be lethal?
Perforation of the axillary artery vein.
Is that a rather large artery vein?
It is a major vessel, both of them.
Does that end up resulting in blood loss?
Yes.
And then the final gunshot wound, is that number 3?
Yes.
Looking at states 589 here, wait a minute, let's look at states 590 first. What side of the body are we looking at?
This is the right aspect of the abdomen.
Is this kind of near like the side or the ribs?
Yes.
And looking at states 592, is that a zoomed in photograph of the same gunshot wound?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, what do we see kind of towards the side and bottom of this gunshot wound?
The abrasion border.
Now, were there any range of fire indicators?
No.
Would this wound have also been covered by clothing?
Yes.
Now, with this particular wound, was there a corresponding exit wound?
There was.
And where was the exit wound?
The exit wound was more on the front side of the abdomen, near the belly button.
Looking at states 593 here, is that the exit wound?
Yes.
And then looking at states 594, is that the zoomed in version?
Yes.
And are you able, or in theory, able to kind of connect the tissue unlike an entry wound?
Yes.
Now, to get a better idea, if you're looking at states 589, are you able to see both the entry and exit wound in states 589?
Yes.
Did this projectile hit any major arteries?
No.
Was it really just soft tissue for this guy?
It was through soft tissue and did not enter the abdominal cavity.
And what was the direction of travel of this projectile?
Back to front and right to left.
Would this have been,
I'm having a hard time hearing that.
It's back to front and right to left.
would this,
You can actually pull it back down.
Down?
that actually works a lot
Okay.
better. Thank you, Judge. Would this injury, gunshot wound number 3, have been independently lethal?
Less potentially lethal if no medical intervention was rendered due to the possibility of possibly getting like an infection or something like that, but it's very low likelihood.
Fair enough. Are all gunshot wounds potentially lethal?
Yes.
If untreated?
Yes.
Okay, can disease or infection be extremely traumatic?
Yes.
But ultimately, a gunshot wound like this, had he received immediate treatment and not had any other injuries, would this have been survivable?
Yes.
Looking at states 595 here, what are we looking at in states 595?
This is a linear abrasion, like a scrape.
States 596, is that a zoom in of that same scrape?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, did this appear to be a fresh wound?
Yes.
Did it appear to be around, did it appear to have occurred around the same time as the gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Now, in your expert opinion, could this sort of abrasion have occurred if a child accidentally took like a shard of glass and had it along his father's body?
Yes, it could be caused by that.
I'll circle back to those in a moment here. I will at this time move Tender States 597 into evidence, which is the certified death certificate for Timothy Justin Hicks. Objection.
States 597 is admitted.
And now I want to move on to Amber Hicks. How old was Amber Hicks?
She was also 31 years old.
And was she likewise deceased on scene?
Yes.
And did you do the same expert medical review that you did for Timothy Justin Hicks in terms of reviewing the medical examiner investigative report, any scene photographs taken by either the medical examiner's office or Cobb County Police, as well as radiology slides, photographs, and the like?
Yes.
And we've already tendered her photographs by stipulation, so we'll start with States 528 here. Is this the same sort of documentation of Amber's body bag, case number, and medical seal?
Yes.
States 529, was the seal of her body bag likewise intact?
Yes.
States Exhibit 530, is this the documentation of Amber before she was cleaned and examined?
Yes.
States 531, is this her midsection?
Yes.
And States 532.
The lower half of the body, yes.
I'm sorry.
The lower half of the body.
States 533 here, is this the identification photo that was taken?
Yes.
Now, for Amber, how many visible gunshot wounds were seen on her body?
She had 3 entrance gunshot wounds.
And likewise, when you wrote your own report, did you enumerate them for purposes of documentation?
Yes.
All right. So starting with your gunshot wound number 1, which one was that?
This was the entrance wound on the left lower cheek.
Looking at States 534, is that depicted here?
Yes.
All right, and then if we look at States 535 here, and I'll just zoom in on this photograph here. Are you able to tell whether this wound was an entry or an exit?
This wound was an entry wound.
Do you see an abrasion border on the left portion of this gunshot wound?
Yes, and the defect is a punched out hole.
Now, was there any range of fire here?
No.
Was there any corresponding exit wound?
No.
Similar to Justin, was a projectile recovered from her neck area?
Yes.
States Exhibit 537. Is that being documented here?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at States 538, is it normal to have this kind of contusion area where a bullet may come to rest?
Yes.
States 539, was the bullet then extracted from Amber's neck?
Yes.
And per y'all's normal processes in the medical examiner's office, take photographs of the bullet that was recovered.
Yes.
Is that what we see in States 540?
Yes.
In States 541, just so it's not confusing, is that just the other side of the projectile?
It is.
Okay. So just one projectile, just 2 different angles?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. All right. And per the stipulation that I've just read, that would include States 598, which is the physical projectile that was depicted in States 540 and 541. Now, based on the photograph documenting the entry as well as where the bullet was recovered, as well as the radiology slides, were you able to determine where within Amber's head and neck area this bullet traveled?
Yes, the bullet traveled from the left lower cheek and left neck soft tissue, the left carotid artery, left internal jugular vein, the cervical vertebra, including the spinal cord, and then came to rest in the right neck soft tissue.
And hitting things like the left carotid artery, the jugular vein, and cervical vertebrae, is that lethal?
Yes.
Okay. Is that similar to Justin's head, gunshot wound to his head? Is that immediately incapacitating?
It is.
Is it rapidly lethal?
Yes.
Would she have been instantly paralyzed?
Yes.
What was the direction? And I know from anatomical position, what would the direction have been?
Front to back, left to right, and downward.
Now, whenever you are documenting trajectory, is it important for consistency to document an anatomical position?
It is.
Can some of those directions kind of change depending on the actual orientation of the body at the time that it was struck with gunfire?
Yes.
In this particular case, looking at States 534, if her head was turned towards her right shoulder, could the gunfire have come from the right side of her body and penetrating her kind of from left to right? Does that question make sense?
Yes.
Going back, well, put a picture here. Looking at States 244 here, which has already been tendered and admitted, in your expert opinion, would Amber's body have been really in the same position, meaning where her torso was, her bottom and her legs, when she was shot in the head?
Yes.
Okay. Now, could her upper portion of the body been kind of at least a little more upright?
Yes, she could have slumped over after being shot.
But ultimately was kind of the bottom of her body in the same exact position?
Yes, most likely. I said yes, most likely.
Alright, gunshot wound number 2, or how you document it as number 2, where is that gunshot wound?
This was on the right forearm.
Looking at States 545 here, is this the gunshot wound number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And zooming in here of States, let's do States 547. On the top part of her forearm, was that an entry or an exit?
This is an entry wound.
And can you see some of that abrasion border on the right side?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any sort of range of fire indicators?
No.
Given that we have photographs with her in a t-shirt, does that mean it's likely not going to be close range?
Yes, that's true.
And if it's not close range, what is the general kind of estimate as to at least X number of feet away?
I'd say at least like 6 feet away.
Now, did you have a corresponding exit wound for this entry wound?
Yes.
And where was that located?
On the other.
States 548 here, is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
And States 550, is this the zoomed in version?
Yes.
All right, now here, in States 550, does this resemble at all an entry wound?
There are features of an entry wound, such as, actually, no, it looks like an exit wound.
Well, let me ask you this, what is a short exit wound?
A short exit wound is when the skin is pressed up against something. So sometimes it can have features of an entry wound, such as an abrasion border. However, this one has more features of both. I guess you could say there is an abrasion border, but it is very irregular, and the edges can't be put together. So it's more similar to a exit wound.
Okay. Sometimes when there's features of both, do you call it short exit wounds?
Yes.
All right. Now, when in order to obtain a short exit wound, could the support come from another part of someone's body?
Yes.
Now, for this particular wound here, did it hit anything major, any bones or anything?
It did not.
Okay, so is this just skin and soft tissue?
Yes.
Typically, is this kind of less likely to be lethal if there's, just less likely to be lethal?
It is less likely to be lethal.
Now, we'll go back to that in just a moment. But where's the third gunshot wound?
The third gunshot wound is on the right thigh.
Looking at states 552 here, are we able to see the entry wound?
Yes.
Now, with respect, and can you also see the exit?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to these two wounds, is it a little bit difficult to tell which one is an entry versus exit?
Yes.
Looking at the close-up of the wound here the wound here on her thigh, is that what we see in states 554?
Yes.
Okay. To some degree, does it look like you could potentially push the skin back together?
To some degree, yes.
Then looking at states 555, are you now focused on the exit here?
Yes.
All right, states 558, is that a zoomed in photograph of that exit?
Yes.
And is that slightly irregular as well?
Yes.
Do either of these give any indication of potentially short entry or exit wounds?
No.
Did this strike anything within her body?
It also went through the soft tissue of the thigh.
And is this kind of not as likely to be lethal given that it's skin and soft tissue?
It's less likely to be lethal.
Now, with these wounds, were trajectory rods used to help look at the direction of travel?
Yes.
So now I want to look at those. Well, actually, let me do this first. Did she have any other abrasions or marks on her body?
She didn't.
Okay, and where was that?
There was a rather large abrasion on her abdomen.
Looking at states 560, is that what we see here?
Yes.
Right, and then is there a zoomed in photograph in states 561?
Yes.
Okay, and here, did any sort of bullet penetrate her skin or go into her abdomen area?
No.
Now, was clothing also documented in the autopsy process?
Yes.
All right, states 562 here, this firefighter shirt, is that the kind of like view of the entirety of the front of the shirt?
Yes.
Okay. States 563, what is the purpose of using little green arrows?
The arrows point out defects that are present in the shirt.
States 564, is that kind of just zooming into those defects there?
Yes.
Now, given the crime scene photos that you were able to review, as well as these photographs showing the injuries to her body, how did these defects in states 563 correspond to the general area of the abrasion that we saw in states 561?
The defects are generally overlying this abrasion.
Now, generally, if a bullet were to not hit anything and directly hit a human stomach, is that going to penetrate the skin?
Generally, yes.
For it to not penetrate the skin, what does that tell you?
That the bullet has slowed down significantly.
Now, even if a bullet were to travel through skin and soft tissue and not strike any bones or anything major, can that still slow down the momentum of a bullet?
It can.
Looking now to the photos with the trajectory rods, looking at states 551, is this kind of the how gunshot wound 2 entry and exit correspond to one another?
Yes.
All right, looking at states 559 here, does the trajectory rod show how gunshot wound 3 entry and exit correspond to one another?
Yes.
Is it possible that gunshot wound 2 and 3 actually correspond to one another?
It is very possible.
Is it possible that gunshot wound 2 and 3 is actually the result of a single bullet?
It is possible.
In your expert opinion, if Amber were kind of curled up in a ball with using her hands to kind of support her knees, is it possible that the bullet could have entered her forearm, exited her inner forearm, entered the outer thigh, exited the inner thigh, and struck her stomach?
Yes.
If she was in that particular position and the bullet actually went in and out of her body twice, in your expert opinion, would that allow for the bullet to lose momentum?
Definitely.
And could that account for why if the bullet did not penetrate her skin in States Exhibit 560?
Yes.
Is that possibility even more likely given the 2 defects that are on her shirt in States 564 and 565?
Yes.
Looking at states 273 and 274, which were previously admitted, have you previously seen these photographs, states 273 and states 274?
I have.
Okay. And looking at the location of this projectile, could this projectile have been responsible for gunshot wound 2 and 3?
Yes.
If this single projectile that we see in states 274 entered the outer forearm, exited the inner forearm, entered the outer thigh, and exited the inner thigh and struck her stomach, would it have lost enough momentum to just lie still on the couch?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to penetrating the couch?
Yes.
Now, I know normally, well, let me ask you this. Normally, do you all give expert opinions as to order of gunfire?
In some cases, if it's possible to determine.
Okay, in this particular case, just focusing on Amber right now, is it possible to predict the order of gunfire?
It is.
And so which gunshot would have come first?
The gunshot wound the right forearm, which exits and then re-enters the right thigh.
And why is it that we know that one where she's curled up in a ball would have come before the gunshot wound to the head?
Because the gunshot wound to the head would have struck her spinal cord and she would no longer have any muscular movement and be able to hold her legs up.
Looking at states 243 here. In order for gunshot wounds 2 and 3, so the forearm and the thigh, would the shooter have been standing on this side of Amber, meaning on the right side of her body?
Yes.
Looking at states 221 here. So in your expert opinion, looking at Justin and Amber combined, how many gunshots did they suffer in total?
At least 5.
And no more than how many?
No more than 6.
Okay, so if it were 5, is that accounting for Amber's gunshot wounds number 2 and 3 to correspond?
Yes.
Okay. If those did not actually correspond, is that how you would end up with 6?
Yes.
With respect to Justin's 3 gunshot wounds, what was the direction of all 3 of Justin's gunshot wounds?
Right to left.
Now, given that they were all obtained on the right side of the body going towards the left side, is it reasonable in your expert opinion that he's standing in this area and peering over towards the area of the Christmas tree when he was shot?
It's possible, yes.
Now, given your testimony that he would have immediately been incapacitated, particularly with the gunshot wound to his head, would the shooter have been somewhere in the area between this playroom and perhaps the midsection of the couch?
Yes.
Now, is there any evidence that Amber was able to make any significant movements from where she was originally to when she was shot?
No.
Based on your expert opinion and having looked at this case, what would the last shot for both Justin and Amber have been?
The last shot in both victims would be in the head.
Is that because they would have both been immediately incapacitating and rapidly lethal?
Yes, they would have dropped and stayed stationary where they're laying down.
And what was the cause and manner of death for both Timothy Justin Hicks and Amber Hicks?
Gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death for both Timothy Justin Hicks and Amber Hicks?
Homicide.
This kind of state moves to tender case 568 into evidence, which is the certified death certificate for Amber Hicks.
Objection.
Okay. 6568 is admitted.
And are gunshot wounds listed as the cause of death on both of these certified death certificates that were issued by Dr. Jessamore?
Yes.
And were both deaths ruled to be homicides in these certified death certificates?
Yes.
All the questions I'll leave it up there.
Are you ready? You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, when was the first time that you had an opportunity to look at this case?
I briefly reviewed it before preparing my medical expert review some number of months ago when I received the subpoena for the case.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm having a hard time picking up what you say. I'm old and I can't hear real well, and you kind of slur a little bit. Tell me the date that you first started looking at this case.
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Would it have been this year?
Yes, this year.
Would it have been in the last 2 months?
Somewhere in the last 2 to 3 months, yes.
Okay. And you told us earlier that there was an investigator with your office that did a report.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And did the investigator go to the scene before Mr. and Ms. Hicks were taken from the scene?
Yes.
Did he do any measurements?
No.
Okay. And did he document by photograph any of the areas that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. What areas did he photograph?
He photographed the bodies and the room in which the bodies were found.
Okay. And the photograph of the living room looking back towards where the Christmas tree is, did his photograph show that there was a gate, a white gate in between those two rooms?
Yes.
Okay. You never had an opportunity to go to the scene, right?
No.
I want to talk just a little bit about the gunshot wounds. And you said a number of times that's possible that happened. And there are a lot of things that are possible that happen in gunshot wounds, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay, and it really kind of depends on the movement of the body.
Yes.
Okay. And it depends on where the person doing the shooting might be standing.
Yes.
In this particular case, can you determine whether the person was moving from one area of the house to the other when the shots were fired?
There is a reasonable likelihood that the shooter started more on the right, or the entryway of the room, and made his way kind of more further into the room.
Well, when you look at the photographs from where the Christmas tree is, the little room there, can you see the person sitting on the couch?
No.
When you're in that room? So the person would have to get past that room in order to be able to see Ms. Hicks sitting on the couch.
Yes.
Okay. So they would have had to not fire from there, they would have had to move on into the home.
Yes.
Could you tell whether they moved far enough to get over the gate?
If you're speaking about the gate that is in the room adjacent to where Mr. and Mrs. Hicks were, then yes, you would have moved past that gate.
Okay. Now I want to ask you on Mr. Hicks, you told us about a scrape that you saw on his inner thigh.
Yes.
The state asked you if that could be from a piece of glass.
Yes.
Was there any photograph that you saw, either from your investigator or from any of the police photographs, where there's a piece of glass close to that scrape?
No, not immediately near the scrape.
Okay. What else could have caused that scrape other than a piece of glass?
Anything with a pointed edge or sharp edge.
Okay. You're not suggesting that the person doing the shooting scraped in any way, correct?
It's unknown how that scrape occurred.
Okay. Could be from fingernails.
Could be.
Okay. Did you check under Mr. Hicks' fingernails to see if maybe he scratched himself on the way down?
I looked at photographs of the hands, but I didn't see any indication of like tissue under his fingernails.
And the state asked you about the first gunshot wound to Mr. Hicks, and you said it was downward front to back and looking right. Is that correct?
The first gunshot wound for Mr. Hicks?
This first gunshot wound from Mr. Hicks.
Yes, right to left, downwards, and slightly front to back.
Okay. And on that particular gunshot, the state was asking you, would he be looking to the right? And it would really kind of depend, he would have to look way to the right in order to get shot on the right side, right?
Well, if his body was turned facing the entryway, it would be rather easy to.
It's right in this area, he would have to turn pretty far to the right, wouldn't he, in order to get that gunshot?
This is the right.
So would he be looking straight, or would he be looking to the right or looking to the left?
If he's trying to face the right side and his body is turned to the right side, he doesn't have to angle his head that much to get a shot in the right side of the head.
And it would depend also on where the person doing the shooting was standing.
Yes.
You told us that you believe that there would be 5 gunshots, but there possibly could be 6.
Yes.
Did you see any of the photographs that would indicate that there was any blood spatter, any patterns of blood spatter?
I didn't see any significant amounts of blood at the scene.
Okay. Just want to ask you, when one fires a gun, is there gunshot residue that might be on their hands?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that residue stay on their hands?
It's unknown. It depends on if the person washed their hands afterwards.
Is it likely that it would be on their hands after 2 or 3 days?
It's possible. I'm not sure.
Do you know whether anyone tested Matthew's hands, see if he had any residue on them?
I don't know anything about that.
And you didn't see any cuts at all on either Mr. or Ms. Hicks' feet, like they may have stepped in glass or that moving around where the glass was, correct?
No, I did not see any injuries like that.
All right. I think that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any hearings or any follow-up redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have your hands approached.
So maybe she like that because she deals with, she has all her relationships and everything with people that have been unalive. Do y'all think that's why she's so monotone and so like she's not around people on a day-to-day basis? Her life is kind of like just dealing with unalive bodies. Maybe that's why she like that. You would think with dealing with unalive bodies all the time that you being around people, you would be more upbeat and be glad that you can be able to respond to people and people are hearing you, but she's just so monotone. And I guess this may be because that's what she do all day. Yeah. So yeah, that was real weird. She is like she's almost irritated and rolling her eyes and so far in this trial, guys, can y'all please tell me, have y'all seen anything as far as I know, because we are at the ME. What evidence have we seen against him? Or did I miss it? Because I be missing some stuff sometimes. and I get it on the back end. Welcome to
Okay.
Started.
All right, we are going to recess for the day and start back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Can we open up at 8:30? We'll open up at 8:30 for the attorneys and for media to get set up so we can start right at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll be ready to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All right. Is there anything we need to put on the record before we are excused for the afternoon?
Not for the state.
All right. We'll stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everyone have a good evening and be safe. See you all tomorrow morning. We'll stand in recess.
So just so you're aware, I will go back and kind of create a no fluff version, right? You know, our version of no breaks. I will create a no fluff version and put that out there. But guys, have y'all heard anything like that links him to this case? And I haven't found anything in regards to the Arizona case being streamed. I don't know what. Don't ask me what's going on with that one because I have no clue just yet. I'm still trying to figure out. I thought that we were going to be able to cover it. We did see day 1 and day 2 for that one, but I didn't see anything else. So let me see. I just want to make sure I don't see anything for the Arizona case. Yeah, I am not sure. Let me see if I can search it. Give me a second. Oh, I see how they're doing it. They're not doing it on Court TV anymore, guys. I found it. They are doing it on our local news station on Channel 10. Okay, so I did find it. Okay. Well. Oh, okay. All right. Check it out. Okay, so I have found it. It's on our local news station here. I found it. Y'all know how I feel about these local news stations. Let me see. But it's on a Fox. So I think that we may be okay with a Fox. I'm just trying to see. when they cover it here. I don't know. So do y'all want me to take y'all into that trial? I mean, I'll take us in there if y'all want to. I can open up a room. Y'all let me know. It looks like they on day 3. Or if y'all want, I'll record it. So tomorrow. I guess by being Fox, because it's Fox. I think we should do that. Yeah, so it's totally up to you guys. Y'all tell me. Y'all want me to put a survey in there? Because other than that, the only trial that we do have going on right now will be this one. And this one doesn't look like it's going to be that long. It looks like it's going to be a couple days. Let me go back in here and let me see what y'all got in here. Okay, so y'all do want to go into that trial? You do? You want my big head on here all the time? Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, so what we gonna do is give me 2 seconds, guys. Give me 2 seconds. Only because I got a lot of stuff going on. I got a lot of clips and stuff that I gotta change in this one here, guys. So I'll just open up a new room for us, okay? If that's okay with y'all. Only because I'm gonna have to, I'll be all day trying to do clips and stuff in here. So I'll just open up a new room for us. Let me just change the date on our thumbnail real quick. You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Lynn? Bootski, can you hear me? Did you get your bingo card? I can't remember. Did we do a bingo card for this one? I wonder why a law and crime. Oh, stop streaming it. I wonder, is it because of the schedule of this trial? Because it's like all over the place as far as the scheduling. Could that be the reason why? Yeah, Maddie, you may like this trial too, because I really don't know if this guy guilty or not. Like, this one is really, really, really. We were talking about it with Jason yesterday briefly. I know therapist, she has been taking notes on this case because it is really, really, really something different than what we are used to. Because it's using some type of DNA, talking about some familiar DNA. Don't get me to quoting it because I'm probably gonna say it wrong each time, guys. But like some suspect kind of, I don't know. And the boyfriend that found her, he was the last person that saw her, and I don't know. Just got me feeling some type of way about the whole type of case. So. I am going to upload the thumbnail only so people will know exactly what we are watching. I can't remember what I even called it. Let me see. Yeah, I do kind of wonder why Court TV and them stop your paragraph. I don't know. For some reason in my I'm just gonna hold my breath on it. Let me see. Day 1, day 2, day 3. Okay. Okay, let me get the room for us. Okay, let me see. Hey, Northwest. Okay, you say look up the Lanz brothers. You said maybe Law and Crime got kicked. Well, see, that's the thing, like, and that's what giving me my hesitation in regards to this is because why would they get kicked? And if they got kicked, who kicked them, right? And I like, cause I don't want them problems that we had the last time. Me personally, I just don't want them problems that we had the last time. So it'd be like, yeah. See, I don't want to have those issues with. But I didn't channels like local channels before. It was just that one that we had the problem with. And let me go on here. Wait a minute. Let me try. Let me look at one more thing, guys. Because it's to my understanding that everything is supposed to be fair use, right? First, because they don't own the testimony. So they don't own that testimony. They don't own the people that's testifying. It's just supposed to be like one feed in there and everybody's supposed to use it. And that's so everybody don't be down there with a camera. So give me 1 second. I'm going to go to Law and Crime just to make sure they don't have the feed. And I probably could call the local station and see, but let me see. I'm gonna check one more thing, and then if not, then we'll go ahead and go over there. And maybe while we over there, I'll contact the local news station because, like I said, I'm right here in Arizona, so I can probably call down there and find out for us. All right, nice. Yay. Yeah, so Law and Crime was doing it earlier. Or maybe it was Law and Crime. Okay. Or maybe it was Court TV that was doing it. I gotta figure out which one it was. Maybe it was Court TV that was actually doing it. Okay. We gonna try our luck. Yeah, so Law and Crime don't look like they ever had it. It looked like it must have been Court TV that we were watching it on before. I can't even remember because they didn't have court Friday. So that's what I would like to let y'all know. They didn't have court on Friday, so I know they didn't have it. Let me look. We were watching Law and Crime. Yeah, we were watching on Law and Crime. I'm looking at our feed. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link in here for y'all to go over there. Wait a minute. Oops. Back. And we'll watch it. Keep our fingers crossed. Make sure we don't get any I don't want to get in no trouble. We don't want no problems. We don't want no problems over here. We don't want no problems. We don't want no problems at all. Look, here, take it to trial. We don't want no problems with anybody. We just want to watch the trial. Let me get the link for y'all and we'll go in there and watch it. Okay, here we go. Okay. Here, I'm getting a YouTube link. I'm gonna put it in our chat over here. Okay, guys, if y'all, I'm about to put the link in the chat room. If y'all want to click on the link and head over there, we will go over there and see what we have for the chlorine case. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We didn't do a bingo for the chlorine case only because we were premiered the first 2 days of this case because of the time frame. So cool. So here's the link, guys, if you guys want to head over there and we'll watch what we can of this case today. And if not, we'll you know, whatever. Whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna close this room down. Like I said, I am going to make sure I make a no fluff version of this trial that we cover for day 1 today. It looks like it's going to be a quick trial, so we're good there. And we'll kind of pick up with this for today for day 2 tomorrow. All right, guys, I will see you over in the next room.